Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
This week's Sunday session is brought to you by homebrewing source of awesomeness online. More Beer at morebeer.com.
Great beer is about drinkability. Doesn't matter the style.
You guys are like walking beer Wikipedia. That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
Somebody who's never tasted a commercial example, and this is how you know everything about this beer? Please, you don't.
I think that's bullshit.
I think it's bullshit, too.
Wow. Are you guys going to arm wrestle?
No. We're going to teabag fight instead.
You heard of Junkyard Wars?
Can I get another high five, Beavis?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Welcome to The Session, everybody. Potentially.
Thank you.
Possibly.
Yes?
Maybe.
Sort of.
The last show I ever have to do from a garage.
Didn't you say that last week?
I did say that, which is why I'm only saying maybe, potentially, sort of. Also, even though we now have... the Brewing Network now has a Brewing Network World Headquarters in downtown Martinez. Yeah, we got our own brand new studio space down there. I'm just so superstitious, and my luck kind of blows that I kind of feel like even though we are moving in there this week and we'll have our studio built next week, I feel like at any given moment I could end up back in the fucking garage.
Do you know how many listeners just thought to themselves, what's this asshole? I'm unlucky. This guy I'm listening to talk about beer for a living is unlucky?
Yeah. Be careful what you wish for. I'm going to have to unplug the kegerator in my garage so that we can do decent fucking audio.
Life is so tough.
So unlucky having to unplug a kegerator.
Oh, wow, that does make quite a difference.
It's like back to the roots, though. It should remind you of the fond memories of the beginning of the Brewing Network.
Every 7 years, you should be dropped back into a garage.
It's not even
Those are
85
fond
degrees
memories
in here yet.
Yeah, I know. It's 84 and a half.
Yeah.
That's actually quite nice in here.
Sometimes I forget that those are fond memories I have of the beginning of the Brewing Network. Yeah, we got a commercial space in downtown Martinez. Sealed the deal on Friday. Moved some stuff in on Saturday. And just didn't have time to build the studio. So we're doing our last show here today, and then we'll be at our new address. I mean, it's kind of, as far as Martinez goes, it's kind of big time. We're on Main Street.
That's right.
I don't know if you noticed that, Moscow, when you were helping on Saturday, but that's Main Street.
Yeah, my directions on my little pad thing said left on Main.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not first. It's not third.
No.
It's Main.
We're on Main
next
Street,
to like
Martinez.
City Hall and the jail and law offices and stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
I already. I mean, it's a very high class part of the state. I was already. My life was already threatened today. I got threatened to get beat up today.
Really?
Yeah, I got threatened. Somebody already threatened to beat me up today.
What?
In our new digs.
Kick your ass.
They do a lot of different events in downtown Martinez, which is kind of cool. I mean, I know it's right, but they do like a car show every Friday through August, and there's a farmer's market every single Sunday all year long, which California should have farmers markets all year long.
Oh, yeah.
It's fucking California, but most farmers markets don't do that. They're seasonal. Not Martinez. They're like, no, we do it all year long. Well, they shut down the 2 or 3 blocks of Main Street that our office is on.
Right.
So to get to it today, I had to drive about a quarter of a block up a one-way street the wrong way to back my truck in and tear apart Studio A's original studio desk. I'd left it sitting in the parking lot yesterday, and I tore it apart today.
Oh, with the free sign on that no one took?
Yeah.
No, he left a sign that said not free.
Yeah, that I should have done that. So anyway, I had no choice. It was blocked from the other side. I couldn't go the correct way.
Right.
But neither could anybody else. So there was going to be no oncoming traffic.
Right.
But there were cars parked on the quarter of a block that I drove by.
Good.
So I drive by, I back in, and by the time I get out of the truck, there's a rent-a-cop in his truck. He was backing out of one of the parking spots that I happened to pass by.
Yeah.
And he just starts yelling a bunch of shit at me. I don't even hear what. He's like, it's a one-way, get the back. Yep. And did you know that says that and that? Yeah. Well, you better watch where you're going, boy, because next time, because if you hit me, we're going to have a problem.
Oh.
And I go, oh, well, I'm glad he warned me. Now I know. And then we stared at each other.
Such a douche.
Wow.
God, I wish I was there.
So is he a rent-a-cop for like the downtown farmers
No,
market?
I don't even know he was a rent-a-cop for it. He might have just bought the badge. I don't know. I just saw his arm, hanging out, his fat arm hanging out the window.
You're sure he was a rent-a-cop?
He's a rent-a-cop.
Because there's plenty of real cops.
In Martinez, I know. But no, he was a rent-a-cop. I mean, because if he was a real cop, he should have given me a ticket. I broke the law.
Breaking the law.
So if there's a farmer's market every Sunday, and we do a show every Sunday,
I
have a feeling we're going to meet this guy.
And I hope so. I had a sledgehammer in the back of my truck. I was ready for there to be a problem.
I would have loved for you to try to swing a sledgehammer because it's like 4 feet behind you and you're following through.
As I get punched in the face.
Yeah.
And let's face it, I'm a one-punch pussy.
Right.
You hit me in the face square, I'm done. I'll fall right over.
Good to know. You hear that, Moscow?
Start crying
Down
easily.
with OPP?
Yeah.
One punch pussy?
Yes, that's right.
I wish I was there, dude. I'm sorry I let you down.
Oh, but I just thought it was amusing after the fact. I was like, I've signed a lease on this just for about 24 hours. I've already been threatened to get beat up.
You already got problems.
There's already a problem. So, lovely downtown Martinez.
Did he really call you boy?
That's what I heard.
Hey, boy.
He might not have.
That's what you remember after the fact.
Yeah, you remember it afterwards?
Yes.
And I was like, and I should have said oh, yeah? Well, how about we have a problem right now?
Who you calling boy?
Yeah.
Oh, then you would have got your ass kicked for sure.
Oh, totally. I would have totally got my ass kicked. So, and then, of course, I was angry about it. So
That's weird.
I swung that sledgehammer like a madman. I beat the shit out of that desk. Got it all out. I felt good afterwards.
Take that aggression out, dude.
I have to do that. I told you guys my shrink wouldn't let me quit, and it's probably a good thing. I saw my shrink this week talking about this kind of anger issues that I have again, and he's like, I basically told me we have all these events going on and all this moving, and I'm half a lunatic half the time. I can't even think straight. And he's like,
yeah, definitely quit therapy. That's a good plan.
Yeah. He's like, I'm kind of worried about you that I don't know if you're going to make it through NHC. I feel like you might snap.
Oh,
he told me I might snap.
What does snapping entail?
He doesn't know. He's like, what? I'm worried that you're going to have to give something up here because you could have road rage or.
It happens. Whatever.
The listeners are hoping it's at the BNA now, so they can watch the train.
Oh, yeah. I snap right. Oh, it's
instead of me snapping on the bus a couple years ago, it's going to be you snapping somewhere.
Oh, it'll be much more dangerous.
Just give me some beer I can drink. Fucking
no more IPA.
It could. He's kind of right. He's like, I'm worried that there could be road rage or I don't know what you're going to do. I was trying to explain to him that about a week ago, I tried to recycle a bunch of bottles that we had, and I don't know if you know this, but in California, we're all about recycling. We should recycle things. We should save the earth. It's the most difficult thing to do in the world. There is nothing more difficult than recycling.
Why?
I had to go to 5 different places. I go to one place, and I had glass and a little bit of metal. And no, we don't take glass, and we don't take that type of metal. You got to go to this other place.
Oh, these labels got bottles on them, or the bottles got labels on them. Sorry, dude.
So I go to another place just for the glass. And he goes, is all you have is glass? Yes. Well, then I can only take 3 small garbage cans. No, 2, I think it was 2 small garbage cans. Why? That's our policy.
It breaks. It gets smaller.
I know.
Like it takes
Yeah.
up a lot
And I'm like,
of
I could break them all for you if you want.
condense it.
And I was like, what does it require to take more? Well, you have to have plastic. Well, I've got a little bit of plastic here. It has to be more than a pound of plastic, sir. And I'm like, why do you stop at 2? Well, that's where we stop. Why, are you not allowed to make any more money off of me today? As that you have a quota on how much money you're allowed to make as I give you my recycling? And then I was like, all right, well, I'll just unload what I have. And I start unloading it. And then he comes over and he starts pulling out wine bottles. And he says, I told you, sir, we don't take wine bottles. You didn't tell me that. Yes, I told you that. He's going, it's glass! And what about, and we don't take regular clear jars. You know, like spaghetti sauce, we don't take clear. It's fucking, what is wrong with, I can't. And I end up yelling at the guy. I'm yelling at him. He's like, these are just the rules, sir. And I'm about to. I go to yet another place, and no, sorry, sir, we can't take that type of glass either. And to take that type of metal that you have to go to yet another. I went to 5 places.
What kind of metal did you have?
Yeah, right.
But it just was like some galvanized
Black metal.
like pipe, like conduit. It was nothing. It's fucking metal. Who cares?
Don't yell at
It's
me.
all money. Like in the recycling business, as soon as you figure out like what box it goes in, you get money for it.
Right.
Lots of money for
Your
it.
problem, the technique apparently is you push a shopping cart up to the place.
That's what you have to do. You can't
I've
drive
seen these
up.
guys before, and apparently that's a technique.
You can't drive up.
I think you have one of those faces or one of those like personalities where it's just like, I want to argue with this guy.
I think
like,
so.
Maybe that's what it is. I mean, you have that face. Where
I have an asshole face.
People look at you and just go, fuck this guy.
Yeah. That's a thing. I have that too for sure. People are dying to disagree with you.
I don't think that's true at all, Scott.
I totally believe that.
I think the recycling guys are just lazy because if you don't sort it, then they have to.
I think
the game is to make the customer sort it.
Well,
as
it's like
much as
fuck.
possible.
But you're right. You're onto something. Moscow and I both have asshole faces, and people. But by the end, now JP saw me by the end of
I did
this journey.
I had the pleasure of working for you later.
And I'm not exaggerating when I say I don't think I've been that furious about something in years. I was so furious about this. I was trying to give them money.
You were telling me the story, and honestly, I didn't tell you this at the time, I felt uncomfortable with you telling me the story because you were so animated. I've never seen you that animated, even just telling a story.
Right.
Much less being in that moment.
Oh, God.
So if you were there in that moment, I probably would have like had to, walk away. No, I probably would have to be like, look, dude, we should probably like.
Oh yeah, because I was
pipe
about
down.
to. I wanted. It was just some kid. It was some fucking kid.
And you were like,
with the rules, and I wanted to kill him. I wanted to rip off his head and shit in it, and put it back on.
Go, here you go. I probably would have given him more brains. And so we were cleaning out the garage at the Rad Pad. That was like the final clean out.
Yeah.
And you were wandering around the garage muttering, and then every once in a while you go, I'll fucking show him! And it's like, the fuck is happening right now?
Yeah.
You were wound real tight.
So I'm telling this to my shrink this week, and he's like, I'm telling him, thinking like, right? I mean, come on, right? It's stupid, isn't it?
You're a psychiatrist. I'm sure you've tried to take recycling, right?
and that's when he's like, listen, I'm worried. And I don't know that you're going to make it through NHC without snapping. Something's going to happen. I don't know what it is, but I'm worried.
Well, it's a good thing you don't have any events between now and then. You're good.
Right. Good thing I don't have a festival next weekend and the weekend after and the weekend after. I'm very unstable right now.
You are unstable.
That's what we ended up deciding by the end of my
session.
session.
Is that why there's like 20 feet between you and us right now?
I'm a very unstable person.
You can't tell it's plexiglass.
Because I'm also, I've never felt this unstable. In about 20 minutes, I'll be having a great time. I'll love the Brewing Network and all of you fucking idiots. But an hour later, I'll just be angry about something. I won't even know. I'm very unstable. But
have you become more crazy since you started seeing a shrink? Because I don't remember you being like this beforehand.
I've wondered that. Because they make you, like, dig into stupid things. I didn't need to think about that.
Sure, I love my mom. Who cares?
Yeah. Dad,
Don't ever ask me about her again.
Right.
But I love her.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it might be worse now. He says it gets worse before it gets better.
It does, but you're better at interactions and stuff like that, and like thinking through stuff.
That's good.
But I don't know. I didn't. I don't know.
JP was like, "Shit! If I say much more, he might snap."
Yeah, right. I don't want to get a bottle winged at my head.
Light the fuse.
I just want to make sure your gun is in a locked case.
Yeah, I got everything, all the guns put away, and Kate the Great is aware of my fragile state of mind.
Should we take the guns from you for the next month?
I think it's okay. You know what I did? I bought some garden shears today. I'm just going to clip things in the garden for the next couple days.
The trees in the backyard are going to be down.
Like, I have these enormous redwood trees. I'm just going to mow them right down.
I think when you have a kid and you have like a family in 10 years, 15 years, you're going to be Clark W. Gerswald.
Right.
You're going to have such road rage and that's what you're going to do.
Well, to be honest with you, those weren't his words, but that is essentially what the shrink said when I tried to quit and he said, I'm going to do this pro bono. Is he basically was like, I think that later on, you're really going to appreciate if we keep going with this process.
That's a rare gift.
Right.
From
from a shrink, right?
He's genuinely worried.
Yeah.
It's more than rare. I've never heard of that before.
Right.
I've never read about that. I've never heard anyone say that.
It's a Seinfeld episode is what it is.
Right. It's probably a liability issue.
I tried to quit.
Like,
he said I won't quit.
If I saw him for a year and then I go out and kill somebody, there could be repercussions for his
sued.
You could be the first California zombie eater face guy. That could be you on TV. Stripped naked, stripping a homeless guy, eating his face.
Could easily be me.
Yeah.
I could do it because there are moments now where I feel that
That's disgusting.
I think about things I've never thought about before, like ripping off a head and shitting in it. I've never thought about that before.
He's going to say to you next week when you see him that I heard the reports of you swinging a sledgehammer against a desk in the parking lot in Martinez.
Oh, do you think he listens to the show?
How creepy would that
That's
be?
a good point.
I think I would.
If you to get a little more insight, right?
Yeah, like what is?
He's sitting there with his little pen and paper, right?
He's like shitting in a head. I got to talk about that with him.
I can just imagine
it was
you
all
like
okay until he said he put it back on the guy.
Yeah, then that sounds like a deterioration of the frontal lobe. Just stripping naked and wandering around, just hissing at people. I think the information's good, but the audio sucks. Just over and over again.
I'll be that guy. And
so muttering.
The good thing about downtown Martinez is that's not very out of place.
No.
So I do fit right in.
You do.
To our new home.
Yeah. Into where, I have no idea, but you fit.
Well, anyway. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm just kind of letting you know what's happening. But we are moving into the new studios. Actually, all our stuff is in there. I will put together our new studio this week. JP's going to get in there and help put the store back together so we can get that back online. Yes. We got the glassware to sell. JP will take some photos of that and put it up ASAP. A lot of stuff like that happening. So pay close attention this week to all of our networks, and we'll let you know what's happening. Today we got Craig Shaw. It's the Alabama show today. We've been talking about this Alabama nonsense for about a year now.
Have you heard of this state, this Alabama?
You heard about this Alabama? A lot of crazy shit going on over there.
Alabama.
So we've got Craig Shaw from Avondale Brewing Company in Birmingham, Alabama. Looks to be a great brewery. Looks to be very popular out there.
Trunks up, dude.
Yeah, they have very cool logo and mascot stuff.
They have a real cool vibe to them. Yeah,
we're gonna have to talk about their mascot situation and all that. So a great brewery, and then also. I think you'll be pleased to find out that we've got a state legislator from Alabama.
Joe Hubbard.
Yeah. Joe Hubbard. Now, you'll remember Joe Hubbard from last week's show. Was it last week or the week before, I guess? Week before. Yeah. Joe was concerned about his Colt 45 bottles going away.
Yeah, he needs his Colt. And he looks like a Colt 45 drinker.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and remember, we didn't know if he was doing what we would do, which was effing with everybody else in the room with his Colt 45 comments, or if he was serious. I don't know. We'll play you that clip, but we're going to talk to Joe on today's program live and try to get a little info about this whole Alabama situation. So it's the Alabama show here on the Brewing Network in our last garage show. Some updates for you. BNA 7 tickets at Elysian in Seattle are now on sale. You can go to bna7seattle.eventbrite.com and buy your tickets right now.
That link is also on Facebook and Twitter.
Great. And then don't we have a Facebook feed just for our festivals?
Yes,
now?
we do. It's the BN Fest feed. You can go to Twitter or Facebook.
Got it.
And search the BN Fest feed, and you can get all information on every single one of our events and festivals.
So all of our tickets are on sale right now because BNA 7 June 20th, that's on sale in Seattle, and our Summerfest June 17th, that's Father's Day, here in Concord at Toto Santos Plaza, that's also on sale.
Don't we have another huge event on June 22nd?
No.
We do?
Why not? We
Isn't
should.
that's it. We're in NHC.
Don't make.
Yeah,
I'm going to
two
snap
huge
right now.
ones in a row. Why not three?
I'm about to fucking flip out.
Do you want me to
what about
karate
a
chop him
fourth
in the throat?
Right.
A fourth huge festival on the 27th?
Right. I don't think we do. We do have NHC for the rest of the week, but it's a fairly easy NHC for us this year. There's no speaking thing where there's a video and a bunch of running around. We just basically get through our party on Wednesday and then do our thing.
Coast.
And then hang out and win Club of the Year. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Oh,
Bam!
Can I bring Abby on stage if we win again?
Fuck that. I don't think the stage will support it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Rude. That was terrible.
It'll be like that the
Shut
show we
up,
did
nobody
at Downtown Joe's like 5 years ago when we collapsed the little stage.
Oh, that was fun.
It'll be like that. And just give me Abby. Boom.
But that time it was Bevo's ass that
I
did the
wasn't even
stage
on
collapsing.
stage then.
Oh, are you sure?
I wasn't part of this hot mess yet.
All right. All right, just checking.
Well, behind the scenes you were.
No, I still wasn't.
Shit.
Yeah, I got to figure out where Flabbigail is allowed at NHC. If she's allowed at the banquet and
I'm
all
sure
that
at
kind
the
of
banquet.
stuff.
Yeah.
But speaking of kids being
I saw
allowed,
a baby at the banquet last year.
you did?
Yeah.
We'll just sneak that bitch in.
Whatever, I'll just hide her in my boobs.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
think that was just one that Paxton ate.
Yeah.
That's all.
And then when we go on stage, she can just poke her little head out of your boobs and be like, "Yeah, what's up?"
You like that 3-boobed Martian from Total Recall.
Totally.
All right, but
See anything
speaking
you like?
of
No.
babies, our Summerfest at Toto Santos is a family-friendly event. It's
Yes.
a Father's Day event, and the whole family is allowed to come. There will not be a little fenced-off, worried area where, like, Dad has to go in and, you know, like a criminal and drink his beer while the baby sits outside staring into the chain-link fence.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, of all festivals that would be okay to do,
Yeah.
it would be Father's Day. Because, oh, I'm sorry, honey, you can't come in. It's for fathers only.
You would think so.
It's a father's thing.
But Father's Day is jacked. It's such bullshit. It's such a scam for fathers. I feel bad for fathers because what happens on Father's Day? Oh, I got to do whatever the family wants me to do.
Yeah, it's
what would you
pussy-
like
it's
to do on
pussy whip
Father's
day,
Day?
is what
I'll
it
tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to grab a 12-pack, a fucking golf cart, and a shotgun, and get away from my family for an afternoon if I could. But no, that's not what you get to do on Father's Day.
Yeah.
Daddy, we're going to take you to lunch. Great. Where are we going? Chuck E. Cheese. Great.
But I don't eat pizza. Well,
It's
they have salad bar, Dad.
And we want to spend time with you, Daddy, on Father's Day.
Can I have $20 for the token?
Don't you care about us, Dad?
Yeah.
What would you rather do on Father's Day but hang out with your shitty kids?
Oh, and then can Joey come? And Joey and Bart want to come?
Yeah.
Even though no one's named their kid Bart in 400 years.
Okay, you're driving, Daddy. Don't have too much beer.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what Father's Day is.
Lay off the Bud Platinum, Dad.
It's bullshit. Like Mother's Day, mothers get to go for like pedicures and
Oh,
massages.
yeah.
Dads are like, oh, can I fix the fucking garage door for you?
Again?
I'm sorry, speaking as the only parent in this room.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bullshit. I got an African violet and a sympathy card.
That was your Mother's Day?
Yes.
I'm sorry you're a mother. Is that the message?
And then I did laundry.
Well,
so suck it.
Well, you have a shitty husband.
Yeah, you're married to Sam. Sam's Father's Day, on the other hand, will rock. He will be drunk as shit at Summerfest. I guarantee you.
I don't gotta do shit.
It's Father's Day. Hey, push that kid down the slide again. I'm over here.
I want to see it wave with its fan.
All right, so our Summerfest alleviates the bullshit that is the traditional
That's right.
Father's Day. Bring the whole family out and hang out with us. We got unlimited beer tastings. If you buy tickets right now, it's $40. That gives you unlimited tastings plus unlimited tastings of the chili cook-off between the fire departments and the police departments, and that is to raise money for
Bikes for Tykes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I keep trying. My brain confuses it with dykes on bikes, but it's bikes for tykes.
See, you know what? It's funny about that. I confuse it with Tykes for Dykes,
Right.
which I think is like some like lesbian gay marriage adoption agency.
Yeah, two completely different nonprofits.
But equally as important.
Them.
Yeah,
Right. But
right.
this one is Bikes for Tykes, which is a rad organization. It's actually a tiny. It's really run by one local fire department, the one across the street from Toto Santos in Concord, and all those volunteer firefighters donate their time to rebuild bicycles for kids that can't afford them.
Right.
So it's a good deal. And so $40 pre-sale gets you unlimited chili tastings while chili lasts, and unlimited beer tastings, and a commemorative glass. If you go day of, if you're not sure you're going to make it because you think your wife's going to make you, install new siding that day,
Spend time with us.
then you can spend $50 at the door.
Yeah.
So
that's going to be also a classic Corvette show.
Yeah, there's a Corvette show and an antique show if you're into that sort of thing.
I kind of am as I get older.
And we're going to have some food trucks there, lots of food. Forest Day is playing once again.
Oh, really? I did not know this.
And we're working on another surprise band right now, actually recommended through Forrest, because I was like, look, Forrest, you rock all my festivals. You're perfect festival music. I'm looking for something else that's kind of... And he sent me to this like jazz funk hip-hop band.
Called the Trophy Fire?
Yeah, it's a little different than the Trophy. A little less depressed.
No.
The band rocks.
Yeah?
So I'm waiting for confirmation from them, too. So great live music, the whole bit. For that, you go to bnsummerfest.eventbrite.com. You buy tickets right now.
You can also go on Facebook and Twitter, or find the BN Fest feed, which is your best shot, on Facebook and Twitter.
All right, I got to get through a bunch of shit here.
Do it already.
Let's see. The forum is now available on mobile devices. I found that out today from Code.
From COD.
There's like 2 apps or something that you can find too. I suppose I thought I had looked this stuff up, but
I'm sure you can go to the forum, and I'm sure there's a thread going on.
Yeah, anyway, you can look at it in a browser, and also people have been asking us to put it on apps. Both of the apps are you have to pay for them, and we don't get any money from it, but you can browse our forum now. So all those you've been asking to browse the forum mobily, now you can do it in a mobile fashion. I don't know, what's the word for, how do you say in a mobile way?
Is fine.
Mowgli.
Good.
Wasn't that the name of the kid from the Jungle Book?
Yes, I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
It's Mowgli. Thanks.
Not Mowgli.
Whatever.
Yeah. Mowgli was the white trash version of Mowgli.
Yeah.
He drove an RV.
I don't think J.K. Rowling was that progressive when she wrote the Jungle Book. Okay?
Hey, I'm Mowgli. Check out my trailer.
Ow. I want to be like you. Ooh. I can't get 3G bars.
Yeah.
I'm on 1 speed.
By the way, in preparation for the Alabama show, I put my broken down 1983 motorcycle in the front yard.
Yeah.
It's just sitting out there. Like it
I should have brought PBR.
Is there a kiddie pool out there?
There's kiddie porn, though.
There's no kiddie pool.
We're going to put the Westie up on cinder blocks during the break, too.
I do need to put something up on Cinderblock. All right, support us through Amazon by clicking our Amazon link. And if you need keg parts, click our Micromatic link.
Please.
Shop in the BN store when it's back up next week. New iPhone and Android apps. I guess they're not so new anymore, but you can search them both in the Android marketplace and iTunes by searching BN Mobile. They're free, by the way. And as soon as our studio's up next week, you'll be able to listen to them again. Watch all this live on justin.tv/Brewing Network. Subscribe and join the BN Army. I thought I was going to snap right there.
Should have.
I thought that
I want you to put your fist through that 2-inch monitor. I really do.
For a second, I thought maybe the stuttering was the sign, like the trigger. Like oh, it's happening.
It's like in your mind, you're just going, but you go, and then you drive your fist through the monitor, throw it through the window, and then you're back.
Yeah, and then I'd be back. I hope that there is some sort of odd trigger like that.
I would love it.
And I hope you're all watching. Maybe it's not stuttering, maybe it's throwing up. I don't know, but I hope that there's some activity that takes place just before I freak the fuck out.
Yeah, visual snap.
Your
real snap.
Your left eyelid is going to start fluttering.
What if you just get a boner?
Right, it starts hitting the desk underneath me.
This erection, you go,
oh,
and
man.
the rage explodes out from you.
Face boner.
Literally and figuratively.
Get all this on Twitter and Facebook. All right.
Not only keg parts, by the way, from Micromatic, but draft supplies. You want to set up your own draft. You got draft line. You got towers. You got all sorts of shit.
Yeah, how do you do that? There's like a banner or something.
There's a banner ad that you got to find or click. Actually, there is in the, I think, Beer Radio segment or maybe other, I forget where, on the forum, there's actually a forum thing that says Micromatic banner link. So you find that link, dig through it, you bookmark it, and you can drive it through Micromatic at any time, and it supports Micromatic, which is a great company. They do a lot of beer knowledge. I actually am draft certified. So if you've ever been to EJ Fair in Concord, I installed a 14 tap draft system. But carbonation not included. And so anyway, you can support them, and then we get a little kickback too. So
Beautiful.
It works both ways.
All right, we're doing a giveaway today for the Firestone Walker Beer Festival, the first ever Firestone Fest. We're going to be at it next Saturday doing some live broadcasting from there. We don't have an internet connection, so we're not going to be able to stream live. They tried for us, but the connection was just too slow. But we'll be recording interviews with a bunch of the brewers that are coming from all over the country. In a way to give you tickets, we're giving away 4 tickets today to the Firestone Walker Beer Festival. I'm calling Matt Brynelson right now to participate in our contest.
Oh.
I thought my phone was ringing and you were going to yell at me.
No, that's just me.
It's Kmart. Shit.
Yeah, so what we did was make people write poems about either Firestone or the Brewing Network for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the festival. Matt's probably not. He's a busy dude.
You have reached the voicemail box of Matt Brynelson.
I'll just leave him a message.
Leave
Hang
a
on,
message,
everybody.
And I will call you back.
We should each do one.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press
1 for more options.
No shit, asshole.
Hey, just hang on a second. Oh, hey, Matt. It's Justin at the Brewing Network, and I'm just calling you. We're going to read poems to you. Mm-hmm. Some of them are love poems. Some of them are not love poems. To win 2 tickets to your festival next week, you know what this is about. I'd like to say you could call me back, but that would be myself. Anyway, we'll figure this out.
Yeah.
Call
I think
me back.
you hit redial. Or
call me
whatever.
back, and we'll do this or not.
Let's do it.
All right. So we could just start reading the poems, or we could hold off until the end of the program and do it.
Let's just get it over with. I mean, well, I don't know.
I would like
got
Matt
feedback.
to participate.
Okay, well, let's do feedback
if
then.
possible. So we could take a little time and do feedback right now. Which I should find. Probably a good idea.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. The garage makes me feel like an amateur. It's a problem. I start acting like an amateur when I'm sitting in the garage.
Yeah, you're like environmentally dependent?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've become that way. Used to be that I could work my craft anywhere.
But then you sold out. You got all fancy with your shit. And now you can't
fucking
function.
Rumpelstiltskin over here.
Now that I'm all fancy and unstable, I get to,
Wove straw into gold.
And then I got it.
Do you?
I was joking. Don't throw a shoe at me. Don't.
All right, let's do feedback.
Let's do it together.
Feedback is brought to us today by the American Homebrewers Association. You know this club? The AHA? Have you
Never
heard of this?
Oh, never heard of it.
Yeah,
I think so.
You know, they put on the National Homebrewers Conference, which we've been going to now, I realize, for this is our 7th year, which is exciting to me. I don't think I've ever stuck with anything that long, ever, in my life.
Except masturbation.
Good point.
And shitting yourself.
No.
No?
I gave that up.
Shit.
6 years. That one was 6 years. The American Homebrewers Association brings you feedback today. If you're not a member, you should be. They take care of some legislation issues, which, by the way, will probably come up in our Alabama discussion today. They also throw great festivals and educate the public about homebrewing. So go check them out at the homebrewersassociation.org and become a member. You could also become a member through the AHA link on our homepage, and that helps us help you. So that's a good way to do it. All right, let's see. Dr. Mao writes in, asshats. Dos Equis Amber is hardly the benchmark for Vienna Lager. Most entry-level American craft beer drinkers are drinking a Vienna Lager all the time, and they don't even know it. That's right. Sam Adams Boston Lager is a Vienna Lager, though pretty bland for the style. Suck it, Walker, from Dr. Mao.
No,
what does Walker ever do?
Well, Walker eats tan bark. First of all.
Yeah, he does do
Second
that.
of all, Boston Lager is not a Vienna Lager.
Yeah, it's Boston Lager.
Well,
obviously.
Yeah, duh. It's a different yeast.
I don't think it's a Vienna Lager
not
either.
Vienna malt.
Right. What do you
It's Boston
It
malt.
has Boston malt in it, not Vienna
It's
malt.
Boston malt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is like polluted water.
Yeah. Dow win. Thanks to Dave Matthews.
Nate, help us out here. I'm with JP on this.
I wasn't aware that.
I do not think
It
that
started-
Sam Adams Boston Lager is a Vienna Lager.
Yeah, because there was no Vienna when Sam Adams was even born. Hello.
No, I'm just talking about the flavor, the taste profile,
It's
and
not.
for that matter, the malt bill does not seem to me.
Seems pretty hoppy for that style to me. And
I mean,
tasting,
it-
And
but-
sweet.
It
Yeah.
might have been Vienna Lager inspired-ish, maybe, but the fucking yeast is different. Idiot. You idiot. Oh. The yeast is different. There's a sharper estery thing going on. Vienna Lager is much more smooth. No.
I wouldn't doubt
Hang on,
if
JP's going to snap.
If the Sam Adams Boston Lager has a lot of influence from Vienna Lager, I don't know.
Could be.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Maybe like color-wise, I could see it.
I don't even
but
think Jim Cook
everything
likes
else,
Vienna. He doesn't even like the place.
I hear he's trying to buy it to sell it to the Chinese. The Chinese.
All of Vienna?
Yeah, the whole place. He doesn't give a shit.
I don't know. I'm just not buying it. Moscow, next time you talk to your old buddy Jim, ask him if Boston Lager is a Vienna, will you?
I call him J-Dog, but yeah, I will.
All right, thank you. All right, Dr. Brewer writes in.
Wait, wasn't it Dr. Mao was the first one?
Yeah.
2 doctors.
What's going
Who
on
would have
here?
known?
A lot of bold listeners today. Yeah, I'm a doctor.
Bold.
All right. Hey, guys, my name is... Oh, he said my name is Glenn. He's a Belgian medic. Oh, there you go. I take it back, Glenn. My fault. I'm a Belgian medic, but last year I moved to Spain, and apart from my job, I picked up on the brewing in October. I saw it as a way to bring some Belgian culture to my new home. Almost at the same time, I started listening to your shows. The Sunday Session is my loyal companion when I have to go out and substitute a colleague in some
place,
far away village. I don't understand that sentence.
I think like cover shift is what he means.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, and substitute a colleague. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ah, fuck it. Just give me a gun. Right now.
What's your combo?
Last week I attended a craft beer festival, and to my big surprise, I ran out of beer in no time. Everybody was talking about my double IPA, and I even got compliments from some professional brewers. Oh.
All right.
So I think in Europe they call, they call home brewing craft brewing.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah.
craft beer festival is a homebrew festival.
Yes.
Got it. So he says, thanks for making homebrewing such a rewarding hobby. I joined the Army as a corporal. Thank you. I hope to see you guys around for many years to come. Good luck with the new studio. Greetings from Dr. Brewer. Well, that's nice.
Thanks.
Isn't that nice? I won't. When I go on a rampage, I will not kill Glenn. Brewfish writes in, hi, guys. I need to thank you for the wonderful knowledge the BN shares every week. Until now, I always thought your kiss was on my lips. Now I know I'm not so fortunate and have to go looking for some digi-list. Cheers from Brewfish.
What?
Because your kiss was on my list.
Yeah.
Or
Of
lips,
the
and now it's
best
on my
things in
list.
life. Because your kiss is on my list. Because your kiss is on my list. Because your kiss is on my list. Of the best things in life.
Yeah, I'm about to lose it.
Up in here, I'm about to lose my shit.
Yeah, wear those
Is that how
gardening
it goes?
shears.
Right.
Cut the line to my headphones.
You guys want to borrow? All right, Joe from Dover, PA writes in, thanks, dicks. I woke up this morning with a Hall & Oates song stuck in my head.
All right.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Joe. There you go. All right, James writes in, hey, guys, I was wondering if you guys still get homebrew from listeners to try on the air. I know JP might not like it, but I liked hearing the feedback that you guys had on the beer, which was almost always followed up by tips on how to fix the problems, if any. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Yes, we do, on occasion, still taste homebrew on the air.
But now you don't know our address, so fuck you.
It might become easier with the new studio because we could actually give out the address because I don't sleep there.
Right.
And we could store the beer in a place that it belongs and things like that. So it's possible to do more homebrew tasting in the future. Right now, we sort of don't do it very often. Was that an answer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good enough.
All right, sweet.
Scott's not sure.
That was, and I don't really want to answer your question, so I'm going to make up some bullshit.
All right. James writes in, hey, guys, I was wondering if you...
First of all, there's no music, and I hate that
I know.
about this segment.
That's okay.
All right.
Sent from my iPhone writes in, is there a problem with your app for the iPhone? It's actually Steve Jobs writing in from the dead. I haven't been able to connect in days. It says to try back later.
How many days, asshole?
Yeah, the iPhone app is down. All of our, except for when we're live, our automated stream is down until next week when we move into the studio. So sorry about that.
But remember that. That's like the 8th question in 3 weeks, and I've been answering it on all our social media, and we've talked about it on the show twice.
Right.
So
well, some people are a little
just so you know.
Some people are like 9 weeks behind.
Yeah, well, they shouldn't. They should at least be fans on our Facebook page.
That's true.
Yes.
All right, Grumpy Old Owl in San Francisco writes in, whoa, good brew day today.
Whoa.
hitting my numbers and listening to the first session. Wow.
The very first one.
It's actually Terrence.
He says, really, the first show was awesome. I was expecting more awkwardness, but it was a great show. Tells me this BN affair started great from the get-go. No more to say. Keep it coming, guys and gals. I think he's talking to the ladies. You know what I'm saying, Bevo?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The D and D. Double D and D.
It's actually D and double D.
One's a D and one's a double
lopsided.
I'm lopsided.
D? You're kidding me.
Nope.
How many sizes down is a D from a double D?
Just one.
Oh, it just goes up.
Why wouldn't it be an E then?
Right.
Because
I never understood.
When you count, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 5.
I don't know, but I've seen double Ds, triple Ds, and I've never actually seen an E at the store, but I know they exist.
They exist.
What,
I don't
do you
believe
have
that
to-
you're lopsided. Let's see.
No.
Do you have to buy a D bra and a double D, and then you cut it and then sew them together?
Electrical tape.
No.
Or do you just have like a lot of airflow in one side?
No.
Custom
Why
seamstress.
do I bring this? Why do I engage?
You should
in
know
this?
Because your life
I
is an
should
open
know
book,
better.
Vivo.
But no, it was the nursing bras that I have by Special Bras that unsnap, so I can just whip it out.
Yeah.
They were too small to begin with,
Right.
so now it actually fits one, and the other one still just kind of
You
busts
just
out of the top.
Spillage.
You just leave it on. Oh, I thought maybe you were saying
No,
you just
I
leave it
just-
unbuckled.
I just rock the fourth boob a lot.
I see. The bulge
The
boob.
righty's real big.
Gotcha. Well, good for you, Bevo.
You realize that at NHC, everyone's going to be looking
You're
at
going
your
to be
right
sitting
tit.
there like, huh, let's see. Yeah, well, you're going to get a
It
lot
is
of, like,
what it is.
twisted
It's
heads.
Definitely.
You should just, we should,
At least I'm gonna just bring it up and talk about it, so people
Right.
aren't like, dude,
Yeah, just bring it up for
Yeah.
just
what's up with that?
No one's
one
ever
boob?
noticed.
as
by
they
the way.
start staring, just go, it's this one, okay?
It's
that
right.
one is the
It's
bigger
right.
one.
We should just
okay?
have her at a table by herself with just a jar that says tips on it, and she just sits there. Just to see what happens.
We'll get you
I think
your
that
own
might work.
booth.
I think it might super work.
We're going to buy Bevo her own booth. It'll be great.
You're great.
All right. Sent from my Altair 8800.
I love putting those in.
Right.
I love it.
What the hell is an Altair
Yeah,
8800?
that was like an old school 80s, 70s or 80s.
Yeah, that's like
Yeah.
a briefcase phone, right?
Yeah.
Bebo's
I think it's the machine that granted Tom Hanks' wishes in Big.
Yeah, I think you're right, too. That is that. All right, so Altair 8800 writes in, Justin and crew, this is a long overdue thank you for the Brewing Network and its content. There's no doubt that the quality of my brewings directs all the info. Blah, blah, I started donating. Even now that the podcast have covered every aspect of the brewing process, at least once, the quality of the shows continues to improve. Well, thank you. That's nice. And the guests have been great. Proud to be a corporal. Thanks, buddy. My only criticism is that you haven't played my favorite Holland Oates song from back in the day, Method of Modern Love. Well, sir, I will play that before the end of today's show. How about that? Yeah.
The being making your dreams come true.
I bought the Holland Oates greatest hits this week.
No, you would,
Yeah,
too.
last week, actually.
I can show you how to get that for free.
My shrink said, you should do something for yourself.
And that's what it was?
So I got the Holland Oates greatest hits.
When he said do something, he didn't mean punish yourself.
Oh.
He meant like a
Yes.
nice thing.
Gnome writes in, Noam. What kind of name is Gnome? Like what where does that? What's the background?
Like
of
Noam Chomsky?
Yeah, I think it's E-Block, like Eastern European bullshit.
Gnome.
Foreigners.
It's
Kind of like the name.
Noam.
Noam. That's how you have to pronounce it.
Yeah, there's a famous
Chomsky. I know.
lefty. Yeah,
And it's not Noam Chomsky.
Noam Chomsky is his name.
Leave it
Yeah,
to the
he has,
Jew.
he has no arms.
Noam says, "Hey, Brewing Network, congrats to Justin and KTG on the new house. Oh, thank you. Welcome to the world of adults. And no, adult toys don't count. Although he spelt it a different way.
Yeah. He did, and he did that, and I highlighted it for you.
Speaking of which, I just want to say that we're all we here all support Scott the Jew, the Jewish people, and the.
You know what? He wrote it. It's on him.
Oh, yeah.
He wrote it.
This is where Justin freaks out.
Did you hear it start to happen?
No, I think so.
Just disclaim it.
I'm not going to read it like this. What is the tree called? The something tree? Count tree? Is there a count tree? Is it just spelled
Life tree or something like that?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He says the Jewish people and the C word tree of Israel are all behind you.
Country, stupid.
Oh, the country.
Because a couple of weeks ago,
hella dumb.
we were talking about the C
there was
word.
a tree.
JP said the word country, and I said you said the word again. He was
Oh.
referencing a joke. I'm glad he even heard.
I thought there was some tree.
What's funny is so did I. When I highlighted, I was like, you need to talk about this tree. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Some weird life tree.
Together, you guys equal like 7 retards.
That means we have the strength of 25,000 men.
Yeah.
So watch your mouth.
The country is blooming.
It's blooming. Anyway, he says, see you guys in Seattle. I'll be the guy carrying around the menorah from Noam.
If he's not, I'm going to be really sad.
All right, Paul writes in, hi, I went to the BN site with the intention of supporting you guys and buying stuff off Amazon, but I can't see a link. Are you new to these interwebs? Get it sorted out. Yeah, the link's like right there in the middle of the page. It's big. It says Amazon.
He's probably running like an ad blocker or something.
If you do have an ad blocker, though, yeah. If you don't see any banners at all anywhere on the page,
yeah,
it's probably on your end, dude.
If you're
you
running
have an ad blocker.
If you're running an ad blocker and you can't see the ad, well,
Yeah.
guess what?
Don't write to me and tell me to get it together, you fucking asshole! That's it!
That's it. I'm done! The problem, I think there's a problem between his keyboard and his chair, I think is what it is. He should really look at that.
Who are we talking to tonight? Joe Biden? Is that who's on the show?
Yes, that's correct.
I hope he doesn't mind that we're cursing a lot.
Well, he'll look surprised, but don't worry. That's just how he looks.
That's good.
It's just the way his face looks.
All right, Giles writes in.
I love the name Giles.
You do?
I do.
If you have a boy, you're going to name it Giles?
Thanks for sharing.
Giles Moore?
Nope.
All right, dear BN crew, I'm a new listener, a new home brewer, and I'm trying to get my way through your archives while keeping up with new episodes. For some reason, I can't download the Flying Dog episode from March. I don't know why. I'll look into it eventually. Thanks for the laughs and the great info. Someday I hope to move from extract to all grain brewing, but as long as I have a full-time job, I probably won't have the time to learn how to brew like a man. You know, it's easy. It's not as hard as you think. So, but don't worry about it. Extract beer is great. Jesus, JP, how many?
I know, dude. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of good. There's a lot of good ones.
Thanks for the great stuff. That's a can you brew it question, JP.
Okay. Well, but sometimes we talk about the brewing process, so I figured I'd throw it in there. I didn't know people weren't going to be here.
This one starts with, "This is not necessarily meant to be read on the air."
But I left it in from my note in your email that I left it in there because it is a good thing that we should talk about, much like your DUI PSA.
Is it really long-winded?
Okay,
it's a little long-winded. I can give you the rundown,
All right,
the bottom line
let
up
me
front.
just do it. All right, he says, not necessarily meant to be read in the air, but something is bugging me after listening to a recent show. The Drunk of the Week winner on that show was a couple guys from Oklahoma that shot off a pistol several times. I know that the gun thing is somewhat of a recurring thing with the callers, and it's maybe the worst idea I've ever heard. I think the only responsible thing to do is to discourage people from this type of reckless behavior by dropping callers the instant an instance of handling firearms while they are drunk
I wish Andy could call in right now.
and shoot a shotgun. By giving out an award to these guys, you're encouraging them and future callers to do this. And if one of them got hurt, or even worse, some innocent neighbor or their kid was shot, the BN could be held liable. Guns are not a joking matter at all, and the idea of these drunk assholes waving around a loaded gun makes my skin crawl. I know that you would never encourage a Drunk of the Week caller to go for a drive, and this is even more dangerous than that. For everyone's sake, I'm urging you to please promote proper gun safety and prevent the likely injury or death of a listener and ban guns on the show. Great show, guys. Keep up the good work. From Brandon.
See?
My only disagreement is that I've been very clear about the fact that I always have wanted somebody to die on the air. I mean, I've been begging for years for somebody to die on the air.
Well, it needs to happen, or it's going to happen at your hand.
Right.
Soon,
Exactly.
too.
Brandon, fine. You make a good point.
But you don't, actually, because these people we didn't say go get a gun and shoot it. They were already,
but we did encourage it.
But they were already doing it.
Well,
they were
sort
already
of are,
doing it.
but they're doing it for us.
No, they
But
kind
they
of
were-
call and are like,
They're like, hey, if I shoot it,
if I have this gun and I
But they already have it because it takes them 5 seconds to walk outside and pop off of your. So they already have it. It's already loaded. They're already doing it.
Right.
But whether or not they already have it, it isn't relevant. It's not relevant to Brandon's argument.
Sure. The argument is that we are sort of engaging.
Yeah, that's right.
Even on our part, in dangerous behavior by going, yeah, sure, we'll listen to you shoot that gun off.
Well, we're sort of, but he's accusing us of encouraging it and
I've
even more.
encouraged it.
Well, and then his example of you wouldn't tell someone to drive drunk. That's not the same thing.
Right.
We're not encouraging you. We don't get on the phone and go, hey, dude, do you have a gun? Go
No,
load it. It's
You're
not
right.
the same thing.
But when people call in and they present us with several options.
Yeah.
If one of the options presented to us was, how about I get in my car and drive down the road, we'd go, no. You can't do that. Don't drive drunk.
It makes bad radio. That's
no. So I kind of get, but if they say, here's the other option, I can shoot a shotgun. And we're like, oh, hell yeah. Good, shoot something. Woo!
Yeah, you win.
So I kind of see his point there.
Totally.
And it doesn't take much for somebody to get hurt. So,
hey, Steve, catch this bullet.
Right. Yes, Bevo?
Okay. So,
which I really want to hear.
I understand what he is saying also, but I think he also needs to remember the name of the segment.
Drunk
of the Week. We are encouraging you to binge drink. Really? We're not that reputable.
The whole thing is sort of not very...
I figured, I was confused because those two dudes were gay, if I remember correctly. I think it was like a metaphor. They were going to shoot guns or something.
That's true. Yeah,
I got this big old rifle.
We encourage the metaphor
That's right.
of one guy shooting into another.
That was the well-armed cream team, if I remember correctly.
That's
right.
Yeah. It was.
They were drinking cream ale. It was all a metaphor, I figured.
They were packing bolt actions where just you're one and done,
weapons.
man. Yeah.
It was weird.
All right, I'll tell you what. Brandon,
both barrels. Brandon, wait, what?
I think that Brandon is adhering to the Brewers Code.
He is.
And he's looking out for his brothers, and he's pointing out an oversight on my part, and I appreciate it. Yeah, that's a good email, and that is one of the reasons the feedback exists.
Now go shop.
I will no longer encourage people to shoot guns while they're drinking.
Drunk of the Week is now canceled forever. Thank you, Brandon.
Can I do it instead?
Thanks for fucking up a great segment, Brandon. All right, here's the new Drunk of the Week contest is who can play the best classical piece on the violin.
Or the cello, because it's just a larger version.
You could stab somebody with the bow of the violin if you encourage them to play too fast.
Or maybe on the clarinet. You can get a splinter from the reed.
I'm totally kidding. Brandon, my first statement rings true. You're absolutely right. Thank you for pointing that out. I think that's a hell of a good PSA. And Andy Wood, I will no longer encourage you to shoot shotguns when you're drinking, nor will I accept the gay... What do they call it? The gay cum duo?
Yes.
Cream shooting.
The cream
team.
The well-armed cream team.
I will never again encourage them to shoot anything except themselves. All right. Is that fair? Is all of that fair?
I think that's great.
Brandon, I really do appreciate that. That's a good email. All right. Let's take a break because we got to get to our show, man. We got to do some interviewing. Some Alabama interviewing.
Some burn.
Yeah. Who's our guest?
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden is our guest today. Now, when we come back, we're going to talk to Craig Shaw from Avondale Brewing Company in Birmingham, Alabama, and we're stoked to do it. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network. Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zanishev. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in a can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack cans.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of our 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Our Williams Belgian Pale Extract is mashed with pure Belgian 2-row malt and a small percentage of Belgian wheat malt for an authentic Belgian character you just can't get from other extracts. Or check out our unique fermenters, 2.5-gallon kegs, paintball tank-based draft beer equipment, bottling aids, and much more. We even have our own line of precision hydrometers. Go to WilliamsBrewing.com to browse our vast selection. That's WilliamsBrewing.com. Orders placed by 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
Are you a member of the American Homebrewers Association? Well, you should be. Members of the AHA can focus on brewing beer, and the AHA takes care of the rest. The American Homebrewers Association advocates on behalf of homebrewers like you to legalize the hobby in all 50 states and make sure that beer laws make sense. Plus, there are many great benefits that come with your AHA membership, like pub discounts that give you awesome deals at bars, restaurants, breweries, and more. Zymergy Magazine and eZymergy for tons of articles, how-tos, easy-to-follow recipes, and news about the hobby you love. And access to the members-only content on homebrewersassociation.org. But the AHA can't do it without your support. Join today so the American Homebrewers Association can keep fighting for your home brewing rights. Visit homebrewersassociation.org or join right now from the homepage of the Brewing Network website. Relax. Don't worry. It's the American Homebrewers Association.
Session. Brewing up our next batch of Radio Gold. Right now.
All right, welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us. It's The Session, live from Martinez, California, and it's potentially our last show from the garage.
Thank Christ.
We're not positive about that, but it's potentially that. On the line, we should have right now Craig Shaw, who's the brewmaster of Avondale Brewing Company. You with us, Craig?
Yeah, I'm here. How's it going?
It's going great. Hey, thanks for being with us, man. Sorry about the wait at the break there.
No problem.
I heard you had a big storm come through just recently or something.
Yeah, a little freak afternoon storm. It happens here in the south. A bunch of hail and knocked out our phones at the brewery, but we're on my cell phone. I hope you can hear me all right.
Yeah, I can hear you okay.
Good.
There it is, Moscow. Sorry, we had a little buzz going on over here. Yeah. All right. Yeah, thanks for being on the program. It's our full Alabama show, Craig. So
right.
We've got you, and you might know your representative, Joe Hubbard, down there.
Sure do.
You know Joe? He's going to...
Not personally, but I've heard of him. Yes.
What do you think? Are we going to have a hard time with Joe today, or is he on our side? You don't know yet.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
That's what I think, too.
Yeah, that's an honest answer.
Good answer.
Either way, give him a hard time.
Of course. That's what we do. Now, how long has Avondale been open?
Funny you ask. We just had our first-year anniversary this week. Last year this time, we just had the Magic City Brew Fest here in Birmingham, Alabama.
Okay.
We got our license the day of last year. We were there for our first Brew Fest, and we just completed our second this weekend.
Congratulations.
So we're 1 year old.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And now, how about the beer scene there? Are there a lot of craft breweries like yours?
It is actually exploding. The beer laws here in Alabama have been pretty restrictive and archaic. I'll tell you, before 2000, the ABV limit was 5%.
Wow.
That at that point, it's kind of like asking a painter to paint 50% of the canvas.
Yeah.
And stop there. So it was really tough, and we've had since then, the governor at that time signed it into law to go to 6%. It stayed at 6% until 2007, I believe, when Free the Hops, a local grassroots movement, lobbied to increase it, and we got it to 13.9% at that time. So
nice.
That lets you do a little bit more of what you want to do as a brewer, and that's when we actually started thinking about creating Avondale and a brewery. Because beforehand it was too restrictive. Before 2000, at that time there were 0 breweries in Alabama.
Wow.
A couple years later, the one in Birmingham, the Good People Brewing Company, I think it was 2003. They were the only brewery for a while. After the ABV law in 2007, it's really exploded. There's 6 now, and I know of at least 4 to 5 more that are on their way to opening their doors this year.
Wow, it is exploding. That's good news.
We went from 0 to 10 plus in a decade.
So the cap is 13.9. What are they afraid of happens when you hit 14?
Oh, this one doesn't go to 14.
Your head explodes, your eyeballs pop out, or you eat people's faces, or what? I mean, what's the fear?
Oh, can you not hear the other hosts, Craig?
No, I heard something about the 13.9. I'm not getting the audio.
Oh, that might be my fault. Sorry about that. The question was why the 13.9 cutoff? It seems sort of arbitrary. What happens at 14%?
I think they were at the time basing it like on wine laws, because wine can do whatever they want to in the state, and they were pushing as a fairness type thing, and I think that's where that comes from. We just wanted to get what we could feasibly get, and we got that.
Well,
so
that makes sense.
Yeah. And so it was a fairness thing. Like, if you're going to let them do this, beer should not be any different. So I think that was the mindset and the route that they took on that.
Okay.
Since it passed, we've actually started chipping away year by year on the restrictions. Like, you could only have it in a grocery store that had a tasting area, and you had to apply for a special license. What? Now there's no special license. Any grocery store can have it. Any convenience store can have it. Those have been like edges of the law that have been chipped away since it passed.
Okay.
And that's I think we're gonna work on that 13.9 Free the Hops. I'm a member of the Free the Hops. We have meetings every month, and it's on the agenda. We've got they actually been passing a lot of bills in the past years after the ABV passed, we actually got the Brewery Modernization Act, where we can have a tap room in the brewery, which makes more sense for a brewery.
Sure.
This year, we just went from a 16-ounce container size limit to a 750 milliliter. So now it's opened up even more beers to Alabama.
Okay.
So they're picking their fights, you know.
Craig, were there restrictive ABV laws across the board? Was it limited to just beer? Like, was there a limit for wine?
No, just beer.
Just beer.
Wine has had free run for a long time, and I mean, of course, liquor and whatever else, but beer, yeah, it was just beer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why do you think they limited it to just beer? What sets beer apart?
I'm not sure. All these laws that are still in effect are from Prohibition. Once Prohibition was lifted, they came back through and, you know, some counties made it a dry county. They limited the size. They limited ABV. Every law, every feasible thing they could think of to keep people from drinking beer or anything else was put into place at that time.
Okay.
I think that the wine stuff was lifted earlier, and beer had just not been, the battle had not been fought yet.
Right. You guys have been fighting a lot of battles, and in fact, it kind of makes me a little reluctant to ask you the question. You know, normally I ask professional brewers when they come on the program, hey, so how'd you get started? You were a home brewer, right? You got into home brewing, and then you moved on to craft beer. But I'm a little afraid to ask you that because home brewing is illegal where you are, right?
That is one. It was on the legislative session this year. It passed the committee. It just did not make it to a full vote.
Right.
It was really close. And I don't mind saying, no, I was a home brewer.
Okay.
That's how I got my start.
Sure.
And
good boy.
The restrictive laws is what, you know, made me want to be a home brewer in the first place. I couldn't get good beer here in Alabama, so I said, you know, hell with it. I'm going to make my own. So for 12 years, I was a home brewer. You know, about 3 years ago, I started working professionally.
Okay. Well, isn't that the funny part about the free market, and occasionally the lack of the free market, is that the people, you know, legislators will actually create the problem that they're worried about by creating legislation. In other words, right, Craig can't find the beer he wants, so he's got to brew it himself. But it's illegal for him to brew it himself. Well, he might not have started brewing it himself if it was available to him at the store.
That's true. I can't rot out my septum.
God bless America.
Right.
I can't rot my septum out legally.
Yeah, in
so
the state of Alabama. Yeah, that's how I got my start. Appreciate that, guys. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, you tell somebody that they can't have it, they're going to want it more. And I think that's what's going on with the beer scene here in Alabama. You tell people that you can't have it, we learn about it, we know what we like. We're tired of going to Atlanta or other states to get what we want and bringing it back. So we're going to have it here, and that's what we're doing now, with the explosion of the breweries and the craft scene here in Alabama.
Okay, got it. And so the home brewing is still illegal, though, right? It did not make it to, like you said, the final vote.
It did not make it. It made it the furthest it's ever been.
Right. We'll talk to Joe about that later on today. We'll ask him about his opinion on that.
Please do.
Yeah. We will. I wish I could just keep you on the line, Craig. We're in a limited studio this week because it's a temporary studio. Otherwise, I'd love to have you just stick with us to talk to Joe, too, but I can't do it.
Well, I'm really proud to be on, man. This is awesome.
Good. So tell us more. Let's talk about Avondale then. And enough of the difficulties, right? Let's talk about the successes. And I'm noticing that you guys are fans of Belgian styles of beer.
Yeah, that's basically, that's where my heart lies, and I have the opportunity to be the guy that decides what kind of beers that we brew, and we were actually fortunate, well, maybe unfortunate, fortunate, kind of in the same bag. We got a used system. It came from a German guy over in Lauf, Germany, back in '89, and with it came it was a brewery in Arizona that went under.
Okay.
We got his brew house, which is a really cool decoction brew house. Had to put it back together. And we got open fermentation as well.
Really?
So everything Belgian that I do here, we use the open fermentation.
Okay, interesting. Now, is that open fermentation in some sort of a clean room, or are you not too worried about it? It's just an open...
No, absolutely. We have a clean room. It's got positive airflow. We put a HEPA filter on one side, and it vents out the other.
Okay.
And the only thing we put over the fermenters is like a dust cover just to keep dust and whatnot that might float in.
Sure.
Other than that, we have pretty much a single yeast strain that's in there, and we do the Saison, the Triple, and the Belgian Brown with that one yeast strain.
Wow. Now, I have to say, Craig, that from the sound of the beer scene, even though it's exploded in the last decade, it's still small. It's still growing up. It seems to me like you've gone from 0 to 200 miles per hour by jumping right into the Belgian beers.
Yeah, I mean that's what I like, and that's what I think a lot of people like it. But we do other things too. We do IPA and the porters and that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, my heart's with the Belgian beers.
And has the response, the public response to those been pretty positive, or are you that crazy guy who makes those weird Belgian beers?
Well, I am that guy, but I believe
good.
I believe that the Saison is our flagship, and it is our top seller, and the response has been overwhelming.
That's great.
We're in Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Montgomery, Auburn. We're across we're fanning out across the state, and by far, Saison is top dog.
Okay.
I brew that. We brew every day, 5 days a week at least, and 3 of those days are Saison.
Wow. Well, I think it's great to hear. I could, in part, it surprises me if you go from like a light lager to Saison. But on the other hand, you guys have the climate for a Saison style beer to be a top seller, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
I mean, it just makes a lot of sense. Let's talk about your fermentation profile in the Saison if we can, just speaking of climate and things like that, because it is an easy drinking beer. It used to be a hot weather beer anyway.
Yeah.
What do you like to ferment that at?
I limit it to 80 degrees. I know I can go a little bit higher and go a little faster, but 80 is about, for this yeast, it's about where I like it.
Wow.
The positive esters, they're good there. Do a little bit hotter, a little bit cooler, but I think right about there you get some nice tropical fruit flavors with a little bit of spiciness. I don't add any herbs or spices to the beer. The yeast kind of talks for itself.
Now,
and right at that 80 degrees, it'll give me that.
Now, I got a bunch of co-hosts in here, just so you know, so some of them have questions. Nathan Smith is one of our guys, and he's got some questions for you.
Yeah, I love the fact that you use... Thanks. Cheers, appreciate it. I love the fact that you use the same yeast strain for all your beers, and this is sounds like it's a Saison strain if you're fermenting that warm. So you use the same strain for your other non-Saison Belgian styles as well, right?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Also fermenting those at a similar temperature range?
I'll reduce the Triple and the Brown to about 78, 77.
Right.
Give it a little bit less. Mellow it out just a little bit.
So if you don't mind us asking, is this a strain of yeast that's commercially available that homebrewers can also use?
I believe the closest you're going to find, I don't think it's the same, but I believe that it's the White Labs 565 would be the closest one.
Got it.
Yeah. So I'm fascinated by those temperatures, not because it's too crazy. I've heard it before. I've definitely heard some Belgian brewers say, yeah, just let those temperatures climb, get up there and let it do it. But as home brewers, and maybe you remember this too, Craig, we're kind of told to ease up a little bit on the temperatures, stay lower. Even with the Belgians, we'll go up into the 70s, sure. But getting up to, like you're saying, capping off at 80, as a home brewer, I'm going, oh, shit, that's hot at 80 degrees. But so talk to us about the kind of difference between doing something at, say, like 72 degrees with a yeast like this or letting it climb way up there at 80.
It's going to be a lot smoother. You're not going to get that barnyard, kind of a horse blanket out of it as you are going to get at 80. It's going to be smoother. It's going to be more fresh. It's going to be tamer. It's going to be calm.
Got it.
And they're, and I've done it higher than that, and it's fine. It's just I think that limiting to that is where I like it the best.
Okay.
Lower it's going to be tamer, calmer. And I think it's just for the Saison yeast. Anything like the Abiel yeast or something like that, I wouldn't try it that high.
Got it. Okay.
Craig, you also mentioned that your fermenters are all open, correct?
What we use for the Belgian style beers are open.
Right.
We do American IPA and more of an English style porter. We got closed conicals for those.
Oh, okay, I see. Which is a really interesting point, because I think that you have found that yeast, or Belgian style beers in particular, have a very specific flavor characteristics, open fermentation versus closed fermentation.
That's right, and it's about the geometry of the tank. The flat bottom tank are not going to, if they start falling out a little early, they're not going to suffocate the yeast as they would in a conical. The open tops give it more oxygen uptake and let that fermentation, flourish and do its thing. And I've tried it. I've actually done it in the conical, and it comes out fine. It's just, it tastes more like I brewed it at the 70-degree range instead of open and 80.
Right.
When I did have it at 80 degrees in the conical, but it just tasted tamer. It didn't have those positive esters, and it just didn't, and it wasn't as fast. It's pretty fast in those open tanks.
Right. Yeah, I think it's interesting that you have the choice, and you've made this conscious choice to do the beers in a different fermenter geometry for this flavor profile. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the owners, we want to expand and do more, and he was like, we need to try to get them in the conicals, and I was absolutely against that. We're finding, we got a building behind us now, and we're going to add more open fermenters to do more of the Saisons and Belgian styles
Beautiful.
In the opens.
Now, at that temperature, again, I'm just kind of picturing my homebrew. I'm just seeing a blow-off of yeast all over the place. It seems like yeast everywhere. In open fermenters, are you getting yeast everywhere, or are they just deep enough to keep it in?
No. Before we got the conicals, certain yeast strains would just blow over the top and run on the floor.
Yeah.
This Saison strain, it will have about a 10 to 20% head and stick about right there.
Okay.
And they puff up the dust jacket a little bit on fermentation for a day or two, and then it'll come back down.
Got it.
But it's pretty. I think it's meant to be in the open fermenters. I'm pretty happy there.
To me, it just sounds like. Now, I'm not a huge Saison fan. I like a couple Saisons, so I haven't brewed that many. But it sounds like a really fun way to brew. Yeah. Enough of all this worrying about keeping things at 68 degrees. Just put it in an open fermenter and let it go to 80. Yeah. Fuck it. It sounds like a fun way to brew beer.
I mean, it pretty much does it itself. I mean, I'll limit it to 80 because I think for maybe a day or so, we'd want to go over.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 days. But basically, it does its thing, and then it goes back down by itself.
Yeah, you don't want it to drop, so you may as well cap it at a specific temp like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the glycol come on just every once in a while to keep it at 80 for maybe a day, 2 days. So basically, it's doing its thing.
Can you give us an idea of the starting and finishing gravity with a ferment like that, especially with how fast you're saying it's happening? I'm kind of curious what the gravity is.
We're at about 1062 starting, and then 1010.
1010.
I'll leave a little bit of. Yeah, I could go a little bit drier, but there's a little bit of sweetness in there.
And how many days does it take you to get to 1010 at those temperatures?
About 5 days.
Okay. All right. That's ripping through it.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Quick.
Yeah. I'd like to see these. I want to check your place out. I don't know. I got to figure out another reason to come to Alabama, I think. But if Joe treats us right, we'll have 2 reasons to go.
That's right.
And I want to see your open fermentation. It
barbecue.
Sounds cool. Oh, and barbecue. That's true.
And leaving. No, I'm
Oh,
kidding.
and right now we do crawfish on the back patio of the patio of the brewery every weekend. So it's another reason.
Wait, what is that you do?
Crawfish.
Crawfish. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's pretty good, too.
They're like tiny lobsters.
No, thank you. Yeah.
You basically baby cockroaches.
Speak to Justin like he's a pussy.
Yeah.
Oh, tiny lobsters. Oh, I get it.
Oh, well, I love lobster.
Right. Yeah. I actually used to hunt. This might be a part of what's wrong with me. We used to hunt for crawfish in the L.A. River when I lived in Southern California.
Wow. Jesus. Those weren't crawfish. They were used condoms.
Yeah. That and cockroaches, I think what they were.
They were waterborne cockroaches.
Yeah, my babysitter, she called them crawfish.
Oh, check that out.
It was very strange. All right, Craig, I got to take a quick break, but I want to talk more beer with you. Maybe we can talk about some of your other styles, too. You got time for that?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
All right, cool. Let's do this. We'll take a quick break right now. When we come back, we'll talk more to Craig and learn more about the Alabama brew scene. Plus, we're going to talk to Joe a little bit later and talk about the legislation that everybody has to deal with there in Alabama. So it's the session. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
7 short minutes off California State Route 101. There lies a secret oasis for all craft beer lovers.
It's Relax, Grillin' and Chillin', bro!
Relax, Grillin' and Chillin' in Hollister, California is a craft beer lover's dream come true.
Not like a creepy JP dream, like a normal craft beer lover's dream.
30 taps pouring your favorite craft beer. Visit Relax, Grillin' and Chillin' on Facebook to see the most up-to-date beers and what's on the grill.
Let us grill so you can chill.
Angus burgers, filet mignon, and ribeye steaks, dogs and sandwiches, and more. Great food, great beer in a place where you can kick back and relax. Tuesdays are brewery nights. Come in to celebrate, and you're not limited to enjoying your favorite brew at the restaurant. Relax, Grillin' and Chillin' has beer to go. Relax, Grillin' and Chillin'. Let them grill so you can chill.
In a world where everything has been lost.
What happened to the city? It's in ruins.
Only one man has the ancient knowledge to restore civilization.
I need a drink. Oh no, the liquor store's been ransacked.
You looking for beer, stranger? Boy, all the liquor got drunk up in the first 25 minutes of the apocalypse.
Wait, there's still some bottles over... Oh, no. Those are non-alcoholic beer.
I reckon you better stick to arrowroot tea and a desperate nomadic existence like the rest of us.
People, I'm a home brewer. I know how to make alcohol. It can't be done. Come with me if you want the beer. Okay, I'm gonna need some big plastic buckets.
He is the chosen one. The prophecies say that he's gonna get us wasted.
Someone start heating water. And
from the creators of Northern Brewer, the people who brought you $7.99 Brew Saver shipping, massive selection, and superior customer service comes the Home Brewer.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping.
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
Oh, the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
You wandered in here all alone.
put it on the shelf and scream and shout, 'cause it's better for your health. You never should have opened up your mouth. Take a little time out, take a minute to yourself. Don't let it go south. You can put it on the shelf and scream and shout, 'cause it's better for your health. You never should have opened up your mouth. I'll try to calm myself down. Been running, trying to play with this whole town. I'm strange, the strangest one around. I'm in the deep end of my senses and I'll drown. Take a little time out, take a minute to yourself. Don't let it go south. You can put it on the shelf and scream and shout, 'cause it's better for your health. You never should have opened up your mouth. Take a little time out, take a minute to yourself. Don't let it go south. You can put it on the shelf and scream and shout, 'cause it's better for your health. You never should have opened up your mouth. Billowing over, billowing over, billowing over, billowing over. I told him I'd try to knock it off. Turned around and just turned it up a notch. Keep cooking 'cause some of us like it hot. Think you're really one of them. Chances are you're not. Think you're really one of them. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not.
When he came out, he was just a calm little guy. He just, it was like we disturbed his world. No crying. He just came out and he was just kind of, I don't know, it was very intense.
Anything other than perfect is gonna be reason enough for my demons to hate me. 'Cause lately the voices are rising and volume beginning to alter my mood into crazy. In the nick of it, live in the thick of it. Sick of it, so you a brick of it. That's the road that I've been taking. That's the road that I've been taking. Bright and strong, universal shine as the day is long. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session. You're tuned into The Session. Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
All right, welcome back to the program, and thanks for sticking with us. Right now we're talking to Craig Shaw from Avondale Brewing Company. He's on the line with us. And a little bit later we're going to be talking to Joe Hubbard, who's a Democrat from Montgomery.
The flow recognizes the Democrat.
Yeah, Craig, I'm sorry. We just do that because we're idiots. It happens.
We're pretty stupid.
Anybody with an accent that doesn't sound as retarded as ours, we just start making fun of it.
Yeah.
It's our fault.
Fair game.
It's partially right. It's partially your fault, Craig, because every time we get audio out of Alabama about the beer legislation, it sounds like there's a comedian making that stuff up. Like we think that can't be real.
It is true.
I blame you.
Yeah, I've heard some of those YouTube clips, and I think it only helps the cause.
Right. Yeah.
It gets national attention and shines a light on the idiocracy that is here.
Right.
We made a song about it.
We do have a song about it. Yeah, we took a bunch of clips from the Alabama legislation and made a mashup. It's kind of a techno song of all of the really awful clips of people debating the homebrew bill and the alcohol bill in the Alabama legislation.
Its official title is Noah Was a Wino.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
Well, I'd like to play it at the brewery. Yeah, we got a tap room. People would like that.
I'll send it to you, absolutely. Poor Craig, he's like, fuck, I'm just, you know what? I'm trying to run a brewery. I'm making good beer. And these idiots are just making us look bad.
Yeah.
Every time a bill comes to pass, I'm sure you must cringe. I would cringe if I were you. I do cringe. It's my country, too.
Right.
It's definitely cringeable, but like we were talking earlier, it shines a light on how retarded it is, and people, there are some clear-minded people that will vote for the right things because it's proof that we've got a couple bills through that are making it better.
Right.
And the dumb stuff is just shining a light on how dumb it is.
Right. All right, let's talk a little bit about some of your other beers. I'm noticing Miss Fancy's Triple. Now, Miss Fancy is your mascot. Is that right?
That's correct.
Where did you get? Go ahead.
She was an elephant, and this was back during Prohibition times. The circus came through Birmingham, and the circus owner liked to gamble, and it was a city official. His name was Mr. Todd. He liked to gamble too. He liked to drink as well. They were playing a poker game, and the circus owner, when he got way down, his last bet was the elephant. Who's going to take an elephant even if he loses the bet? Mr. Todd of Birmingham, he's a pretty smart guy. He took that elephant, and right up the street from our brewery is Avondale Park, and he started the first Birmingham Zoo with that elephant.
Nice.
And he was, like I said, he liked to drink. This was during Prohibition times. He told the police and the officials that Miss Fancy had a stomach ailment. She needed all the confiscated booze and beer brought to the beer so she could drink and perform. It was his con. He ended up drinking most of it. He did teach her how to turn up 2 beers at once and turn up a bottle of whiskey, and there's all black and white photographs to prove this. But she was a drinking elephant, and a time that was even worse than now for beer and liquor laws, and that's why she's our mascot.
I
Can't
love
make
it.
that stuff up.
You can't make that stuff up.
So that's why it's Trunks Up.
It Trunks
Trunks
Up.
Up, dude. Yeah.
Trunks Up is a great slogan.
It is. I thought it was just for synchronized swimming, but I was wrong.
Right. No, we love it. Trunks Up.
That's awesome, man. I mean, that is a carny. I mean, what a carny state would just here's some dude. Oh, you know what? Fine. Prohibition, can't buy anything. Oh, I got me this elephant.
The elephant needs it.
Yeah, that's a good carny move. Love it. Love it.
All right.
He was a carny, and he was a carny flavor. So yes, absolutely.
Well, and you have a suit. It's not just a logo, right? You actually have a full-on mascot, like a person in a suit. Well, I'm sorry, the real elephant. In case any kids are listening.
That was my idea. We pulled it out the first time for the Brewfest this weekend, and I really just wanted to see my coworkers in the elephant suit, and we ended up hiring a kid, $10 an hour to do it, but it was still great fun.
Oh man,
he was loving all the chicks were hugging on him, and it was a good time for
that's what I'm saying.
Miss Fancy as well.
He got the last laugh, I think. The chicks were hugging on him.
If we go there,
elephant, he's like, yeah.
If we go there, dude, I need to wear I need to wear it.
Oh yeah,
I need to.
We got to put you in the outfit.
Well,
yeah.
It's reserved for you. You got it ready.
Yeah, beautiful.
I need more room in the crotch area.
No, I was waiting for that.
So,
chunks down.
Chunks down.
For sure.
All right, so one of the things, now I don't have Miss Fancy's Triple in front of me, but I am reading its description. And I have to say that the description that I really like about this beer is this. This unique Belgian ale is rich in flavor and alcohol. I like that it's also rich in alcohol.
Well, that's the basic definition of a triple. It's a strong beer.
Right. But most people, they just go, it's high alcohol, or they just put the ABV. But yours is rich in alcohol.
The colorful language, it makes it better.
Yeah. I love it.
He's right, though. Triple is kind of an alcohol delivery mechanism, sort of a beer,
Right.
Yep.
Tell us about the beer.
We spend a lot on the ingredients, so it takes a fortune to make it since it's so high in alcohol. But
okay,
yeah, we use the best ingredients. We use Pilsner malt, Barman Pilsner malt is the base. Aromatic, Breeze aromatic. Some biscuit malt. Use a little, a lot of candy sugar. Belgian candy sugar.
Do you use do you use the liquid Belgian candy sugar for that?
No, we use the rock candy.
You just use rock candy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Our brew house is, like I was saying earlier, it's a decoction system, but it actually is kind of unique. It has an external calandria. So basically a tube and shell heat exchanger outside of the brew house. And when I'm getting up to boil, I can throw in the rock candy little by little, and it just sucks it through the pump and chews it up, and it's not a problem. It's not gonna sit on the bottom and caramelize. It's always moving. So I don't have any problem with using the rock at all.
Got it. Good.
Neither do I.
Neither does JP.
Question real quick for Craig. So there's this limit of alcohol for beer in the state now. Do you have a beer that pushes that limit, that goes right up to 13.9? Have you made a beer like that?
No, I think Miss Fancy's Triple is right at 10%, and that's where I like it. I would like to be able to do something, like a barley wine or something. That barley wine's on the list of things to do. We're just trying to keep up with production right now, and we're going to do a double IPA for the first time this week. But barley wine's on the list, and I'd like to be able to go to 14.1. God forbid.
Oh, yeah. Right. I think you should do a barley wine. It'll be like Miss Fancy's limit. Just get right to the top of her limit there, and it should be 13. I think it should be 13.91. Just to say you did it.
Because Craig may not necessarily want to make a beer like this, but it's awfully tempting because you know that limit is there.
Right. That would be my problem. Yeah, the temptation.
Yeah. I like to push the limits.
I love it. Well, it looks like a good beer, and I'm reading about it here. It is a 9.7% beer, as Craig said. Just about 10% there, which. Like you said, Nate, it's kind of a alcohol delivery system, the triple.
Yeah, it's a good range, yeah, exactly. Westmile triple's right around there, too, so that's classic range for a good triple.
That's right in there.
I like the triple style if you can't taste the alcohol too much. And I'm curious how you approach that with Miss Fancy's Triple. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you can taste a triple and you're like, wow, that's a 10% beer.
That's
and
a Fusel bomb.
It's not too enjoyable. Yeah, Fusel, a lot. It's not too enjoyable. But there are other times, and like Westmile is a good example, where you really can just taste a big malt and a dryness that comes with it, and you don't taste the alcohol. So what's your take on that, Craig?
This one's pretty dangerous. We go ahead, it is 9.7, but we put on our board 10 just so people know what they're getting in for.
Yeah.
Getting themselves in for.
Smart idea. It's a good
we mark their forehead with an X after they've had 2.
That's awesome. I like that.
No, I mean, it's really, it's sweet at the beginning, then it dries out, and besides a little bit of warmth going down, the alcohol is really subdued, and it's hidden.
And what temp do you ferment this one at?
I keep it to 78, 77, 78.
Okay, all right. That's
a little bit less than that's the same yeast, but I tone it down a little bit with the esters.
And if I remember correctly, I think that yeast has a red wine lineage somewhere in its history. It's like a mutated red wine yeast that is able to handle maltotriose, but it actually likes going that high and can produce clean alcohol, not hot alcohol at those temp ranges. So that's really cool.
Well, that's what red wine yeast is. I mean, you're fermenting at 80, 90 red wine anyway.
Exactly.
So it makes sense.
I think you're putting your finger on it there. Yeah.
Beautiful. All right, and then I'm looking. You got another beer. You got a few beers, of course, but the Battlefield IPA. And by the way, all of your logos, man, your artwork and your website, it's awesome. You guys have done a really good job with your brand. It looks good. I just want to tell you.
Everything all the names of our beers and even the name of the brewery, we could have named it anything. We're all about this neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's a neighborhood coming back. It's downtown Birmingham, but it used to be its own city, Avondale, but it's all incorporated into Birmingham now. But everything has to do with the local history.
Okay.
Like the Battlefield was at the park, actually, at Avondale Park. There's a natural spring and a little lake there. And what happened was during the Civil War, there was nothing here in Birmingham at that time, but the Union soldiers were coming through. kind of scouting it out, and some Confederate guys came over the hill shooting at them and drove them off. And so it was the only battlefield in Jefferson County for the Civil War.
Okay.
And, no one really got hurt. The the sheriff's wife came out on her front porch, and she got shot in the titty.
Wow. Right. So a minor injury. Minor.
Well, that's pretty major,
He didn't
dude.
die. There's no death. That was the only bloodshed here in Jefferson County.
Someone lost a boob.
And what beer do you have that's named after this wartime atrocity?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a war crime.
Yeah,
You know, forget going after Bush or Obama or Rumsfeld. No, fuck that.
Right.
Whoever shot her in the boob.
Yeah. Yeah, where's old missing tit pale ale?
The bloody breasted red.
Right.
It's coming. It's coming. We're holding that one back. We've got to find a special home for that one.
That's probably smart. You got to build your roots. You got to be a strong contributor to the community and taxpayer, and then you go ahead and you start fucking with things like that, Craig.
One to the chest. Golden
Right,
ale.
right. Well, see, the battlefield lets us tell the story, so
Right.
everybody's going to know it when we come out with the bloody breasted red or whatever.
Oh,
it's gonna
you
be.
should even do a reenactment. Like, you know, the Civil War reenactments?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great, like, for your anniversary parties every year?
Yeah,
Reenact the
reenactment.
battle.
I would like to volunteer.
Wow, that's pretty good.
That's
we
good.
need to do that.
Well, I am in marketing. I don't know if you know that.
It's a great idea. I think it'd be a good show. I'm going to go ahead and volunteer our chat moderator and phone screener, Bevo. She's got double D's, and I think
one double D.
One double D. That's true. She's lopsided, and I think she'd make the perfect, actress.
Yeah.
to do old one breast. Especially because with
Her
one of them.
Southern plantation voice, yeah, her accent. Work on that first.
We'll work on her accent, but she's already halfway there in terms of makeup because one's already smaller than the other one, and so the after shot is going to be easy to do. You know? Oh, hang on. There you go, Bevo.
So since he doesn't know me, he probably thinks I'm a mutant.
Right. He's like, wow, Bevo sounds disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like
Some like Posturepedic Jews or something.
Yes. All right, well, tell us about the beer Battlefield IPA. I'm seeing that it's a 6.5% IPA. Is this considered a pretty hoppy beer in your part of the country?
Yeah, it's about 62, 65 IBUs. The bittering hop is not the really punchy in the mouth bitter.
Okay.
But we do use a lot of flame out hops. It's basically Centennials and Cascades. And then we dry hop with Centennial, Cascades, and Columbus. Just dry hop the hell out of it. It's really you get a real good nose off of it. And we got a malty backbone to back it up as well.
Okay. Well, you can't go wrong.
Yeah, I think so.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say you can't go wrong with a bunch of C hops, especially late hopping with all those C hops and dry hopping.
Sounds like a classic combination he's got going there. Sounds great.
And that's like our style. We love those type of beers over here. Not JP.
Yeah, I would say it's a West Coast style IPA.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you have in the way of session beers, though? That's what I'm into. Give me a 4%. I'm good.
We've all been talking Belgians and IPAs.
Yeah.
JP's go over there going,
snooze.
Hey, do you have any beer for little girls like me?
I just want soda water that's waved in front of a fermenter.
What do you have?
Yes. After marking people's heads with X's too many times, everybody was like, you got to make something lower. So we do a Kolsch. It's pretty traditional Kolsch. Do put a little bit of wheat in there. So, and we filter it, but it's not completely crystal clear. It's got a real nice malt flavor to it. Use Vanguard, the American version of Hallertau Metal Fruit.
Yeah,
that's a great clean hop.
It's about 4.2.
Love it. I'm all over that.
So people start out with the triple, maybe go to the safe side, and then they end up tonight with the
Is that what they do? They just work backwards?
They work backwards.
Yeah, they go, I got into too much trouble with this triple. What do you got? Well, Saison. Done. Take it. No, let's back down even more. Let's go way down.
Right.
If JP had his way,
For a while we didn't have an option. We were having to put seatbelts on the bar stools, and so I had to do something, so that was the answer for that right now.
Got it. Now, you guys are a brew pub also, or just a brewery?
We have a tap room. Last June, about a year ago, it was one of the laws that passed. It was the Brewery Modernization Act, where a production brewery could actually have a tap room. And before that, you couldn't do that. You had to either be a brew pub or a production brewery. You could never do either or. You had to do, one or the other. So, now, since then, we were actually the first brewery in Alabama to have a tap room as a production brewery.
Wow.
We did, it's a separate company, but on the weekends, like I said, we do the tiny lobsters, the crawfish. And there's a barbecue joint that just moved 2 doors down from us a couple months ago, and you can order it, and they'll bring it out here to the back patio. So there are still some laws where you have to get a dual license, and I think a brew pub that's producing for distribution has a cap of 10,000 barrels. And we're not near that 10,000 barrel limit, but we don't want that limit at all. So we're working around that. We got people to deliver us food and that kind of stuff. So we're acting kind of like a brew pub, but it's not the same thing.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't want you to grow your business in our state at all. That would be horrible.
What a terrible thing.
You might have to pay more taxes, and that we don't want that. So.
Right. See, that's like my problem with the recycling guys. Like, what? You can't make more money from me today?
Right.
You have to stop at this because, why? It would make you more money?
Because it says right here on the paper.
It
says it.
Think about it. If Craig's doing all right down there at the brewery, things are going well, not only would he sell more beer with a brew pub and food, but he'd probably create, 30, 40 jobs between staffing a brew pub, all these sorts of things. All of that is taxes back to the. That all sounds ridiculous to me. What a stupid idea.
But you don't understand. You see this paper that I have. It says you can't do it.
Right.
So you can't do it.
By the way, I like the name of the bill, the Brewery Modernization Act. And by modernization, we mean you're allowed to have a tap room.
Yeah.
Right. I think that was the reason for breweries not being successful in the past as well, because it was distribution or nothing, and we can't self-distribute as well in Alabama. So it was the middlemen, the distributors are getting their cut, and that was it. You had no other option. Now that we do, there are a lot more breweries, like we were talking about earlier, coming online, because across America, that is the business plan for breweries. You include your tap room as part of that income, and now we can do that.
Right.
So, Craig, do you get like mad? Like if I were you, and I would just be mad and frustrated all the time because I'm so limited, and I know that there groups like Free the Hops are trying to help everybody and work towards erasing some of these 100-year-old, 80-year-old laws, but. Do you ever do you just live in frustration all the time, or do you kind of more just go like, whatever, dude, and just treat it like a joke? Like just easy going?
Well, it is a joke, and we wouldn't be here if it were not for Free the Hops. Free the Hops has pretty much paved the way that we can do something like this, and we have a ton of gratitude for them and their efforts. Standard Klein and Stuart Carter are the ones that started it back in the day, 4 or 5 years ago. But on the other side of the coin is it's kind of kept. It's allowed us to have our place in the market here. I mean, it kind of sounds selfish, but and I wish it wasn't that way. I wish it was free. The hops were free a long time ago. But right now, we're in a good. I mean, and other breweries are doing it too. They're in a good spot because the market's not saturated. There's room for plenty more players here.
Well, that's a good point.
And, so I mean, we're it's a blessing in disguise, sort of thing, that we're able to do this, and the laws are opening up now. And I've lived here my whole life, and it's frustrated, to the 10th degree on these laws. But now that they're finally changing, it's a breath of fresh air.
Sure,
that's awesome. I mean, that's got to be cool in a state where in any state, not much really changes.
Yeah.
For the most part, you know what I mean? There's a few big pieces of legislation
absolutely.
that comes down, but this whole thing is, in 10 years, the whole landscape of a really important commodity has been changing. So that must be pretty exciting.
Yeah.
It is. It's more exciting now than frustrating, for sure.
But it sounds like you have a good outlook on it, and it sounds like you don't need the phone number of my shrink, because Craig's really he's laid back about it. He doesn't have the anger issues that I have.
He doesn't.
There's, he's just like, hey,
not anymore. Not anymore.
Not anymore, right? The the free the hops in your brewery is your shrink. I think that's how you've gotten this far, without killing.
Yes. If I didn't have those two, I don't know what I'd be doing. I'd probably be doing it somewhere else.
Right, you'd have moved away, right?
Not in Alabama, right? That's like Oscar Blues in Colorado. They're originally from Alabama, and they were before their times, and they just couldn't do it here, so they went somewhere else and they did it.
And look how great they're doing, and what a testament that I think Alabama legislators, any states that have these restrictive laws, that's the message to send is, okay, you know what? Help me out so I can help you out, or I'm out of here. I'll go, because I can do this and do what I love and be successful somewhere else. Someone else is begging me to build a brewery.
That's right, and I think they're seeing this in Mississippi because they're behind us, unfortunately. But they actually, there's another grassroots movement, Raise for Pints. They just got their first victory. They went from, I think it was 5% to now 8.2 or something like that.
Whoa, 8.2.
I know, watch out.
Wow.
But that's better than 5. And they're...
yeah.
No, that was alcohol by weight. And so it's about 10%, and I'm sorry, it was 10% ABV.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's a victory.
It's a victory. And I think it's because they're seeing what's happening here, and they're seeing the business. And we've had, legislators and business people and the Raise Your Pints people following what Free the Hops has done here, and they've modeled it after what's going on here, and it's spreading.
So I'm curious.
Sure.
I mean, I know we're going to have this conversation with Joe, but you're a resident there. And Craig, have you lived in Alabama your whole life?
Yes, absolutely. I lived up in Alaska for a couple of years, but it was too cold. I came back down here.
Attaboy. Yeah, that's a big difference in climate.
Yeah.
But so I guess what I'm curious about, like I said, I'll ask the same of Joe. Is it a religious climate that is fighting against the alcohol laws? I know there's multiple things. I know that there's got to be some lobbying going on from the larger brewers who have their ABV and their distribution set up. That one's kind of a given. We all understand that. Is the other side of it kind of a more conservative and religious standpoint that you're fighting against whenever these things come up?
I think it was more in the past. I think that side of things is not so much in the forefront, in your face, like it used to be. I think the YouTube clips and the stuff that you've heard on the from coming out of the legislator are all guys trying to rabble rouse that argument.
Yeah.
And it's just not getting them. It's not getting them where they thought it was going to get them, because obviously the bills that they were talking about had passed. So I don't think it's that. I think it's more the 3-tier system and the kind of the way the status quo and the laws that have been in place, and everybody wants to make sure that they're still getting their cut, is more of an argument than the religious kind of conservative thing. We're right next to a church, and it's a lady pastor. She likes to come in here and enjoy, and so I mean, it's a good relationship we have with these guys, and like I said, I don't think it's that argument as much anymore.
So in your community and the people that you're working with on a daily basis, you're not hearing the arguments that we're making fun of when we get these clips from the legislature?
No, we are not. I think they're the old guard that's just trying to kick that can, and it's just not working like it used to.
Sure. Okay.
And the arguments we were hearing, Jay, weren't even necessarily from conservative religious. I know that you were, Noah was a wino, and there's sort of the religious context to his arguments, but most of the clips were from Democrats, were from people on the left, not conservative religious like you would assume.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. And you could tell, and that's why I meant that there's part of it's a given. We understand that there's big business involved, and they've already got the clearance on their container size and their ABV size and their distributorship. That's all settled. And I just didn't want to rehash that. I think everyone kind of knows that. But it's just that you hear some of those arguments, and they are trying to play the chord that is the, hey, we're a good people, we're a conservative people, we don't need any more alcohol bills to help us out.
Right.
You know.
I think, the Democrats are kind of a rare breed here in Alabama, and they've got to, out conservative their Republican brethren. They've got to try to
right.
show that they're more conservative than the conservative.
What a very interesting perspective.
I had a feeling that might be
Yeah.
the case.
It's very interesting, but why are they Democrats then?
Well,
that's how you do it in Alabama.
get elected and then maybe do a couple of Democrat-y things.
Every once in a while they'll do that, and then they'll have to go back to defending themselves.
Right. It's just it's all fascinating to me. But from the outside in, I think it just makes JP's question more valid. If I was you, I'd be pretty frustrated about all of it. I'm happy to see your success, and because we work so closely with the American Homebrewers Association, we have really followed the legislation that's gone through Alabama over the last couple of years, both with homebrewing. I do remember that we covered the Free the Hops movement, and so we've been watching it happen from here. And as slow as it's been, you guys really have made some strides and some successes. So it's really good to see. I'm happy for you.
And that's the part that keeps me sane. We're actually getting some progress here.
Right, absolutely. Now, speaking of that, let's talk about bottle size, because the bill did just pass, and we'll talk to Joe Hubbard about this, that you can now do 750 mil bottles. Is that something that will change your business?
Absolutely. We were just in San Diego for the Craft Brewers Conference, me and a couple of guys from the brewery. We were talking to Maheen about getting a 750 milliliter filler. We want to be one of the first people on the scene with the big bottle size, and I think
nice
novelty and the fact that we do lots of Belgian beers that go well in those size bottles. We want to do that. We've got a add-on building to the back of our brewery now that we can put a bottling line in, and absolutely, that's going to be something pretty immediate. I don't think the law comes into effect until August or September or something like that.
Okay.
It's going to give us time to get that going, and hopefully there shortly thereafter we'll have the 750s on the shelf.
Love it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Are you doing corked and caged 750s?
Probably not right now.
Okay.
Since it's, every little bit costs, and we're just going to try to get in there as quick as we can on the big bottles. And,
that's a pain in the ass, too.
Oh, man. You have no idea.
It's a big pain in the ass.
Maybe down the line, but, it's basically my pain in the ass, and I want to make it as streamlined as possible to get this thing going. And
sure.
Get that product out.
And with your style of beer, I have to say that I'm kind of conditioned to see it in a larger bottle. And so there are a couple breweries out here that'll do Saison or Belgian styles in regular 12-ounce bottles, and I don't know, it's a little bit of a turnoff for me, actually. There's something about that type of beer. It's kind of I hate to quote the Alabama legislature, but I sort of like part of their description that it's a gourmet beer. And I like it in a 750, and you share it with your friends if it's the triple or if it's a big Saison. I don't know. So in other words, I expect it, but I think I'm just groomed that way here where we live, and I think you might just sell more beer that way.
I never took you for a size queen.
I'm a size queen.
I never knew that.
Right. Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. It's more traditional, and with these type beers, I want to be true to tradition. And, we had a debate about whether we're going to go to cans or bottles, and I'm like, well, we can do cans for some of the stuff, but not for the Belgian triple, not for the Saison. I want to, like you were saying, a housewarming gift where you can come and give it to your friends at a party, and you can share it and that kind of thing. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Well, and like you said, it's going to be a whole new product. You guys are going to be one of the first to market with something like that. So not only is it nice to be able to do that, but it'll be a real novelty for people for a while because you'll, be seen on the shelf.
We want to be out there, one of the first. So novelty will definitely kill it. It's marketing alone on that stuff is going to be easy. Just come and get it.
I would say that one of the strangest beer geek experiences I've had is drinking a Rodenbach out of a 12-ounce aluminum can.
That's weird.
In Belgium. And you can do that. You just it's not the Grand Cru or anything,
Right.
but you can get a Rodenbach
It's great.
in an aluminum can. And it was I didn't mind it.
Yeah.
But it felt so out of place because I'm used to my 750 ml bottle of Rodenbach Grand Cru out here that I almost felt ghetto, like I needed to put a paper bag around it.
Yeah,
you know?
it's in Bellevue. You're sitting at the train station doing that. It's fine. It's like drinking a Coca-Cola or something.
It's weird.
Well, for the many benefits that cans have, Craig's right. It doesn't really quite have your friends just had a baby. Hey, congratulations!
I got you
Here's
this
a can
can.
of beer.
Here's a can of triple shotgun it.
Right.
But I think if it was individual cans,
yeah,
and maybe like 16-ounce cans or something, that
Tall
might be
boys.
a little different.
Still,
like
not,
individual.
Not
No.
quite the punch of the 750.
Come on, it's a 750 ml bottle.
It's a classy
It's
package.
elegant.
Yeah,
it's classy.
that's right.
There's enough to go around.
But you can't take it to the beach or to the ball game.
That's
So
true.
F that.
Right. That's true. That's all.
What about
true.
camping?
Yes, you can take it camping.
Well, it sounds like you guys are going to do just fine, Craig. I'm happy for you, and I do appreciate your time with us today. Keep us up to date on what's happening.
I will. I
Yeah.
will. It's been a blast, man. This is awesome.
Great. I really
Awesome.
appreciate it. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk to Joe Hubbard in a few minutes,
Yes,
and
sir.
I'm going to ask him the hard questions for you, Craig.
Yeah.
All right?
Like, how tall are you?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. We'll ask the hard. I'll try to figure out what's going on out there for you, and I'll report back. How about that?
Yeah, give me a call back. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah. Yeah. Craig's like, listen, you're gonna hang up off that phone even more confused than you are right now, dude. Don't worry about it.
I have a feeling Representative Hubbard will be the same. He's like, look, I don't know. I just, try to change the laws.
I'm not even sure who I just talked to.
Right.
I'm pretty sure if Joe's been listening for the last couple hours, he's not even going to answer the telephone.
Well, I mean, like he's,
Well, if he's listening, tell him to come down to Avondale. I'll buy him a beer.
There you go. Come on down. We'll do that. We'll tell him that you invited him to come and have a beer and see what's happening down there.
Do you have Colt 45 on tap?
Yeah, do you have to get that?
No, actually, the law says that we can only have our beer on tap, no guest tap.
Okay, well, then he's not interested.
Right. All right. Well, I will send you the song that we've created with all of the great state of Alabama's legislator comments that we've culled.
We should play it on the out.
And
will be a hit.
Fuck you, JP. That means I gotta
I'm sorry. I
find it.
had an idea.
And,
I apologize
yeah,
for
my
that.
temporary studio cannot fit your ideas.
No,
there you go.
It never could.
So suck it.
It never could.
All right. So thank you very much, Craig, for your time. I appreciate it. And we'll talk to Joe here and see if we can make a good showing for Alabama for you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Tell them to come down here and have a beer. I appreciate you guys.
All right. Take care, man.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There you go. That's Craig Shaw. He's the brewmaster at Avondale Brewing Company, and it sounds like they're growing pretty rapidly, about to have their one-year anniversary and already doing real well. Brewing 7 days a week, he said.
And 5 breweries trying to come online already this year. That's rad.
Yeah.
In California, we have over 250. So just so you know.
Yeah.
Just in case Alabama's listening.
Maybe we should move the shows. Maybe we should move the studios to Alabama. What do you think, guys?
I love it.
You know?
Yeah.
Go give it a shot.
They have the finest in gourmet beers. So. Gourmet beer.
Yeah.
I don't know why needs to champion that phrase for their brewery.
Gourmet beer.
That'd be hilarious.
It's a good one.
We should do
Enough
it.
of this craft beer, specialty beer, gourmet beer. We only make gourmet beer.
I think we should open a brewery in Pacheco just so we can keep a leg into the Pacheco scene.
Well, you got to keep it real.
And our tagline will be gourmet beer from Pacheco, California. Air day.
Gourmet beer from the gourmet capital of California.
Air day.
Air day.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah.
That'll be our slogan. I think it works.
It does, totally.
And we'll do it in, as JP likes to refer to classy containers, as 16-ounce cans.
Yes.
Hey, it doesn't get much more classy than a can.
Then 4 more ounces.
Than a tall boy. Yeah, right. That's class.
Well, you need to be in every hipster bar, so why not?
Yeah. All good points here. Excellent points.
I want to ask Representative Hubbard why the South is trying to oppress the hops. Why not set them free?
Yeah.
Everyone else is. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Can we ask about the difference between the South and the dirty South?
Oh, let's ask him if he's part of if Bama's part of the dirty South, because I don't know that.
I don't know either.
Yeah,
but he probably knows. I mean,
sure,
he's
yeah.
He's a.
I think they're a little more away from the dirty South. They're more like Midwest, like lower Midwest, right?
Yeah, they're probably in like the mucky South.
I think like Hotlanta is kind of where the dirty South begins.
Oh, it is?
I think.
Oh.
He is our political contact, and this is politics. He should know these things. He should know
Fuck
this
you,
shit.
that's a good idea.
God, it's so good that F you, Nate. All right, well, let's do this. We're going to take a break for a few minutes. When we come back, we'll talk to Joe Hubbard. I hope he answers the telephone. Well, you never know. We'll see what happens. If not, I'll tell you what. I'll call the mayor of Martinez and see what he thinks, because we're kind of a big deal down here now.
Yeah. Well, you can probably catch him working his shift at the auto body store.
Right. Yeah. And I'll ask him why his brother threatened my life this week or today.
Oh, you got those hop grenade guys. All right.
Yeah.
Like it's my stepbrother, asshole.
All right, it's The Session. Thanks to Craig and Avondale Brewing Company for being on the program with us. When we come back, we'll talk to Rep. Joe Hubbard and do some more beer stuff with you. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial. By popular vote from the Northwest Brewing News, HopTech has been voted the best homebrew shop in Northern California. Serving homebrewers for nearly 30 years in Dublin, California, HopTech carries more than 40 different kinds of hops and more than 60 different grains. Malt extract, spices and sugars, hop oils and extracts. Open every day except Wednesday, or shop online anytime at hoptech.com or call 1-800-DRY-HOPS, 1-800-379-4677. With in-store classes almost every Saturday, huge selection and a dedicated commitment to their customers, HopTech is one of the longest running and passionate homebrew stores, period. And now, by popular vote, the best homebrew shop in Northern California. And don't forget their 15% military discount. HopTech. Visit today at hoptech.com. When Blickman Engineering set out to design a great brewing stand, they knew it had to be strong, adaptable, and last for a lifetime. The top-tier brewing stand is now proudly available at BlickmanEngineering.com. It grows with your brewing skills and equipment. Start with 5-gallon coolers on its heavy-gauge stainless steel shelves. Then move all the way up to 30-gallon pots on the high-output burner tiers. Speaking of burners, the custom Blickman Engineering top-tier burners are extremely powerful, efficient, and amazingly quiet. They have safety stops to center your pot, and they'll last a lifetime and won't rust. The top-tier brewing stand allows virtually infinite combinations, from traditional gravity systems to 2 tiers to completely horizontal. Configure your stand the way you want and have the freedom to change it at any time in the future. Your brewing stand should adapt with you, not force you to learn a new process. Visit BlickmanEngineering.com today to configure your top-tier brewing stand and to find a local Blickman retailer. You'll be surprised with all the flexible features and the competitive price. Start brewing with Blickman from the top tier.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a home homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small, single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite Bare Bones Club where you'll get the best deals anywhere. Holy shit! NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Beer. This is The Session.
All right, welcome back to the program. p.m., and thanks for sticking with us. I'd like to thank Craig Shaw, our first guest today from Avondale Brewing Company in Birmingham, Alabama. It was great to have him on the program. And right now we should have Joe Hubbard, who's a Democrat from the state of Alabama, also on the line with us to talk about some of this legislation that we've been talking about over the last few weeks here. Joe, are you with us?
I am.
Hey,
It's good to be with you all this evening.
Well, thank you, and thanks for taking the time to come on the program with us. I appreciate that.
Glad to. Honored.
I'm gonna say right up front that we are on occasion highly confused by some of the beer-related legislation that we've been hearing over the last year or two in Alabama.
Of anything, really, though. We're confused by a lot.
We are confused in general, but in this case, we're extra confused.
Well, Alabama is a confusing place from time to time, and there may be some things I can enlighten you on, and most things I cannot, but I will do my best.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's good enough. Let me start by saying this. We spent the first part of our show talking to brewmaster Craig Shaw from Avondale Brewery in Birmingham. And he wanted me to extend a personal invitation to you, and that he'd buy you a beer if you want to come by the brewery and have a beer. So,
well, I'd love to do that.
There you go.
To do that.
Apparently, he's got some pretty good beer, too, but you got to be careful because it sounds like most of it is high alcohol. He might just want to get you drunk, Joe. Watch out.
That wouldn't be the first time, would it?
All right. Now, Joe, to start this off, we've been playing some clips from the Alabama legislature for a little over a year now. We have listeners all over the country, and quite a few in Alabama. We've met some of them at a few of our events in different parts of the country. And when it kind of first came under our radar, there was a homebrew legislation bill that the American Homebrewers Association has been working on there for quite a while. And I do want to ask you about that. But so that kind of put it on our radar. The other one was an alcohol content bill that was about last year that we first got clips from the legislature. And then most recently, it was the container size.
Right.
And with the container size, when we got clips, one of the clips that we got from the state legislature was of you, Joe.
Sure. Okay.
Now, go ahead.
Well, if you're looking to sandbag me, that's fine. I know what's in the clip, but I just want to forewarn you that my friend and colleague Mike Ball carried that bill, and in fact, he could not be at the committee hearing the day it came up for committee, and so I carried it through a fairly contentious hearing in committee and got it out so we could get it on the House floor. And the day that I took the mic for it, I was trying to alleviate some concerns, and Mike and I were supposed to be playing good cop, bad cop on this thing.
Yeah.
I'm giving you the background so you can kind of set it up. But we're supposed to be playing good cop, bad cop. There were some concerns in the committee about some of these 45-ounce beers and other large container malt liquors coming out of this particular piece of legislation. And what I was trying to get Mike to say was, in fact, that those types of alcohols would not even be permitted under this law because this law would usurp the local legislation that allowed up to 42-ounce cans of beer, and that, in fact, it would be capped at 24, I believe, 0.5 or 0.6, whatever the cap was under this particular piece of legislation.
Right.
But for some reason, Mike didn't quite pick up on that. And,
right.
And so, I had a little bit of fun trying to get him to come along, but at the end of the day, I was supportive of the legislation and worked very hard behind the scenes to help get it as far as it got.
Well, now, let me say, we are not looking to sandbag you at all. And in fact, that was the explanation I was hoping you'd give us. Because here's what happened. And I'm going to play the clip just so our listeners can know what the heck we're talking about. But here's what happened. We played the clip, and at first we're like, man, this Joe's a nutcase. What is he talking about? But by the end of the clip, we thought, wait a minute. maybe we're the dummies, because I'm pretty sure that he's in favor of this bill, and he's actually doing the same thing that we would do in that room, and poke a little fun at the arguments that these maniacs are making against the irresponsibility of a larger container.
Yeah, he was messing with him.
So so not to sandbag at all. We just thought, wait a second, is Joe the dummy or are we the dummy?
And you never
apparently the Alabama legislature was the dummy because they didn't pass the dang bill the first go around.
Right. All right, let me do this. Let me, just for the sake of context, let me play the clip so people know what we were talking about. This is Joe Hubbard talking about the increasing the container size in Alabama. Play that for me, will you?
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Hubbard.
Now, Mr. Ball, when you had this bill in committee, I was originally for it. And then I started reading this little book here. You know what this is? It is the Constitution of the state of Alabama, the great state. And I saw in this book, my county, Montgomery County, already allows for 45-ounce containers. What happens to my 45-ounce containers? I just wanted you to know that as I was looking into this, I realized that we would have to sacrifice my Colt 45 in order to get some of these gourmet beer bottles. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Perhaps I should get off the Colt 45 in the first place, because I've had problems with it for years now. But I understand that this is a good bill that we've got.
All right, wait, I have to stop it here, Joe, because this is the point where we're like, either Joe is a nut job or he's my favorite legislator in the history of legislature. He's fantastic, and I couldn't tell what was happening.
Well, I like to keep my genius hidden sometimes.
Hey, so do I. That's weird.
Because he just goes, because let's be honest, I've had trouble with it in the
major problems.
And I'm just going, did he just say that to those people? And so, all right, let me play the rest. And this is obviously where we start to go, okay, now Joe's got a brain on his shoulders. He's actually really saying something here.
A company out of Atlanta, Georgia, that sells these gourmet beers and can't sell them, and that should this bill pass, they've got a piece of property over in Birmingham, Alabama, waiting to be developed to where they can move their operations to Birmingham and create up to 50 jobs, ladies and gentlemen. And so when we talk about alcohol bills, and I think some call it that, this is one of those bills like the one we had last session that is not just an alcohol bill, it's a jobs bill.
That's right.
So I respect you bringing this,
Thank you.
Mr. Ball. I'm going to tell you, I'm a little disappointed that my Colt 45 may go away in Montgomery County, but I just hope that I can find a nice gourmet beer to replace it.
Right. Good ending to but honestly, Joe, at the end we were going, I don't know. Maybe we're the dummies. I don't know what's happening here. So.
Well, if I may, I had a bill last session. It was the Brewery Modernization Act of 2011. We got passed. It really was part of a continuum of coming into the 21st century in Alabama with respect to beer.
Okay.
And it has, if y'all have time, we can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
But what I will tell you, in the Alabama legislature, in the House in particular, you heard all the background chatter. It is very hard to get the attention of some of those folks. They have their minds made up on the bills. Mm-hmm. They oftentimes won't listen to the debate. And so part of what I was trying to do, I knew the speaker was ramrodding the bill, and so we weren't going to have but 4 speakers on that particular piece of legislation. So I was doing my best to get the attention of the body, perhaps with a little wit and humor,
right?
And to get the attention and to make the point that we made last year on the Brewery Modernization Act, which is that you can call it an alcohol bill and you can vote against it if that's what you want to do, but at the end of the day, if you're creating jobs, that's what motivates a lot of these legislators, and that's how we got the Brewery Modernization Act passed last session. And my hope was that we would get this bill passed this session. And while it failed on the first vote, we got it back up a second time, and we got it passed that second time around.
Which we discovered and which we thought was just fantastic. Obviously, we were making fun of a lot of the clips, and the arguments against these alcohol bills, range from ridiculous to totally stupid. in some
absolutely.
cases. And so I see what you mean. You have to get out from under the label of, oh, here's another alcohol bill. And if you start to talk about the jobs that they create, which is the real sense of these things, it creates a free market for brewers like Avondale that we had on today to actually do what they do, which is not to try to tear away at the moral fabric of Alabama, but rather to create the beers that they create and sell them and create jobs.
Well, and that's exactly right. And if I can tout the Brewery Modernization Act a bit, last session that I sponsored, back at that time, that was back when Avondale was just getting started. We didn't have Back 40. We didn't have a bunch of the other breweries that we have now, and we passed that bill late last session, got it signed into law, and I worked my way through college at a brew pub here in Montgomery, and at the time that bill was passed, the brew pub had closed and had lost about 50 good-paying jobs, and so I touted that bill as a way to get breweries and brew pubs around the state open again, and to help add another element to our tourism trade here in Alabama, as folks are coming down through the state, tasting different beers and that sort of thing. And we got the bill passed, we got it signed into law, and since that bill passed, we've had 7 breweries open in the state of Alabama. Wow. The most recent, I think, being Back 40 up in Gadsden. Okay. And Back 40 was a $1.2 million investment, and I believe 50 to 100 jobs, and all the other breweries were close to the same. And I will add that we have 7 more breweries online in this next year as a result of that particular piece of legislation. And so that was something I had to remind the committee when I was carrying this container-sized bill, was that when we get down to the brass tacks, we need to look at job creation. We need to look at diversifying our economy in the state of Alabama. And that's something these pieces of legislation have helped us do, I think.
And the crux of this bill, the Brewery Modernization Act, is that they could now have a tasting room on premise. Is that essentially what happened?
Correct. Okay. And it also took off. We had one of the most antiquated brew pub laws in the history of the country, perhaps. You had to have, if you were to have a brew pub, it had to be housed in a building that predated the repeal of Prohibition. You had to have, I'm serious about that, actually. You had to have an 80-seat restaurant attached to the brew pub, and there were a whole host of other different requirements in there that just really didn't make a whole lot of sense. And so we brought the Alcohol Beverage Control Board to the table, as well as the Wholesale Beer Association to the table, and the Free the Hops organization that pushed the alcohol content bill back. I believe that was 2009. Yeah. Pushed that bill. We brought them to the table, and we really hammered out the differences in that piece of legislation. And I think it opened the door to a whole new market in the state of Alabama. You're seeing beers crafted here that I would put up against Oberon or any other craft beer in the country. Some really fantastic beers crafted here in the state of Alabama that we're very proud of.
So you've done your research, Joe.
Well, I try and be knowledgeable about the bills I'm involved in. Yes.
No, I meant the craft beer.
Oh well, I am a fan. I am a connoisseur. Like I said, I had to give up my Colt 45. Find a good craft to take its place.
Sure, of course. Well, one of these craft breweries will start providing a paper bag with their new 750 milliliter bottle. Yeah, I'm sure of it. It'll be a good joke,
Well, I think it would work well. I would be in favor of that. We've got here in Montgomery, and in fact, I think we got it passed statewide now. We have what are called entertainment districts, where you can take open containers out in certain areas of the municipality as designated by the city council. That's another measure that we passed that some would call an alcohol bill, but in fact has spurred economic development. And here in Montgomery, in one of our entertainment districts, is a little place called Leroy. Some in Alabama call it Leroy's. but it's French for the King, and it's a little bar, and it's got 18 different taps, gentlemen. And on each of these taps is a beer, sometimes from various parts of the country, sometimes from various parts of the world.
Yeah.
And there's a lit board over the bar, and as the kegs run out, they bring new ones in, and they change the board out. It's kind of like a leaderboard.
That's a good beer bar.
And it's one of the best, and I'm I have developed my taste and my palate at Leroy, and I continue to do so, and so I'm a big fan. I do a lot of my research there.
Now, when you talk about an open container law like that in certain districts, I'm not being sarcastic at all when I say that is extremely progressive in this country, and I love to hear that. Yeah. I mean, I've talked about Las Vegas and Europe as being the two places on earth where you're allowed to walk around with a beer as a responsible adult.
Yeah, where in the Bay Area are you going to do that?
So
nowhere.
That is truly, it's what a stark contrast between a progressive law like that and some of the other battles you're facing with these beer laws,
Well, the battles here are never easy, but victory is sweet when we get it.
Of course. Now, let me say, we're still disappointed with the homebrew legislation.
Right.
Most of our listeners across the country, what we do here, Joe, is interview professional brewers so that our listeners who are mostly homebrewers can learn how to do it themselves. And a lot of it is guys like Craig who kind of said, look, I started homebrewing because I couldn't get the beer that I wanted. It was illegal to sell it in the state of Alabama at the time that he was homebrewing. So this is an ongoing battle that our listeners are extremely interested in, is whether or not we're going to – I know it went farther this year than it ever has before, but what do you think about the future of homebrewing in Alabama?
Well, I think Mac McCutcheon's a friend of mine. He sponsored it for years now. We got it out of the House after a fairly heated battle. It died in the Senate in the waning hours, really. I think we're going to see that bill move and ultimately be signed into law, and I think it's been a long time coming, to be honest. Alabama is a unique place. We are a place very rooted in history and tradition, and we've got some very strong traditions of brewing alcohol in the backyard. I think the homebrew bill is one that harkens back to that. But in a legal way, in a positive way.
Sure.
And my hope is that we'll get that done. Look, a good friend of mine runs a company that sells homebrew equipment and sells the hops and all the different ingredients, the yeasts, and he tells me every session, he says, Joe, you got to get that bill passed. He says, I want my profession to be legal.
Right. Help me out. I'm trying not to be a criminal.
Exactly, but the point is that you've got a couple of folks in there in the legislature who are so adamantly anti-alcohol, and to their credit, some of them represent dry counties, and so they've got to take that position.
Yeah.
But others simply demagogue the issue because it makes for good press. And I know you've got a clip of my friend and mentor Alvin Holmes on the Free the Hops legislation.
Oh, we love Alvin.
He's our favorite.
Well, and that's a classic, and I hope you'll get Alvin on the program one day. Maybe get a live rendition of that exchange.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Something about people coming in from Germany. Students coming in from Germany to bring German beers or something. It is one of the most hysterical exchanges that I've ever heard from the House floor, and unfortunately, I was not there at the time that debate was had. He actually took the podium, the microphone, on my Brewery Modernization Act. It was pretty hysterical. He was the only one to take the podium, and I was a little concerned because he's been known to kill an alcohol bill a time or two. And he took the podium, and we're in the same delegation. We're both from Montgomery.
Okay.
And he was shuffling through the pages of the bill. He said, now, Mr. Hubbard, he said, on page 16, I'm reading here, you say you're going to distribute this beer? I said, yes, Mr. Holmes, we'll distribute the beer. He said, what kind of beer are you going to distribute? And I said, well, Mr. Holmes, I can tell you what kind of beer we will not be distributing. He said, what's that? I said, it will not be beer from Germany. Germany? Anyway, you have to listen to the clip from the Free the Hops. But
here
we
he
got
is
a
here.
good...
Noah was a little wino.
Yeah, he's worried about Noah.
He is a very, very biblically literate man, and I commend him for that.
Sure.
But the point is, using humor sometimes can help you get the legislation through. I was disappointed that with the clip you played on the container size bill, we couldn't get it through that first time.
Yeah.
But like I said, we did the second time, and I expect it'll pass. It'll pass as we go forward, and the homebrew bill as well. The challenge we've got with homebrew is that there's no real constituency pushing it. It's much more of a grassroots proposal.
Right.
And in the Alabama legislature, when you don't have some of these constituency groups, or some they call them special interest, pushing the legislation, there's not near as much incentive for some of these old hands to move the legislation. So that's a challenge we got to overcome. But I think it's one that we can handle. We got it out of the House this year. We'll take care of the Senate next year.
Well, I hope so. And I just, you mentioned, and of course we all laugh about it. It's kind of funny. You mentioned the, sort of long history of backyard and illegal alcohol making in your part of the country. And, when I work closely with the Homebrewers Association and we talk about how we're going to address states like Alabama and try to, push homebrewing forward, we're very careful and very concerned about the association with moonshining and things like that. We really are, because to us, it's right. Not, because we understand that for somebody who's never heard of home brewing or hasn't seen what kind of a hobby it is, we understand how the association can be made very easily, that we're just moonshiners back there trying to get drunk, real cheap. And so I'm just putting it out there that it is a strong concern in the homebrew community that we're linked to that kind of activity, because brewing beer is nothing like that. It really isn't. It's such an art and it's such a hobby for most of these guys, and the reason they get into it, and they don't save any money, by the way, making that stuff.
Oh, no.
They spend more money on equipment and ingredients and everything else. It's really about brewing a product that they're passionate about.
It's a passion, yeah.
Sure.
It's more akin to being an amateur chef in your house.
Yeah.
You get the nice steaks, you get the good ingredients, you do all that kind of stuff, and you
do
craft
it right.
what you want to do, and it's nothing like that. But I wonder if what it's going to take to get kind of more progressive movement in there. Is it going to take these old hands, as you put it, like being voted out or moving on to get some fresh blood? I mean, are we gonna kind of hang out and languish in this kind of nether region of it's kind of legal but it's kind of not, or it's illegal but we're not going to do anything about it until we get some new representatives in the House, or what do you think about that?
Well, what I would say, and I was hoping you'd go there. There's some myths that need to be debunked. First of all, some of these old narratives about Granddaddy or Uncle Joe, brewing moonshine in the back 40. Those are stories that die hard, and for folks in rural Alabama, those are stories that a lot of people grew up with. Frankly,
it's prideful.
You can go to many a rural county in this state and find somebody, just pick somebody off the street, and they got a cousin or an uncle or a granddaddy who was or is a moonshiner.
Okay,
and so it's a very real and a very sensitive subject for a lot of folks, and the way you get around that, I think, is by lifting the sheet off the issue, and there's got to be a way. I was sitting here thinking. You mentioned gourmet cooking. I would love to see a show, on brewing beer, homebrew beer, kind of like Iron Chef. I don't know what you'd call it.
Sure.
But there's got to be a way to take some of the taboo out of it, because as long as it's something that's done in a closet, in the back part of your house, it's going to be something that is taboo in this state anyway.
Yeah.
And the taboos in this state die hard, and nobody, it's politics and religion. Nobody talks about it, but everybody thinks about it. And the minute it comes up, it's like turning the light on a roach motel. Everybody scatters. So
right.
That's something we've got to be more diligent and more deliberative about addressing. And I would welcome y'all's thoughts on that.
Well, I think you're 100% right. And in fact, I'm going to be honest with you, it's not just Alabama. In California here where we are, homebrewing is very legal. But look, when I put my homebrew kit out in the front yard and start brewing beer, until I explain to the neighbors what I'm actually doing, they all think I'm cooking meth over here. I mean, it's you got to lift that sheet and go, hey, really, I'm just making a little bit of beer. I'm making it 5 gallons at a time. It's not a big deal. And so the same stigma exists everywhere. I think you're right. And in fact, I'm glad you brought it up. It kind of opens my eyes up a little bit that the moonshining thing about your region, it's not just a myth. It's a very real part of history and even the present in some cases, like you say.
Sure.
So I can see how the association is even more difficult to break free from.
And you mentioned meth. I'm going to tell you, this is a state, and a lot of your southeastern states and impoverished states deal with meth more so than some of the more well-to-do states. Because it is such a cheap way to get access to a narcotic.
Yep.
And you'll see places, counties I've worked in, down in South Alabama, who have lost textile mills. And you'll see the rise in meth production in counties like that where industry has left and gone overseas to Mexico or China or wherever. The meth prevalence in those counties has had a direct correlation in increase as those jobs have left. So you mentioned bringing out your brew kit to your front yard, folks thinking you're cooking meth.
Yeah.
That is another thing that we've got to combat here in the state of Alabama because it is such a problem.
Sure. No, and it's a difficult. I can understand how convoluted the issue can become. What is frustrating, and probably you're discovering the more you get into this, is how simple it actually is. But But the conversation has to happen. And like you said, you're trying to get the attention of the legislature when you're in there by using a little humor and being a little outlandish because no one's even listening. And that's what's extremely frustrating because the truth is a 10-minute conversation, a reasonable conversation, would clear up almost all of these issues.
Sure. Well, and I've always found that that humor can take the wind out of a lot of heated discussion.
Sure.
And so I would just as a suggestion to you when you bring your brew kit out into the front yard, get you an apron that says "Kiss the Brewmaster" and get a tall white chef's hat. When you get out there and start brewing, I mean, nobody's going to think you're cooking meth in an apron that says "Kiss the Brewmaster"
You're
and a chef's hat. And we've got to do a better job of just changing perceptions because we show folks that this is a legitimate hobby. You kind of take the sting out of the taboo. And folks, I think they'll start to get interested in it, and they'll pay attention.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll even try something. I think they'll be happily surprised when they do.
I think you're right.
I think. I mean, hearing the first round, I think of the Free the Hops is when we first, were playing these clips last year, the year before. It was. It seemed like there was no knowledge at all. People were still bringing up, from the '60s and '70s, the old bathtub brewing.
Sure.
And obviously that doesn't happen anymore, and they almost need like a hands-on education. Like get the Free the Hops to come and do a not a sit-in but a brew-in.
A brew-in.
Like come and brew on the steps of the Capitol. Come and brew. Or
this
like
is too hippie for Alabama.
Or a video
JP.
or something like that. No, there's a tradition of doing all that nonsense, you know. And actually show them and say this is what it is. It's not. We're not doing it to get drunk, which is what moonshining is all about. I imagine you're not distilling moonshine in the way back in your lot because you like the flavor of your mouth on fire. This is more of a flavor thing, and it's it's cooking outdoors. And
Sure.
I think they need to just be shown an instructional video or be shown it or
we have to redo our TV show.
We do,
And
yes.
show how to do it.
Yeah.
We did a local show here that kind of showed the process of homebrewing. A whole 10-episode season that aired here in the Bay Area, Joe, to just kind of try to dispel the myth. We had a lot of fun with it. It was a Survivor meets homebrewing. But
well, that's almost exactly what I had in mind. We just got to get the show syndicated nationwide
Right.
and pump it into our little antennas down here in Alabama, and maybe we'll start to change hearts and minds.
Sure.
I thought you guys call them rabbit ears.
Rabbit ears, that's what they're called. I don't have a TV, so I really don't know.
All right, I know you're a busy man. Let me just ask you one more thing. We let you go.
Sure.
And it's because we talk about it not just in your state, but in every state. Part of the opposition to beer laws, because wine doesn't have this problem, and whiskey doesn't have this problem.
Or the Chevy Regal.
Or the Chevy Regal.
Well, because that shit is healthy.
Leave Alvin Holmes alone.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
All right,
It's stamped and approved by the government.
They don't have the trouble when we start to change the antiquated laws with beer. So my question is about the big business side of the opposition. Do you think that there's a big lobby going on with some of these representatives that they fight against the alcohol content and they fight against the size of the bottle because craft beer is really making a move on the big beer business? Or is it really just more the conservative nature of an alcohol bill, and this is what we've had traditionally? You see what I'm getting at? I want to know about the answer.
Do.
Yeah,
I do, and let me tell you, I work very closely, and on every piece of legislation I deal with that is involved in alcohol. I work closely with the ABC board and with the Wholesale Beer Association.
Okay.
And in fact, the container size bill was one that the Wholesale Beer Association, we got them to the table, and we got them to support the bill. And I'll tell you this, it would not have passed the House of Representatives had we not had the Wholesale Beer Association pushing it.
Okay.
So there may be a perception that it's craft beer against your generic beer, but at the end of the day, and y'all know this, y'all are craft beer junkies.
Yeah.
The guys that drink a Magic Hat number 9, they're not the same guys that go out and drink Coors Light.
Sure. Yeah.
We're talking about different markets, and the Wholesale Beer Association, I think, understands that as craft beer takes off in the state of Alabama, it generates an interest in beer generally, and it drives people to places that serve these things. We just got, in the state of Alabama, we just got laws that allowed counties to have keg beer, draft beer, in fact. And so in the city of Montgomery, where I live and work, we just got draft beer maybe 2 years ago.
Wow.
And that has been a tremendous drive to some of these establishments, and it drives folks, not only interested in craft beer and draft beer, but in your standard, Coors, Miller, Bud, whatever beers Alvin Holmes says, drink pretty good.
Right.
It drives that market too. So I don't see I don't see a necessary conflict between the two. And that's one that I think, that's something I think we ought to steer away from, is pitting these two markets against each other, because I think they can coexist pretty well together.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good. That's the answer I was looking for. Go ahead, Scott. You have a question?
Yeah, just one last question, Joe, because I screwed this up because I didn't realize there was another verdict other than the first initial, as far as the bottle size bill.
Way to go, Scott.
Yeah, a couple days later, I learned later that it was voted. Yeah, it was passed. So how does that work? You can just keep reintroducing it for vote as many times as you want?
Well, what happens, and not to get too deep in the parliamentary weeds, you have what is called a special order calendar, in which case, a certain committee picks bills off the calendar, and the calendar may have 800 bills on it, and you're picking bills from different places in the calendar to put before the body, for consideration. And the bill did not get the BIR. which is the Budget Isolation Resolution. In other words, you have to pass BIR before you can get to the bill. And so the BIR failed, which meant that the body didn't want to take the bill up at that time, which meant that we could then bring it back at a later date, which we did. We passed the BIR and we passed the bill.
Got it.
Well, thank you for doing that, and a round of applause for making it happen. It's a big deal. I know it seems like a small deal, not to you, Joe, but to some of the people in that room with you when you're in the legislature. But that's a big deal, and we appreciate it. I did have a question come through from a listener. Joe's like, shit.
Better sit down.
No. I'll tell you, I'm one of the only Democrats I know in the state of Alabama that it willingly goes on conservative talk radio. I love radio.
Okay.
I love the interchange with listeners, the interchange with the hosts. I have a good time with it. So
good.
I say because I've never dealt with listeners from the West Coast. I'm not quite sure how I'll respond to this question.
If you think that they're going to be conservative questions from listeners from the West Coast, then you clearly do not know the West Coast.
No. I'm worried about them being liberal questions. I'm not quite sure how to deal with that.
How much pot do you smoke in the morning, Joe?
Right. Yeah. What's your take on medicinal marijuana,
Medicinal. With two Z's.
Well, let's not get off into those weeds.
Yeah. Of course. Actually, we have listeners all over the country, so I'm not sure where. Ben the Brewer is in our chat room right now, so he could be from anywhere. But he's asking about the current laws of selling homebrew ingredients. You mentioned a friend who does sell homebrew ingredients. So he says, I'm just curious what the current laws are of selling homebrew ingredients in the state of Alabama, and could a person be arrested or fired for owning a fermenter?
Well, fired from what is the question? I mean, fired from. Look, if you work for a private employer, that employer can fire you for any reason it deems fit, as long as it's not unconstitutional. You know, you can't race or gender or disability discrimination won't fly. But so I don't know, if you work for a dry and he finds out you got a still, he could probably fire you, and you probably couldn't do anything about it. With respect to selling the equipment, my understanding is that the equipment itself is not illegal, and it's a question really of whether anybody is going to. The only way I think they could get you is for selling accessories to an illegal activity, and it's got to be some kind of second or third removed violation of the law somehow. And to do that, a prosecutor or a DA's office would really have to go out on a limb to get you. And I think the ABC board would even have to push it, which they could do. My understanding is that they will not, that they've got a policy of, maybe turn the head on those particular type of issues.
Okay.
Well, and the good thing about homebrewing is we like to cannibalize a lot of stuff. So any fermenter that a homebrewer has isn't necessarily only to be used for homebrewing. Either you have a bucket, which is just a bucket, or a carboy, which is a glass water bottle, or a conical, which could be for wine, too.
Sure.
So that's a good way. I do have a question. I know everyone keeps saying last question, but we were talking a little bit earlier about all the noise that's going on when you're trying to speak and introduce a bill and talk about it. How do you get away with that? Like, how does an elected official
not pay attention
and get reelected and nobody cares? Because, I mean, you're there speaking about a bill that will change the laws for the state. That's a pretty big deal, but it seems just kind of, no one really cares. They're having sidebars, and
good question.
What's going on with that? Thank you.
Well, our democracy in Alabama is a strange thing, and I'll be honest with you guys, I'm fairly new to it. I was elected in 2010. Completely brand new to politics. And in fact, this will be my last term because my Republican friends redrew the district lines this last session and moved my district about 70 miles north. So if I'm going to run again, I've got to move my business, I've got to move my family, find a new church, and switch parties. All of which I'm not willing to do. So, I'm fairly new to the process, but what I can tell you is that the House is, it's a strange place. It's very disorderly. It's it's hard to follow what's going on. You really have to pay attention. Everything moves very quickly. I can't tell you how the people of the state of Alabama look upon their House members. In a lot of rural places, your legislators are second to God. And that's for a variety of reasons, because they're the ones funding the schools, or at least they're perceived to be the ones funding schools. They're perceived to be the ones bringing money home for road projects, et cetera. But I'll be honest with you, I don't know that a lot of people even see how the House operates. They don't see the disorder that we deal with, or the disrespect that is given a legislator presenting a bill. But by the same token, I haven't been to any other state legislature to compare. It could be the same way in New York. It could be the same way in California.
Yeah. Sure.
I don't know. From what I've seen, Parliament is a similar kind of thing, and getting the attention of the body is never an easy task, and that's why, as you heard in the clip you played, sometimes you have to get creative to do so, and even then it's not always successful.
Well, this is going to sound like a joke, but I've watched C-SPAN. You see the legislature, and it's the same, JP. I really think it's the same. If you watch C-SPAN, there's a person talking, there's one person arguing back against them, and everybody else is playing Tetris.
Or sleeping. I've seen that. I've seen clips of sleeping.
I mean, it's really... I do think that Joe makes a point that it's who knows what's happening in these
That's true.
In these houses across the country.
Well, if you've already made up your mind, why not play Tetris when the guy you disagree with is speaking? Why listen to him?
Sure.
That's what we call High Score Fridays.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to tell you that Tetris, I don't even think we're as far back as Tetris is. I think I was a kid when Tetris came out, which tells you how long ago that was. But as far back as that is, I don't even think we have Tetris in the Alabama legislature. We're still whittling sticks.
I'm making a whistle.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
was going to go as high class as backgammon, but I like whittling sticks, Joe. That's good.
It's the oldest game in the world.
All right.
We do the best we can with what we got,
Sure.
and for all the fun I make of our legislature, and I don't agree with a lot of what comes out of this body. But from time to time, we do tighten our belt, and we do stand up and try and do the right thing. And we have some very important battles that we fight in that body. And I think, by and large, most of the members of that body take their job seriously most of the time. And I would defend the character of that body, anytime it comes under attack. I don't think it is. I think we're just observing the nature of the legislative process, and it's not a pretty one. I've heard it compared to making sausage. I might compare it to brewing beer.
Sure.
It is true. You have to watch the boil over.
Yeah,
Things will get out of
right.
hand real fast.
Well, I'll tell you, you've given us a little faith because I have personally spent some time on this program, really questioning the United States based on what I've heard come out of your legislature, and it's nice to hear some reason. So I appreciate you spending time with us.
Well, I enjoyed it, gentlemen. Anytime I can be of help, y'all don't hesitate to call.
I do want to point out, my producer, Scott Moskowitz, sent over a picture of you, and Joe Hubbard looks a lot like Stephen Colbert.
He does.
Yes, there's a definite resemblance there.
Yeah, he's a little Stephen Colbert.
His younger brother.
I've heard that once or twice before, believe it or not. So.
All right, Joe, I wish you luck. Help us out with the homebrew bill where you can. It's important to my listeners, and I think it'd be a big stride. You guys are making strides. We're making a lot of fun of you, but you're making strides, and thanks for spending time with us.
Well, I'll tell you, we get that homebrew bill passed, I want y'all to come visit us in Alabama.
I'll make you a deal. You get that passed, and we'll come do a show from Alabama.
Yeah.
Good enough. I look forward to that, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe. Take care.
Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, Joe Hubbard, he's a Democrat out there, and
you know what else he is? A real American.
He's American.
Seriously.
He's American.
I'd vote for him.
You'd vote for him, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
He's kind of no bullshit. He's kind of the craft beer lifestyle.
No nonsense.
He's a little bit no nonsense.
He's like, look, there's a lot of, basically, he said, there's a lot of shit going on, but I'll defend it to the death.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
That's American.
Love it.
They made fun of Alvin too a little bit, which was great.
He said it.
He wasn't afraid to. He wasn't harsh about it, but he made sure to.
It's like how we
let
talk
us know
about.
He thought it was funny
Yeah,
too.
it's like how we talk about Scott behind his back.
Well, Moscow, listen. Now that we've talked to Joe, and Joe said, "Hey, I hope you get my buddy Alvin on the show."
Yeah.
I think you ought to give Alvin a call.
We should leverage Joe to help out.
See if we could, say, hey, Joe, tell your buddy how great the show was, and see if we can get Alvin on.
I'll see what I can do. You think he'll answer any questions directly? Or do you think he'll just come up with his platitudes about Noah? And,
He'll get biblical.
I don't think it matters. It'll be good radio either way.
Yeah.
And we got Bevo. We got Bevo here to counteract that. Anyway,
that's true.
Yeah.
I don't know. Bevo reciting anything from a text, even the Bible, I don't know is going to go too well. She's going to be like, whatever.
I think she would just spontaneously combust anyway.
I do know some stuff. I don't have to read it all.
I've read like 4 pages.
She knows Twilight.
I know what I believe.
And no, it wasn't a wino.
I know that.
Terrence says he was.
Yeah.
Can we just use virtual Alvin? We can interview virtual Alvin, right?
Sure.
Yeah, like Mr. Holmes, what is your biggest problem with legalizing homebrewing in Alabama?
Right.
And play any clip and it would be fine.
Anything.
The soundboard interview.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
we should send him the song too. We'll send Joe the song.
We have to.
Yes.
We got to send it to Craig too because he wants to play it in the brewery.
Yeah.
But you know what? Listen, going on a show like this, if I'm a politician,
takes balls.
Hell no.
Oh yeah, that's risky as hell.
But Joe knows where he's coming from, and he made a lot of sense. Yeah, there was a little politicking in there.
Sure.
But I'll tell you what, only in the sense that that's what he does. That's his job. And it sounds like he's in support of craft beer as it relates to new jobs and helping out his state.
Yep.
But that's what he's supposed to do.
That's right. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're right. There was a little politicking, but that's also his language. That's what he's used to speaking. Like those are the words he's used to choose.
Yeah.
And so it's totally fine. It wasn't egregious at all. It was completely normal within the context of the conversation. And he was answering questions directly.
Oh,
so
of course.
It was awesome. Yeah.
How funny is it that he was trying to throw his legislative buddy a softball?
Dude was like, what?
And they had talked about it beforehand.
Yeah.
He's like, I was trying to get my buddy to pick up on that so that we could hammer home. Here I am getting the attention of the people in the room.
Doing bad cop.
Throwing my buddy a softball.
Right.
It's a lob. It's a slow pitch lob. It's a big ball. Yeah. You just got to hit it back. And the guy's like, and nothing.
No can do.
And I'm like,
he lost in the sun.
I'm like, hey, you should come work for the Brewing Network.
Yeah.
We do it every show.
That's Justin's life.
Yes.
Right there.
Well, yours too. I'm thinking,
no.
I throw softballs, nothing. JP throws softballs, nothing. It's what the legislative body in Alabama, in terms of Joe's perspective, is like a Sunday session.
No, you throw softballs and I just swing at everything. That's what it is.
They don't go anywhere.
No. I'm struck out before I hit the box. I'm just going.
But he knew the clip.
Yeah.
He knew what I was talking about, and he's like, wait. I just got to say,
let me explain.
I'm trying to help a brother out over there.
Yeah.
And nothing. Swing and a miss.
He does deserve a ton
Poor
of credit,
guy.
though, because that's what he was saying when he was like, well, I love coming on conservative talk radio. What he meant is, I don't mind being challenged in real time.
Yeah.
Right.
And that is, it's way too rare. I mean, if you listen to lefty talk radio, you'll just hear a bunch of people agreeing with each other. And for the righty talk radio, it's the same way. It's not a lot of challenging. And I think it's because people that don't hold the same points, they're afraid to not be able to come up with an answer in real time.
Well, it remains to be seen if he keeps it up, but as far as I'm concerned right now, he's a guy from a legislative body who's been largely against progressive beer, who came on a progressive beer show and talked about it. Yep. So good for him, and I appreciate his time. And I do wish Alabama luck. I mean, and I meant it when I kind of said we've been covering this for a couple of years.
Oh.
But there really has been progress.
Oh,
the Free
totally.
the Hops movement made it. The container movement made it. We're waiting on this homebrew bill, and I hope he does, and the rest of them keep hammering it home.
And more, there's more. There's more going on, and I think when his term is over, Alabama will lose a really progressive with it politician.
Right.
That's too bad.
Oh, that's true, because he did just kind of say at the end there. He said, "Look, they made me do all these things that I'm not willing to do."
Well, they redrew his district.
That's what I mean.
Getting
Which he has to
gerrymandered out of
move.
there.
He has to do it, and he said, "I'm not willing to do it."
Yeah.
So,
that
guy's
sucks.
not even running for re-election.
No.
And he's on here talking about these things.
Maybe that's why he's like, oh, whatever, I can go on that show. No matter, go back.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. Alvin might look, well, shit, I am up for re-election. Noah wasn't a wino. I fucked that up.
Well, he'll come on. We just tell him it'll air before FDR's fireside chats, and he'll be like, oh.
Right. All right, let's do this. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to do our Firestone ticket giveaway. We're going to talk to Michael Fairbrother from Moonlight Meadery, and we're going to award Drunk of the Week to somebody who's not shooting guns.
That's right.
It's the session. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
To the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters. This is Jamel Zanishev, and I want to tell you about Heretic Evil Twin. You might be familiar with my homebrew recipe, which uses massive late hopping to create a balance between the malty sweet and the hoppy bitter, along with an outrageous malt and hop character. I wanted a beer with the same bold hop and malt character, so we played around with the homebrew recipe until we were able to make a great commercial version too. We've created a beer rich in malt character, full of caramel, toast, biscuit, and an ever so subtle roast note. On top of that, we piled in an insane amount of Citra and Columbus hops at the end of the boil, as well as in dry hopping. This damn-the-cost approach to hopping gives Heretic's Evil Twin a great blast of citrus and tropical fruit that can't be matched by any other hop. The result is a bold, malty, hoppy, but easy-drinking beer. This is our top seller, our flagship beer, and I couldn't be prouder of it. Cheers.
To find Heretic beers near you, click on Find Some at hereticbrewing.com. Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Writing Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolfbrow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peters. Free tastings, Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m., featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around, with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator, too. There's always something new at the Wolfbrow House of Beer. New and hard-to-find beer every week. No two visits are the same, just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolfbrow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolfbrow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And hop drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
You know, when Israel had sinned and God was trying to decide who he gonna send down to save the earth, they was around. Somebody had suggested that he sent Abraham. He told Pharaoh that Sarah was his sister, not his wife. Then said, no, he can't send Noah. Said
Strictly illegal.
Noah was a little wino.
I had a fellow live next door to me who brewed homebrew in the bathtub.
The beer we selling now not good enough.
But it was strictly illegal.
I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino. You know, we have about people that live on the street that'll go into your local Dollar General store and buy shaving lotion for a high. Chevy's Regal is stamped and approved by the government agencies that said this is healthy.
Strictly illegal.
Bathtub. You don't want your child at a party. Our children already getting a whole to enough alcohol.
Brewed homebrew in the bathtub.
I can just see my bootlegger now. I can just see my bootlegger now. Bam. I got all I want for free. I got all I want for free.
How you gonna make it in your home if you don't have the facilities to make sure it's healthy?
In the bathtub.
Noah was a little wino. Free.
What gonna keep these folks from making moonshine in their house?
Noah was a wino. What is MEAD need? What is that?
Strictly illegal.
You know, the thing about this deal that really scares me the most.
Noah was a wino. You got to be scientifically trained. I don't think you want to do this to your children, do you? To determine that. Noah was a little wino. Chevy's Regal is stamped and approved by the government agencies that said this is healthy. Chevy's Regal is stamped and approved.
Strictly illegal.
You know, when Israel had sinned,
strictly illegal.
God was trying to decide who he gonna send down.
Strictly illegal.
Somebody had suggested that he sent Abraham.
Strictly illegal.
He told Pharaoh that Sarah was his
strictly illegal.
Sister, not his wife. Then no, he can't send Noah. Said
strictly illegal.
And buy shaving lotion for a high.
Strictly illegal.
What is MEAD need? Man, you gonna make everybody that wino.
Strictly illegal.
Man, you gonna make everybody that wino.
Strictly illegal.
You got to be scientifically trained to determine that. Man, you gonna make everybody up there wino.
Live. Beer Radio. The Brewing Network.
The Brewcasters.
If you're just starting, don't be discouraged by all this stuff. It's so easy.
Just throw it together.
Put some sugar and some water and some yeast in there.
Yeah.
Beer.
Network.
Sitting at a bar on the inside, waiting for a ride on the outside. She broke my heart in the trailer park, so I checked the keys to her ugly car and crashed that piece of junk and then stepped away.
Bartender, I really did it this time. Broke my parole to have a good time. When I got home, it was 6 a.m. The door was locked, so I kicked it in. She was tripping on the bills. I think she was high on some pills. She threw my shit out into the yard. Then she called me a bum and slapped me real hard. And in my drunken stupor, I did what I should have never done. Now I'm sitting here talking to you, drunk and on the run. I'm sitting at a bar on the inside, waiting for my ride on the outside. She stole my heart in the trailer park, so I jacked the keys to her fucking car and crashed that piece of shit, then stepped away. You know, Mo, I'll probably get 10 years, so just give me beers till they get here. Yeah, I know the sun is coming up, and y'all are probably getting ready for closing up. But I'm trying to drown my soul. I'm tired of this life on a dirt road, and everything that I love is gone. And I'm tired of hanging on. She got me sitting at a bar on the inside, waiting for concept. Guess it was meant to be. Romance is misery, so much for memories. And now I'm headed to the penitentiary. See me on TV, the next cop series. I am a danger. I guess I should have did something about my anger, but I never learned. Real things I'm not concerned about. Pour kerosene on everything I love and watch it burn. I know it's my fault, but I wasn't happy it was over. She threw a fit, so I crashed her Nova. And now I'm going back again, back to the pen to see my friends. And when we all pile out that county van, they're gonna ask me where I've been. I've been at a bar on the inside, waiting for my ride on the outside. She stole my heart in the trailer park, so I jacked the keys to her fucking car and crashed that piece of shit, then stepped away. Women that I've laid eyes on got together and decided to come here. They're not pretty, they're not small, I don't give a damn at all. Tonight I'm only having just one beer. Yeah, tonight I'm only having just 2 beers. I don't mind the atmosphere in here. It feels so right, it must be wrong. I know I can't stay too long. Tonight I'm only having just 2 beers. 3 beers, but no more. There's no way I'm drinking 4. My attitude's improving with the beer. I was mad, but now I'm glad. The women in here, they ain't so bad. Tonight I'm only having just 3 beers. Yeah, tonight I'm only having just 6 beers. I kinda like the atmosphere in here. It feels so right, it must be wrong. I know I can't stay too long. Tonight I'm only having just 6 beers. 12 beers and I quit. Oh, good Lord, I'm drunk as shit. I just spent my whole paycheck in here. I took a chance, I tried to dance. I threw up and pissed my pants. On here. Yeah, tonight I'm only having just 1 beer. At least that's what I said when I got here. It felt so right, but it was wrong. I know that I've stayed too long. Think I must have drank 100 beers. Well, I wished I'd only had 1 beer. God, I wished I'd never come in here.
The Brewcasters are back.
It ain't 401 beer.
Whatever.
All right, welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us. Special thanks to Joe Hubbard from Montgomery, Alabama, for coming on the show with us and talking about some of the weird beer laws there in Alabama. Also, special thanks to Craig Shaw, the brewmaster there at Avondale Brewing Company, a up-and-coming brewery in Alabama, and we like to hear that kind of stuff happening. So it's what a great show. What a fun topic to be able to talk to these guys. Moscow, good work, my friend. Good work. In the meantime, we got Michael Fairbrother from Moonlight Meadery back with us just to check in on him real quick. Michael, all I'm seeing Twitter this, Moonlight that, Moonlight everywhere. I'm getting sick of it. I gotta say.
Oh. I'm sorry, brother.
No, what a fantastic response. We did a great mead show with Michael just a couple of weeks ago, and I've been watching the Twidosphere or something. That's what it's called, right, JP?
You're gay for saying
What did you say?
Thanks, buddy. And I've been watching this reaction. I know you came out to California to open up the market a little bit and do a couple of appearances, and people have been going nuts for you, man.
Yeah, it's been off the hook. I mean, we basically hand-carried 4 cases of the Utopian out for our distributor.
Yeah.
And they sold out in the last couple of days that we were out there.
Beautiful.
So,
great.
I mean, we had a blast. We worked our way from San Francisco all the way down to San Diego, and we had Beer Nation, BNN Army guys there at every stop.
So you did get to meet some of the wackadoos that we call the BN Army, then, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. They hunted me down.
I'm sure of it.
And I got to hang out with Tasty up at Beer City for a night, too, so that was fun.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Tasty's a good time, man. That guy likes to party.
He knows everyone, too. You'll go to a bar, and immediately you'll have like 15 people that he'll introduce you to. It's great.
Oh, I'm glad you got to do that. So how's the launch? I mean, I know you guys were already here, but you came out to really launch a little bit more. How's that been going? You get more beer, more mead for us here?
Yeah, we basically sold out almost every stop we were at. Wow. So we walked into K&L Wines, and they sold 4 cases while we were there in 2 hours.
Wow.
And then we were down in, what was the place? Oh, I'm not going to remember all the names.
That's okay.
But we were down at High Times down in Orange County area.
Love that place. That place is fantastic.
The magazine?
There's a bar called High Times?
The bar. The wine store. We had 2 guys at the very end clear them out of every bottle they had.
Wow. That's awesome, man. Great. Oh, you got to be proud to watch that happen. I would be.
Yeah, and our Twitter base has doubled in size since we were on your show, and we shipped our first order to Australia. Okay. Thanks to you guys, and it's just been off the charts.
Oh, I love it. See, that's the kind of stuff, and I'm being serious here. When that's the result of being on this show, I love it. That's what we exist for, is to help promote the good guys, you know? So, good. I'm glad about that, Michael. That's really good news.
Yeah, I'm going to step up and sponsor you guys, man. There's no way I'm not going to let this pass up. We're only using you guys for our advertising vehicle, and this is what we're going to do.
Did you guys hear that? Michael has said the Brewing Network will be his sole advertising avenue. That's awesome. Good. Well, it sounds like our listeners are reacting, so you're going for the right. Thanks, Michael. My heart is warmed. Thank you, man.
Sure, Justin.
No, that's really cool. We like bringing on new guys, and it's easy to help sponsors that have an awesome product. I'll be honest with you. I mean, isn't it? Because here's what happens. Whenever a new sponsor comes on, the BN Army jumps. They're like, all right, let's support these guys. They're supporting our favorite show. But, on occasion, you go taste the product, and it's not the best. Maybe not all. It
happens.
It's not everything you hope for. It happens on a rare occasion.
Right.
Moonlight Mead is not this is not the case.
It's not blowing smoke.
No, you go to these guys. I know that the BN Army's like, oh shit, JP and Justin, they weren't lying. This mead's awesome.
Yeah, JP likes something. That must be good.
JP likes it. They're like, wow, it must be something exceptional. Well, thank you. So Moonlight Meadery is now a sponsor of the Brewing Network.
That's right.
How about that?
Yeah.
Love it.
And we hope to announce tomorrow night that we're nationwide. So BNN Army, go ask your local stores and bars to carry our product, and we'll make it happen.
Beautiful. Okay, yeah, do that, BN. That's how you can help out a sponsor of the show, is go to your local and say, hey, we heard about this Moonlight Meadery. Can you figure out how to get it for us? And then you can buy it, too. And that's the reason that guys like Michael will come on the Brewing Network and sponsor, is because you guys go out and force and ask for it. So.
Yeah.
I forget, we're going to see you at NHC, right?
Absolutely. I'm presenting, and so is my partner, Bernice. She's doing a mead and cheese tasting, and I'm doing a talk on mead excellence.
Oh, wow.
And we're shipping out some mead that's never been had before.
So good. Oh, I got to go to that one. The one of the benefits of being a sponsor of the Brewing Network is that you get into our anniversary party for free, right? Did JP?
Oh, nice.
JP didn't tell you that?
No, I was trying to fleece him for the $100. It's $100 a ticket, right?
I was like, JP's probably scalping your tickets right now. What a dick. Wednesday night, June 20th. I don't know if you're coming in a little early, Michael, but you are absolutely on the guest list to come hang out with us there too. So, it'd be good.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. We'll send you an email and let you know before
Yeah.
JP scalps your ticket.
Done.
Yeah.
It's on StubHub right now.
Right. It's listed as Michael Fairbrother's ticket to BNA 7. Cool. Well, I'm looking forward to trying more of your mead at NHC, and I know a bunch of our listeners will be there too, so everyone will get to try some. That's good news.
And we get free cases of Moonlight, right? I mean, that's part of the whole deal, isn't it?
Cases.
Well, I haven't sent him his contract yet, but it's in the fine print, 10 cases of Brewcaster.
Perfect.
So.
Right. It's so fine that it's in an invisible ink, Michael.
You have to hold it to the
But
light.
it's there legally.
Yeah.
It's there.
It's in the watermark.
All right. Well, consider that first bottle of Utopian a gift then. Right?
Right.
Great.
No, absolutely. Listen, I will buy that mead any day of the week.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No freebies necessary. It's fantastic mead. And cool, Michael. I'm glad it's going well. And he's now officially nationwide. How about that? That's
Love
pretty
it.
rad.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Announce it tomorrow, and hopefully everyone will keep retweeting it and finding your stuff, man. Good job.
All right, Justin. Thank you. Take
Cheers,
care,
brother.
JP.
Thanks, Michael. You too,
Bye.
man.
Bye.
There you go.
But not Bevo or Nate. Fuck those guys.
All right. They're no help. I like Michael.
He's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
He's just really like warm and willing to share any information. He's just a cool dude.
Yeah.
He's really when he got into really into homebrewing. He got a stainless, I think 2050 tippy dump from More Beer.
Oh yeah.
And his avatar was a GIF of him like dumping, like mashing out, like tilting the tippy dump system.
Right.
It was just like 5 pictures just in a row of the whole thing. He was just so
He's into it.
geeked. Yeah, he's really into it. So
Yeah.
If you're looking for some good product, Michael has it.
And it's one of those good success stories I always like to see, man. I like small business. I'm a fan. I guess I should be, but I'm a fan. I like seeing these guys succeed with something like that. If you put out a good product, like the Brewing Network does,
right?
Will eventually
at some point,
like we will eventually.
I love seeing small business start up after us and do more with it.
Right.
Yeah, I love that.
I was like, wait a second. That's like all the compliments I get. Really backhanded and shitty.
It's a CompuSalt.
Yeah. You're handsome for an ugly guy.
What is this? What's this sour beer?
Yeah, what is this?
This is a sour beer from our. Why am I have like 5 mics in front of my face? This is from Flat Tail Brewing, our buddies up there in Corvallis, Oregon. This is a sour beer. It's a wit beer.
It's beautiful
with plums added.
Wit beer.
And yes,
Knew there was some fruit like twist to this thing.
Yeah, and it's fermented with a wild plum yeast that they cultivated off their plum source. Yeah. And so they're actually cultivating that yeast, and they have it banked, and that's their like sour yeast. And it is like eating a very tart plum. And every once in a while, you can kind of get some of the coriander in the back. I think. I mean, it could be just a yeast characteristic, but it's a really fantastic beer. So. Yeah, cheers to those guys.
I like it.
Hopefully they'll be at Summerfest. Maybe even BNA 7. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. That'd be
not?
nice.
Why the hell not?
The code is posting in the forum that if you want to thank Joe Hubbard for coming on the show, he has a public email address. You can go to joe@hubbardforhouse.com. joe@hubbardforhouse.com. And you can email him and thank him for being on the program.
Yep.
And, of course, you could, express your interest in the passing of the homebrew legislation. But,
That's true.
Thank him for spending time with us, if you can. joe@hubbardforhouse.com.
He's also on Twitter. I've been linking his Twitter handle, which is just @Joe_Hubbard, which is weird.
Did you look through his Twitter?
I did, and it's just a lot of legal stuff I didn't understand. Like,
he's a lawyer. He's like a brainy lawyer, dude.
He's like kind of one of those smart guys. He knows some things.
He's real smart.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Hubbard.
Now, Mr. Ball, when you had this bill in committee, I was originally for it. And then I started reading this little book here. You know what this is? It is the Constitution of the state of Alabama, the great
state.
And I saw in this book, my county, Montgomery County, already allows for 45-ounce containers. What happens to my 45-ounce containers? I just wanted you to know that as I was looking into this, I realized that we would have to sacrifice my Colt 45 in order to get some of these gourmet beer bottles. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Perhaps I should get off the Colt 45 in the first place. Because I've had problems with it for years now.
Look at the big
but I
balls
understand
on Joe.
that this is a good bill, that we've got a company out of Atlanta, Georgia that sells these gourmet beers and can't sell them and that should this bill pass, they've got a piece of property over in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, listen to all that crap going on in the background.
Yeah, they're just...
That's rude.
It's a party.
It is a party.
Yeah. Woo! Show them to me!
Getting 6 figures for hanging out. Love it. It's like working here.
Exactly. You get 6 figures for just thinking about getting 6 figures one day. All right. What do we have to do? We got to give away some tickets to the Firestone Walker Brew Festival, which the Brewing Network is going to be at next week. We're going to be there next Friday and Saturday. The fest itself is on Saturday. We're going to be doing some video interviews with several different brewers coming from all over the country. I think we got, who's on that list? We got Bell's. We got Nebraska Brewing Company on the list. We got our friend Meg Gill from the new Golden Road Brewery.
Oh, nice.
I think she's going to be on there. Of course, we're going to talk to Matt and the Vintner, who helped do the most recent Firestone anniversary. He actually is the guy who designed the blend.
One of the blenders?
Justin. And he's
Awesome.
apparently he's a really renowned and award-winning vintner throughout the world. From their region, he's down there in the Slow County region. But apparently he's kind of a rock star in the wine world right now, and he did the Firestone Anniversary Project with them. So we're going to talk to him and Matt and do a bunch of interviews like that. You can come see us if you've already got tickets. If you don't have tickets, we're going to give away a couple pairs of tickets right now. I tried to get through to Matt, but dude must be busy, so we'll be the judge. What we did was publicize that you should write a poem about. I wanted to appeal to Moscow's artistic side and JP's softer side. And
I do have one of those.
You write a poem about either Firestone or the Brewing Network for a chance to win 2 tickets to the Firestone Festival, the sold-out Firestone Festival. I guess it sold out in like a few hours, right, Moscow?
Yeah, like under 3 hours. This is a big deal. I mean,
Wow.
I've heard a lot of people looking for tickets and not being able to find them, so this is your chance.
We've got 4 tickets in our possession. We're going to give away 2 pairs right now. JP, I suppose what we should do is read our finalists. So we got several submissions, and what we've done is narrowed it down to 6 finalists. 2 of them will receive a pair of tickets each.
We actually we did do 6, and then we got so many good ones that we have 8.
Oh, we now have 8 finalists.
Yes.
Ah, damn.
You can blame Scott for number 8.
Okay, well, let's do it. So here's what I expect you guys to do. Nate, Bevo, Moscow, pay attention. That's what I expect you to do. Exactly. Pay attention. Make whatever notes you need to do because we will be voting on the fate of 4 lucky people going to the Firestone Festival. All right, JP.
Okay.
What do you got?
Lions, blind tigers, and bears. Black rye. Grain, not grape, is the king new jungle. Conical tanks are the new riverbanks at the mouth of the Firestone Walker Delta. Mash on, hop in, and ferment out. 12-ounce ships departing one way daily.
Wow, I didn't expect people to take the poetry seriously.
It's a little serious. Yeah, it's a little hardcore.
Like that dude's actually a poet.
Yeah, you know
Or
it's good
chick or
because it
whatever.
didn't rhyme.
It's like, where's
It
the
didn't-
unicorns?
It didn't
So
rhyme.
you know it's deep.
It didn't rhyme. There was a lot of metaphor in there. There's
a lot of metaphor. Yeah.
I mean, there were some pretty serious symbolism. I mean, the ships were departing 12 ounces at a time daily.
One way.
Look, when you tell me I'm listening to poetry, it needs to rhyme.
Yeah. It actually needs to be overdriven and
It
auto-tuned.
needs to start like this.
Yeah.
Hickory dickory dock.
There once was a man from Nantucket.
Right. I can see Beaver.
Can we get a techno beat behind this?
Yeah, maybe we just need to put beats behind any of these things. Okay, well, that one certainly had a little Whitman to it, and
Yes.
I'll consider it.
Artful.
Okay, next one. What would you do to party at the best beer fest in the world? Would you spend a night at Disneyland with JP?
Nope.
Would you give Justin all your Lou Pepe? Would you rightfully have your wife pleasure Brindleson, or do it yourself if he so prefers? To get to the Firestone Walker Invitational Beer Fest, one must be open and willing if he wants to get his rocks off sipping the nation's best beers.
Again, no rhymes.
There was one rhyme,
What
and
was
that
the
was
rhyme?
it. Disneyland with JP, give Justin all your Lou Pepe.
Oh, but you didn't read it as Pepe.
I did.
No, you said Pepe.
Well, whatever, dude.
You got to read it right for the rhyme to work.
I thought I read it right, but maybe I didn't because maybe not.
All right, so one rhyme. I like that it talks about, Matt getting a handy and whether or not you'll do it or your wife will do it.
Hey, it just says pleasure. It didn't say specifics.
Come on, we all know it.
Could be anal. You never know.
Right. See, that's the stuff I was expecting. Yeah, except funnier, of course. Right, people are very serious about their poetry so far.
They are.
All right, what else we got?
Okay, this one is called The Rat Pad.
Hang on one second. I just want to apologize for the lawn mowing that's going on in the background. Thank God. This has to be the last garage show I ever do. There's a neighbor with it. I'm pretty sure he's got the lawnmower in one hand and the leaf blower in the other.
With the BN app streaming.
And explode.
The snap's about to happen.
Yeah,
Where's my chainsaw? I'm going to go out and help him.
It's hidden.
Video of this.
That neighbor really is going at all. Every day I've been here, weekday, weekend, time, doesn't matter. He's out there doing work on his or his neighbor's places.
He has OCD
That's the meth
about
guy,
the
isn't it?
yard. He doesn't know. He's not that. You know how Doc has ADD?
Oh, yeah.
What do you
Where it's
mean?
like, oh.
What do you mean
yeah.
goldfish, Alaska? Yeah.
This guy with his yards. I mean, it's all he does.
He literally walked across the street with his gas-powered trimmer to trim your neighbor's lawn.
Yeah, he does it. By the way, it's 8:30 at night.
Right. On a Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. On Sunday night.
Yours yet?
Oh, he's done it. Oh, yeah, he mows my lawn, too.
What?
And I have a gardener.
Do you really?
He mows my lawn. I don't need it. I thought I needed it. But I don't need it. I'm canceling the guy tomorrow because my neighbor does it. He'll watch. In another minute, he'll be out in the backyard blowing away the leaves and shit.
Yeah, I think he just spotted a blade that was like quarter-inch higher than the others.
Yeah. He blows away Walker's shit. He just blows it into the other neighbor's yard.
The blades will chop it up. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh. Go on, JP.
Okay. I like some people titled it, so this one is called The Rat Pad is Crying.
He's serious.
The rat pad is crying and is all alone. Not a brewcaster still belching into a microphone. Justin's not there to work on the boards, nor is Tasty and his many hordes. No Doc, no Shat, nor Bevo's twins. Only a shell of a house, home to so many sins. And just a quiet room still smelling of arsenic. On to Martinez it is, and JP suck a dick.
Oh, that one's good.
That's really nice.
That's good.
That was
All
from T-Boner.
Jippy, can we give Bevo her headset back so you can use that microphone? Because she's got commentary and laughter that goes on with these things. Yeah, laughter and commentary. Here, now move your microphone over and let me make sure it works.
All right. Check 5-9er over and out to the box man.
All right. I'll turn you on in a second. Wait till Moscow, the microphone mover.
Assassin is what he is.
He's like, oh, here, let me wiggle this microphone around during your entire fucking interview.
Against my jersey.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me put the microphone in my pocket and jog in place for a second. All right, there you go. Now you're both.
Okay, so I liked that because it rhymed.
Okay.
So you know it's a poem.
This is the good commentary, by the way.
Bevo's coming. Yeah. Commentary.
But wait, no.
Bevo's commentary is sponsored by Walmart.
No, it's Kmart today, remember?
Okay, Kmart. Thank you.
That's a true story, by the way. Arsenic doesn't have a smell, does it?
Okay,
I don't know.
If that's what you're...
tasteless.
Who have you tried to kill recently?
If that's what you're going to say, then you shouldn't ask, am I right, after you state that.
I'm fairly certain.
I think Bevo makes a good point. She comes from a long line of women who have tried to kill their men.
We marry men like Sam.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we can trust her on the arsenic side of things.
That's all.
Okay, that's all you had to say.
That's
but
it.
you liked it other than that.
I did enjoy
Arsenic
it.
and
It
Old
was
Lady.
funny.
Look it up. I bet you it does.
I don't want to. Somebody else in the chat can do it and just let me know.
There you go.
Well, you let us know.
Because they will.
All right, what else do you have?
Okay.
That was number 3, right? Now we're on to number
3.
4.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. This one is titled "My Love for Firestone Walker" by Robin the Brave.
Is that a male Robin?
It's a female Robin, I think.
How do you know?
Well, because looking at the Twitter avatar, it was either it's a picture of a broad and a dude trying to be really funny with the stupid, funny fake teeth, like the old Billy teeth.
Yeah.
So it could be. I'm hoping that it's the chick.
Okay.
Just cause.
Carry on.
Yeah.
My love for Firestone Walker. Barley is yellow. Hops are green. When I fall asleep at night, Firestone Walker beers take over my dreams.
Rhyme.
When they poured my first pint, I was so happy I gasped. So if I win these tickets, I'm planning on stealing a double-barrel ale cask.
Okay.
It's direct. It rhymes.
It sucks.
They're all so serious. Where's the...
This one's selfish.
I guess we probably posted it wrong. I probably should have said, send in your humorous poems. I just assumed that our listenership would have known not to write us a real poem.
Oh, and well, this one is your favorite.
By the way, that was a rhyme.
I'm going to put my glasses back on the shelf. If I don't get these tickets, I'm going to kill myself.
Yeah, they're all very serious. They're like, that's all I want to do.
Shows how much people want to go to this thing.
Whatever happened to...
Roses are red.
Soundproof.
It was a rhymer, but I liked the one before it more.
Hang on, my neighbor's about to mow my garage.
Maybe you can mow your hair while he's at it.
Come in and mow my hair.
Concrete haircut.
Mow your back.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, JP.
Oh, they came forth, the army of the BN, knowing whence they were acclaimed to wander towards the camp, seeking and quelling of the maddening thirst brought forth by the brewcaster necromancer. A barrel, nay two, it may take to consume such a fire in the pit of the clan of Firestone Walker.
Wow.
That was Dante's Inferno.
High school drama class.
What the fuck does that mean?
Penned by Warrior Poet.
F you, Warrior Poet.
A barrel, nay two!
Nay!
Nay! Oh, nay!
Before the necromancer!
Yeah.
What the
I'm
F?
pretty sure he just invoked Nate over there.
He's a quester.
The Brewcaster Necromancer.
I'm pretty sure he took a break from Dungeons and Dragons to enter this competition.
Hey, that's tomorrow night, and that doesn't count.
This just in, that was actually the singer to Nathan's band. That's one of their songs. He just sent in. He just submitted. It's normally read in a different voice. JP,
something like that.
That's actually that's actually how it's normally.
We'll slow it down, make it dramatic for you. It was very good, JP.
Slow it down. It sounds like JP. And then Firestone had a necromancer. That's what happens when you slow it down.
And I'm going to win this contest because I have +2 saving throw against other poetry.
I have come forth with my 12-sided dice.
The lisp is mandatory.
It would only be one die, because you don't need multiple 12-sided dice. Is there a gas leak?
Yeah, I wasn't saying dice. I had to leak gas at the end. I had it right.
I'm feeling lightheaded.
I got to leak gas.
All right, all right. Thank you. What's his name?
Warrior
Dickie
Poet.
Oh, Warrior Poet.
Yeah.
Got it.
You know, he was channeling William Wallace or some shit like that.
I see. Angry Poet.
He
Got
painted
it.
himself blue.
That's the second turd you've laid in about a minute.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Just take the microphone back.
Take the microphone back. Just take it away from me.
I'd like to write a poem for you now, too. Roses are red. Violets are blue. One tit is small.
Fuck you. My eyes are up here.
Okay, just for the record, it's still not small.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Smaller
It's just
than
not
the
very large.
Oh, my God.
But would you believe that Sam is the retard of this family? All right.
All right, go ahead, please.
Okay. I once tasted a Double Jack beer. And actually, I like this one because all the rhyming words are in capital
As
letters.
opposed to the other Double Jack you tasted.
Yeah. Well, they're all in caps and all the rhyming words, so I know. Okay. Once I tasted a Double Jack beer. It tasted so good, I bought it all year. Another surprise, it was a local beer. My senses told me he was not alone.
Well, that's his artistic
Yeah.
side.
For there were others brewed by Firestone.
Oh.
I said, my God, I'm here to stay. For my next encounter was a DBA.
No!
Why, oh, why is this so good? A guy named Matt just smiles and says, it's from the wood.
Oh, the barrel, a little homage to Plus he put in Y-O-Y.
Right. Oh, that's true.
Anytime you put apparently when you're writing poetry, you're supposed to use language that is, from the
Outdated.
1700s.
Yeah, just like poetry.
Why, oh, why?
Nay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I got it down. Go ahead.
You know when you watch TV and you get real uncomfortable and embarrassed for people on TV?
Yes.
Like this.
Like
This is
when we
how I
watch
feel.
our own programs.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Oh.
What number? This will be 6?
7.
This will be 7.
Yes.
Where is it? That's the wrong one. Here we go. I'll drink beers at a game of soccer on the hops like some kind of stalker. I'll have stouts and sours, waste away the hours with my friends at Firestone Walker.
He's like, first of all, soccer?
Right.
Who gives a shit?
Well, because it
So
rhymes at the end.
I know. He's
Yeah.
like, Walker. What else rhymes with Walker? Oh, soccer.
Soccer, Bocker,
That's
Chalker.
Soccer's the first. What are you an American or not? Soccer.
I saw a hot chick at Firestone Walker, so I walked up to her and fucking socked her. Now that's a rhyme.
Now that would have given
Right?
you points. Sockter is good.
Yeah.
Soccer.
I got one more.
Wait, read it again.
Oh, I gotta go back to the other stupid. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
All right, I got my notes.
He shot his foot off on the first line, so there's
Go
no
ahead.
point.
Do the final one.
Oh, okay. I gotta go back. You're such an asshole.
No, we
You're such a slave driver.
We have to give away 2 sets of tickets.
Right. Here we go.
To this talent.
Roses are red, violets are blue.
Here we go.
JP can suck it. Please send me the tickets so I can escape from my 5 kids for the weekend and get drunk. Thank you.
Now that's a poem.
That's good.
Hang on, let me write my notes. Real fucking dude. Got it. Okay.
So that's it.
All right, we had 8 poems there.
Well, we had 8 things.
Well, poetry, like art, as you will agree, Moscow, is has a
awful most of the time.
has a wide berth. It's subject to interpretation.
I disagree.
Baby.
There's something about your face. I disagree.
Yeah, see, because I have asshole face.
Oh, that's true.
Otherwise known as art.
Art face.
Yeah, otherwise known as art face. All right, I wrote down the lions. First one was a real poem about lions and shit. Lions and bears.
Ships departing.
That's a Firestone thing.
Yep.
They get lions
Yep,
and
the
bears.
lion and the bear, yeah.
Second poem was I would like to party at the best fest in the world, and either me or my wife will pleasure Matt. Is my summary of that.
Yeah.
You know what we should do?
Is my summarizing helping?
Yeah, I was thinking we should do one of 2 things. We should start writing summaries of movies.
Yes.
And then start taking over for Cliff Notes, because I
Good
think
idea.
you're right on the ball with that.
I do have a way of capturing, I think, the essence of people's intentions.
You do.
The next one was called The Rat Pad is Crying, and it was all about an empty rat pad. That, personally, I will say, touched me. You know, the rat pad is lonely right now with some Episcopalian family in it.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow. A lot more shitty kids.
Biwa, go ahead. Oh.
You can say that again.
You had to turn me off because I was losing it there for a minute.
Right, yeah.
Understandable. I'm okay with it.
All right.
Somebody's in the chat room freaking out. Was it supposed to be 50 words or less?
Oh,
yes. I knew this was going to happen. Some asshole listener
Are they
is
counting?
Cry me a
counting
fucking liver.
the words, aren't
River.
they?
Cry me a liver.
Cry me a liver.
They're right.
Too.
So who did they count had more than 50 words so
I don't
far?
know. I didn't care enough to ask.
Okay, I'll ask for you because
it's a
I
good
know
thing you
that
brought
I
it
know
up.
where this is going.
He asked me like 4 times in capitals.
Go ahead, please, and tell us which of the 8 poems that JP read that you sat there counting had more than 50 words, and I will disqualify them for you.
Yeah.
You stickler douche. And yes, that was a rule.
Hey,
They had to be
rules are
50
rules.
words or less in Moscow.
I'm with him.
Yeah, by
Actually,
the way,
he actually sent me rules are rules, too.
yeah,
Are you
I'm pretty
typing to
sure
me, Moscow?
Moscow's the one typing to.
I'd say he's using his phone, but we know that's not the case.
Right. He still carries around a rotary phone.
Well, the one we were just on from T-Boner about the rat pad is crying.
Yeah.
That's like 60 words. I
It
just
was?
counted it, yeah.
Well, because of people in this world like Scott the Jew and whoever that asshole is in the chat room, I will disqualify the rat pad is crying.
Sorry.
Guess number 1231802.
Wow. Well, and then you have to.
It's a rule!
And then you have to disqualify the second one about pleasuring Matt Brindleson.
Oh, I don't want to disqualify
You have
that
to.
one.
If you disqualify T-Boner.
Can't we
Rules
just
are
can't we just
rules.
cut out a couple of the words ourselves and get it
No,
back to under
can't do that.
I want to win my tickets, and even though my poem sucked, it was under 50 words.
I guarantee you.
271756, whoever this is, has a poem in the running. I guarantee you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I bet he doesn't. I bet he's just a fucking asshole.
Even worse.
Yeah.
All right, so I got to take out Pleasure Matt.
Yep. Who invented these rules?
Next rules of our contest are going to be, these are the rules until you're an asshole.
Until otherwise.
And then Justin will change the rules to whatever the hell he wants or thinks makes for good human beings. How about that? How about that rule? All right, I've deleted it.
2 down, huh?
So we still have the first one, which is about lions and bears, and it was a real poem.
That's pretty artful.
That didn't rhyme, so Bevo was upset.
So then you go down to
then
the
I
one.
have My Love for Firestone.
That should fit. I didn't count, but that's total. That should fit.
That's my next one. My Love for Fire. Are you sure?
Yeah.
We better be sure, or
Okay.
Moscow is
Here.
going to.
Since the guest wants to ruin good radio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Nice.
10, 11, 12,
Do you count
13,
one-letter
14,
words
15,
when you're doing
16,
that?
17, 18,
JP,
19,
what
20,
number am I thinking of?
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40,
End up
41,
down
42, 43, 44, 45 words.
Okay.
All right.
Good job, Robin. You did it.
All right.
All right, so Robin with My Love for Firestone. She's the one who said a bunch of nice things and then said, I will steal a cask, right? Excuse me. All right, what's next?
Then Warrior Poet with your favorite, which is less than 50 words.
Oh, how could it be? You know why it's less than 50 words? It actually would be more than 50 words, except that he used Old English to write it.
Yeah. Right.
So what normally takes 7 words is
String
one
together.
word like, "Oh, forth cometh necromancer." That's
That's
all
actually
one.
only one word.
That's
only
right.
one. Exactly.
Yeah. Right.
Uh-oh. It's like 53 words.
Uh-oh.
Let me try it again.
The necromancer
Yeah,
is?
hold on. 1, 2,
Warrior Mage or whoever he was.
All right. In the meantime, I got Grod calling in on Skype. Grod, what's happening, man?
I just got to pull you guys up a bit here. I mean, who the fuck made these rules in the first place? They're the people you should be persecuting, not guest 14392 or whatever his name is.
I made the rules because I didn't.
Well,
because
fuck you then, Joey.
Because I know you BNers. You're long-winded douchebags. I have to listen to your whole life story before you ever get it to the punchline. So I thought,
Let me tell you about my
words.
trip to the US, okay? I'll start at the beginning.
Let me tell you beat it.
Yeah.
Hang on, Casey's not there, I won't. But I've got to say that, look, if you're going to impose these rules, please, just, stick by it. Have some balls and say, yep, I imposed the rules, I got caught out. Don't blame the guest.
But isn't it more the spirit of the law
No, it is
rather
not.
than the letter of the law? And the spirit was to keep you all from getting bored from a 600-word poem from some idiot.
I got bored on the first line of the first poem, if you can call it that.
Yeah. Here's
I
an
should have
idea.
just made it a haiku.
JP.
I should have said, write it as a haiku. And that's how you win.
JP, count the number of words in all these poems. If we're only left with 2, they win by proxy. We're fucking done. We're
Right,
going to
no,
the next
yeah,
segment.
We are.
Exactly. I mean,
We
that's
are.
what you want. That's what you get. I mean, artistic license, you can't say 50 words or less. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
You ever
that's
heard of
quite
haiku,
specific.
Grod?
You can just say, for Christ's sake, keep it short.
Which is
Yeah, but the Bean Army doesn't understand 50 words
The
is
listeners who,
short.
The listeners who wrote shitty short poems actually had the best strategy because they knew the others were going to be too long. And get kicked out.
Right, this is all
So,
part of the
there we go.
strategy.
Yeah.
They knew what I knew.
Well,
and also, too, I want to put my vote, not that I've got one, to that last one. He was a ripper, that guy.
The real with the roses are red.
Yeah.
Yeah, get away from his 5 kids and his wife and get pissed,
Right.
Well, and Nate hit it on
He's
the head.
got to get one.
All of the other
All right.
poems are disqualified
And while
because
I've
they're
got
too
you,
long.
Don't cut me off yet.
Yeah.
There's a few of us planning on making a trip to BNA 8 if you guys survive that long, and my liver. And but I'm not going to do it unless I can sort of get the skinny on some tickets.
Yeah, you want to know if tickets are on sale already? You dick.
So when will the BNA 8 ones go on sale? Can you
Jesus.
tell me that? Just between you and...
Okay. They're guaranteed to go on sale by at the latest by the day before the event.
That's good to know.
Somewhere between now
you
and
can
then.
cut me off now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. Later.
So,
All right.
So that one with the Firestone Walker and it's from the wood and all that kind of shit, that's disqualified.
Wait. My love for Firestone from Robin is
That-
disqualified?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
we
in.
got that one and the very last one. That's probably it. Right?
The one from Warrior Poet, that's disqualified by 3 words.
Which? Oh, that's okay. I got that. I'll delete that.
Then the next one, the guy named Matt Just Smiles, that's disqualified. So basically,
Is that the double Jack beer? Did it start with?
Yep. So basically, we have Roses Are Red.
Yep.
We have the one from My Love for Firestone Walker, and we have the Lions, Blind Tigers, and Bears.
Wait.
People are assholes.
What about the one about soccer?
Oh, fuck. We have that piece of shit,
No,
too.
that's a good one. I like that
All
one.
right, so we have Lions
We have 4.
and Bears, poem number 1.
Right.
That's the best poem.
We have My Love for Firestone.
Yes.
About stealing the cast.
Right.
We have Soccer is
soccer
great.
one.
Soccer is gay. I wrote this poem. I'm
Yesterday.
really gay. I know you're not supposed to do it twice, but it deserved it. And then we had
Roses Are Red.
Read that one again.
Roses are red, violets are blue. JP can suck it. Please send me the tickets so I can escape from my 5 kids for the weekend to get drunk. Thank you.
All right, everybody agrees that they get 1 pair of tickets.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? Okay. All right. Please read once again the 3 finalists, which are...
There's only...
Okay.
Is there 3 left or just 2?
There's 3.
There's 3 left.
Really? Okay.
Lions, Blind...
Oh, by the way,
Jesus,
Roses
fuck.
Are Red and Dudes and things. Send an email to Justin@thebrewingnetwork.com, and I will get you your tickets. Plus,
I got
JP
his
has your
email,
email,
yeah.
so we'll double check. Don't you guys try to cheat
No.
by sending in too many words.
Shit. Heaven forbid.
All right, go
53 words. That's too much. We can't take it.
Bunch of jerks.
Lions, Blind Tigers, and Bears. Black Rye. Grain, not grape, is the king new jungle. Whatever that means. Conical tanks are the new riverbanks at the mouth of the Firestone Walker Delta. Mash on, hop in, and ferment out. 12-ounce ships departing one way daily.
Can we have Moscow read that one, please? I would like to hear Moscow the artist read that and how he would interpret that poem.
I like it less the second time. I don't know why.
It's got... You like it less the second time? I feel like it's got something to it. It just maybe needs the right voice.
The screen just... Oh, here we go.
That's fair enough.
Lions, Blind Tigers, and Bears. Black Rye. Grain, not grape, is the king new jungle. Conical tanks are the new river banks at the mouth of the Firestone Walker Delta. Mash on, hop in, ferment out. 12-ounce ships departing one way daily.
Bevo just hung herself with her microphone cord.
I can't blame her.
That wasn't artistic enough for you, Bevo?
It was too artistic.
All right.
I wish it was a noose made for 2, you know what I mean?
Read My Love for Firestone.
Hold on, let me skip through all the DQ'd. Barley is yellow, hops are green. When I fall asleep at night, Firestone Walker beers take over my dreams.
My bean.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Robin the Brave. All right. Barley is yellow, hops are green. When I fall asleep at night, Firestone Walker beers take over my dreams. When they poured my first pint, I was so happy, I gasped. So if I win these tickets, I'm planning on stealing a double barrel ale cask.
Okay, and finally read us the soccer poem.
I like my edition of that too. All right. I'll drink beers at a game of soccer. On the hops like some kind of stalker. I'll have stouts and sours, waste away the hours with my friends at Firestone Walker.
I like that poem.
Moscow's like, what are these guys talking about?
That's
That's good.
I'm going to check my email while I'm on my
If that one wins, JP has to talk in that voice for the rest of the show.
It's a good thing we're ending. So.
I don't know. I actually kind of like the one that Scott read, even though I hung myself. Like, I feel like him reading it kind of gave it a little something.
He read it the same way I did the first
No, he
time.
didn't.
You bitch.
All right. While we're waiting for our winner.
What are we waiting for? Are we trying to choose one of these?
Well, yeah, we have to choose one.
Well, let's do it.
Of course we have to choose one.
Oh, but you want to read something.
I have to read something.
No. Shouldn't Bevo read something?
Bevo, come over here.
Tahi. I'm sounding out the word
the?
the. No, I'm not coming over there.
Chucky.
What just happened over there, Bevo?
I was reading
I knew
something.
what she was doing right away.
Oh, because you speak idiot. That's why. Chucky.
Bevo. You are so stupid. I love you so much.
I'm going to go down to the all in my car.
Sound it out.
Car.
come here and help me do this
No.
Adam and Eve ad.
I don't want to.
Come on.
Please, Bevo.
No.
Bevo, come on.
They requested it. They requested specifically
You're a liar.
if a female counterpart on your show could
JP, go read it.
No, they actually really did.
They gave me new copy points, and they said if a female counterpart can help read, it'll help.
Yeah,
I shouldn't have to argue with you.
Throw that microphone around a little bit more, too.
Yeah, all right. I sound like Moscow now.
Oh, please. It was her the whole time.
Ballscow?
All right, I'm going to read most of it, and you're just going to read one line. Just hang in there for a second. AdamandEve.com. You go to AdamandEve.com right now. For a limited time only, AdamandEve.com will let you get 3 free adult DVDs with your order. Go to AdamandEve.com and order almost any item at 50% off. Choose a new adult toy, lube, or almost anything for over 18,000 products. All you have to do is use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and you get 3 free adult DVDs. And you get to choose the DVDs. And here's what you get to choose from.
Really? Choose from genres such as anal, amateur, Asian, big breast, big butt, bisexual, chunky, co-eds, fetish, gay, interactive point of view, lesbian, MILFs, etc.
Lots of variety. Thank you, Bevo. And you can also shop on your mobile phone at adamandeve.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY.
Yeah.
Wonderful work, Bevo.
I think we have our poetry winner.
Why doesn't gay encompass lesbian? Isn't that redundant? Gay.
I guess just dudes.
I don't know. Mr. Technical, why don't you write to them and ask?
Yeah. Why don't you say homosexual, and then it's one category?
Yeah, those are the rules. I didn't write them.
I don't know why the
Because
copy
lesbians
didn't.
have been around before gays.
Why didn't the copy stop at choose from anal?
Period.
Decision made.
Yes.
I wish they would just take the commas out and just choose from anal, bisexual, gay, lesbian, co-ed, big tits, chunky.
Amateur chunkies.
Yeah, and more.
Chunky's a genre.
Chunky's a genre.
Terrible.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we've been recording. Never mind. Chunky is a genre, Bevo.
Sam playing with your baby.
Nothing. That's not what you think it was. Just relax.
How was that double jack from Jangle Bells?
Campbell's soup and porn. Chunky.
Fuck, I love you so much. I really
Shut
do.
up.
Okay.
Bevo's the best.
She is the best.
He's the man.
All right. Back to the poems.
I do like Nate's suggestion that Bevo's entry is
Is
in
that?
It's
Should we give Bevo the chance to win the 2 tickets with choose from anal? I like how Bevo actually did great until she got the chunky, and she's like, "What the?"
It's because I pictured myself in a porno, and I was like,
ridiculous.
Oh,
You should be proud that it's a genre. Not
They call me chunky, but you did.
Not that you
I
fit
just had a baby.
yeah, 8 months ago.
7.
Oh.
Back off.
Hey, J-Lo lost it in a month.
Oh, but J-Lo has
motivation. I don't give a shit. Who do I have to look good for?
Goals.
You guys?
Sam.
Right.
Sam, right.
Yeah. Sam's like, whatever.
Sam is the penguin.
Okay. So we still have Lions and Bears, My Love for Firestone, and Soccer Mom.
And Soccer Mom, yeah.
To vote for.
That's right.
You guys ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Let's get
You
this
have
over
your
with.
votes? Beeve, do you have your vote thought of? This is a legitimate competition for 2 tickets to the Firestone Walker Brewfest.
She's still hung up on the chunky. I
Jippy,
know.
do you have your
Yeah,
vote?
oh, I'm ready.
I don't know if I have
I
my
do.
vote either.
I don't know. What were the 3 again, please?
Jesus Christ.
JP, can you read them again, please?
Yeah, sure. I would love to do that.
Lions and Bears,
Okay.
the mascot for Firestone. My Love for Firestone. About, it's all nice, and then she steals the thing at the end.
Yeah.
And then the soccer thing. How did that one end?
Who cares?
He can enjoy pints with all of his friends at Firestone Walker.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Raise your hand in the room if it's Lions and Bears. Oh, 2 votes out of 5. 2 votes out of 5 for Lions and Bears. Raise your hand if it's My Love for Firestone. 2 votes out of 5. Raise your hand if it's soccer, Mom.
Oh, my God.
1 vote from Moscow.
Here
Okay,
we go.
Moscow, you are the tiebreaker. You now have to. I'm sorry, but soccer mom is not going to win.
Yeah.
You
Sorry,
have to
your
break
friend
the
can't
tie
go.
between Lions and Bears or My Love for Firestone. Keeping in mind that they will be going to the sold-out Firestone Walker Brew Festival next weekend, next Saturday.
And it's invite only. It's invitational.
Yep. Great breweries. We're going to be there doing our interview thing and camping. Also, the Mother Hips are playing. It's a big deal. Will it
Camping?
be Lions and Bears or My Love for Firestone?
My Love for Firestone, no doubt.
My Love for Firestone wins it. Robin wins it. All right, Robin. Congratulations. You've won yourself 2 tickets to the Firestone Walker Brew Fest, the Brew Invitational, as JP points out.
That's true.
Wonderful breweries, a good location. It's going to be a good time. It's all happening next weekend. The Brewing Network will be there, and we'll bring you home some coverage. If you didn't win tickets or get tickets, don't worry. We're going to put some coverage up the following week, and you'll get to see all the fun that we had.
Yeah, and stuff.
Hey, you guys heard about this Beersmith?
A little bit,
Yeah.
but I'd love to hear more.
So there's a couple new things about Beersmith. You know, Beersmith is the recipe building software that we talk about all the time now because it's up to date. It's not out of date. There's support for it. In fact, the new versions are brand new. We all started using it here at the Brewing Network because you get a free 21-day trial, too, so you don't have to take our word for it. But there's also BeersmithRecipes.com, a new Beersmith recipe sharing service.
Oh, I didn't
so
know
that
this.
you can go on and share recipes with your colleagues. That's other people who do the same thing that you do, JP.
Oh, but I thought it like professionally, though.
Well, I don't know. Free to anyone to set up a basic account with over 2,400 members signed up in the first week of its launch.
Wow.
It lets anyone search and browse thousands of public beer recipes as simple as typing in a few keywords like Irish Red. Has advanced search options, limit recipe by type, sort by rating, view brewers, other recipes, etc. All sorts of different things. Way to get new recipes. Go to BeersmithRecipes.com. Also, Beersmith 2.1 is a new site integrated with Beersmith. Puts the recipes there with the programming via a simple cloud folder. Recipes stored in your cloud folder appear online instantly. I'm telling you, the guy, Brad, is bringing brewing software into our century, into today.
He's the Joe Hubbard of Alabama.
I mean, come
Or
on.
Of beer software.
Right.
So they'll be getting Beersmith in Alabama in 2057?
In 2057.
What's wrong with math?
Go to beersmith.com right now or beersmithrecipes.com and check it out because you get a free 21-day trial. Plus, you can do a basic account on the recipes site for free also. So go check it out and support our sponsor, Brad, over at Beersmith.
Is Brad's last name Smith?
It is, actually.
It is, yeah.
He's my brother.
Perfect.
Yeah. His name's brother, Brad.
Yep.
His my other brother, Brad.
My name's Brad.
No, he's a good dude, though. Hung out with him at NHC last year. He's very focused on developing that software and bringing all kinds of cool new features into it. So
It's true.
It's cool to see him doing this.
He is also a very progressive kisser.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So
He's the
You got
best.
to know him really well.
I did.
He's the best French kisser.
Yeah.
My dad said so.
I call it freedom kissing, but that's just me.
It's freedom kissing.
Yeah.
All right. Are we done?
Yeah, I did forget to load up a Twitter game, so that's not happening this
Spider
week.
Wrangler said he asked a question anyway, and you should be getting prompts.
I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Asked a question and be getting
He
prompts?
asked a Twitter question for you, and you should be getting like answers. Or
Oh, he
some
did the game for you,
bullcrap.
JP.
I don't know. Sorry. Tell him I don't know.
Do I have to pay him a punch in the mouth this week because he did the Twitter game for you?
Well, hey, if it's not on the agenda.
I mean, it's only fair, right? If you didn't do it, he
Yeah.
should get the same pay.
Oh, yes.
That you did.
Yes.
So
yes.
definitely
Please forward my paycheck.
I will
to
definitely
Spider-Wrangler.
owe him a punch in the mouth.
Are we going to do a hot mess of the week?
No, because I can't really take calls and I don't give a shit.
I am kind of over it with the heat and the thing and then the guy and the deal.
My neighbor's still out there like mowing the car. I think right now at this point
It is after 9
Yeah,
p.m.
everyone mows their grass at 9 p.m. over here. Yeah.
He's like mowed everything.
Dude, if I lived here, I'd be pissed. My kid would be asleep. I'd
Oh, no, yeah.
Oh no, you wouldn't be. He'd be mowing your kid right now.
That's true.
Just take a little off the back on this one.
Yeah. Or with his blower, like he's got the 2-stroke blower. When your baby shit herself, he just come blow it off. He'd just be like, "No, just hold her up. I'll blow it off."
Oh, that might be convenient.
All the shit
I might
just
be
goes
okay with
flying right off of there.
Is this going to be the first Drunk of the Weekless show that you've ever done?
I think we've had to have done one or two others before. I don't think it's the first. It's the first in a long time.
Yeah, we've done it a bunch of times.
Now that there's no firearms, we have to.
Brindleson just got back to me. He wants to know. He wants to know if it's too late to do the giveaway.
We could read him the winners.
Brindleson would have. He would have awarded it to Soccer Mom without a doubt. See, Brindleson was the key vote, not me.
All right, Aaron.
No, he would have liked the suck off one, but there was a word limitation problem.
It went from a hand job to a suck off.
Yeah.
Disqualified. All right, Aaron is Skyping in. Aaron, what's happening?
Theo Brew again.
Theo, what's up, man?
Yeah, Drunk of the Week. No, this is not Drunk of the Week, Les.
Okay.
All right.
I feel like I'm American Axe Murderer.
Well, he's listening.
Drunk of the Week.
He's owning it. He's saying, "Look, you can't do that." All right, Aaron, go ahead. Why are you Drunk of the Week, my friend? You're not going to shoot a gun, are you?
No.
All right, that's fair.
I heard
He's a flame
Brian,
shooter.
and I heeded to his warning.
You put your guns away.
I did.
Aaron's keeping the peace now, thanks to Brandon, I think it was.
Brandon, that's whatever.
How do you know that?
Whatever that asshole's name was. All right, Aaron, have you drank a lot today?
I mean, I've had I don't know. I can't count. My floor is riddled with beers.
So the answer is no.
I don't know. I've lost count.
Is there also a chalk outline on your floor?
No.
They're in the shape of a six-pack.
Right. How do you know you're drunk? Well, when your friend's been traced onto your hardwood floor, you probably had too much to drink. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
How would you?
I tried to go in Drunk of the Week last week, but I failed, so I thought I'd try again.
Well, guess what? You got a repeat.
JP's an asshole.
What the heck's going on over there?
All right, well, fuck it. Aaron's Drunk of the Week.
We don't even.
I would rather have gone Drunk of the Week less.
We don't even want to know how his friends know when he's drunk.
No.
Aaron, how do your friends know when you're drunk?
I'm real boring.
I start singing Disney.
All right, sing us some Disney right now.
Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons?
What is this from?
Mulan.
I was going to say,
I ever met, but you can bet before we're through, somehow I'll make a man out of you.
Who
Thank
the
you,
fuck
Bevo.
sings Mulan?
I don't even know.
I'm going to get to the bottom of that right now. Aaron, I have an important question for you. And listen, I don't care what the answer is, but you like wieners, right?
Not at all.
What? Come on.
Not
You
even-
just sang Mulan.
Yeah, so?
It's okay to like wieners.
I know it's okay to like wieners. Trust me, I'm all for it.
Not even like something from the Jungle Book? Or something credible, dude.
A whole new world, something.
A whole new world. That's less
A whole
wienery.
new world, a dazzling place I never knew.
Oh, he doesn't like wieners. He loves them.
He's like,
that's
no,
what
I
it
don't.
is.
I love that. I covet them.
I actually really enjoyed the Mulan song. Thank you.
Aaron, do you have a girlfriend?
Because you have a vagina.
As of 3 weeks ago.
What's his name?
Jorge.
Wait, though, what do you mean as of 3? You mean you had one until 3 weeks ago?
No, he just got one.
Yes.
Oh, she just dumped you.
What happened?
She found out he was gay.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
She got her wiener cut off.
Was it a... Have some sensitivity, people. Was it a bad ending?
Her penis wasn't big enough.
There we go.
It didn't hurt enough anymore.
Oh, JP.
Did you have a rough breakup? Is it bad news?
No. It was a good breakup. Just, it's sad to not have someone with you.
I see.
Wow, what a pussy.
How long were you guys
To
together?
harmonize to you.
Was it a long relationship?
It was close to 2 years.
Oh, that sucks. Did you guys watch Disney movies together?
A lot of them.
No, she didn't like Disney.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck that bitch.
Yeah.
I don't even give a shit about, Mulan and all these Huns and the fuck that.
Deal breaker.
You can't like Disney. You don't have a heart.
It was a deal breaker.
Yeah, but it took you a year and a half, stupid. I don't know why I'm real angry at you right now.
You're getting all macho about Disney. Fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that shit, bro. I mean, fuck A Small World, but like anything else is freaks good, man.
Dude, Small World is awesome.
Fuck Small World.
Do you have any...
What kind of crack pipe did you crawl out of?
You got any naked pics of your ex-girlfriend you want to share?
I have a feeling she would probably go under the chubby category if you did.
As far as the Brewing Network's concerned, no.
Now, when you say no, do you mean that you don't have any, or that you don't have any that you want to share?
The latter, for sure.
Yeah, he just said that he has them.
Wow.
As far as the BN knows.
Exactly.
I mean, listen.
I think you should have another beer, and we'll talk about this.
Yeah, nobody listens to this show.
Oh, you want me to chug one? I got one right here.
I would love that. But don't call it shotgunning, because Brandon might get real mad.
Abita Mardi Gras Bach.
Please shotgun something.
A Bach?
Oh, they're in cans. I can totally do that.
Do it.
Do it.
No, shotgunning is not cool.
Oh, I gotta go in the other room and get one, though.
I can totally do it!
Yay!
I love this
Let me just scoot to the other room for a second. Hold, please.
It's a small shotgun after all.
It's a small shotgun after all.
All right, Aaron's going to do it. Shake it up, stab it, drop it down.
Oh, wait.
Hello?
Wait, seriously? Okay, you gotta give me a
body
second to get in the
bag.
other room.
Yeah, go.
Go get a key.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
All right.
My hairstylist will be so upset if I get
Ready?
hair on me.
Yeah, we're ready.
All right. Ready, set.
You know what would be great, Theo, is if you actually just stopped lying to yourself in this time and just came out as a homosexual.
Yeah, I want you
to stop lying.
I want you to
about
shotgun
it.
that beer, and then I want you to come out.
Oh, God.
I think he did. It hurt.
Like half of it's on me.
Yes, it is. Oh. Daddy's a little sloppy boy, huh? All right.
Jip.
By the way, I'm not coming out because I'm not gay.
Oh.
But I do
Not
like...
that there's anything wrong with being gay. I'm totally for him.
Aaron,
Like,
how old are
half
you?
My friends are gay. 25.
Let's call your parents right now. Come on.
It's not happening.
Come on, let's call your mom.
I have her number somewhere. I'll get it.
Let's call your mom, and let's get this out right now.
She'd be okay with it if I were.
That's what you think. Well, let's find out.
Sweetheart, I've always known it. And I love you anyway.
I come from a very progressively Christian family.
I see.
I think that's like jumbo shrimp.
Jesus loves you
Progressively
anyway.
Christian.
And we've
Jesus loves
always,
the gays.
I've just been waiting for you to tell me. I mean, come on. Like, we didn't know that Jorge wasn't just your roommate.
Yeah.
So wait. So let me get this straight though. Like
You had a pool
me
boy. You don't
being
even have a
gay
pool.
Comes from Disney.
No.
Like that's the only part of this conversation that makes me gay.
No, it's because you sang Mulan.
Right. It's nothing to do with Disney.
Yeah.
You're saying Mulan.
Yeah.
Mulan.
Wait, so if I sang "Kiss the Girl," it would have been
No, because that's
less gay?
a girl's movie too.
Yeah, you would overcompensating.
What Disney movie isn't a girls' movie?
The Black Cauldron. What? Robin Hood.
Who's
Fucking help me
Pirates
out.
of the Caribbean?
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
You fucks.
okay? What song is in Pirates?
Oh,
of...
I don't know. Maybe A Pirate's Life for Me.
Yo ho,
Shit
yo
face.
ho,
Okay.
the pirate's life for me.
Or anything,
Right.
something from the
We tell
park
we plunder, we
itself.
trifle and loot. Drink up me, artesia ho. We kidnap and travel and don't give a hoot. Drink up me, artesia ho.
Aaron even makes that sound gay.
He does.
I know the freaking lyrics to it.
I'm sure Johnny Depp is
love
really proud of
Aaron.
him. They're great.
You definitely get my vote, dude. I love you.
Aaron, where are you calling from, dude?
I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Are you coming out to NHC at all? BNA
I
7?
wish so bad, but no.
You know-
I called you last week. I just graduated, and I don't have money.
You know what, Aaron?
All right.
Let me ask you a question. We were going to ask.
So I brew my own beer, even though it costs more.
He can't hear you from
can't
that
hear you.
microphone. It's the
He's
stupid.
been hearing me all call though.
But probably through somebody else's microphone. It's the
I
temporary
can hear
setup.
it like echo through the room.
Yeah, he hears
No.
you echo. You come use this one if you have.
Well, that's
yeah,
not
then
really
you can't hear.
stupid.
I'll relay. What do you have?
we were going to ask Joe Hubbard
Yeah.
about where the Dirty South starts.
Oh.
And my theory was it starts at Hotlanta and moves further east, but I don't know. Maybe he can map it for us.
Can you tell us, Aaron, where Dirty South starts? Does it start in Atlanta, or can it go farther south? Do you know where the Dirty South starts?
And it's not your beehole, just so you know.
Here's what I know about the Dirty South. That there's a song that goes, "Dirty South, Dirty South, it got really, really East Coast." That's all I know.
Huh? Hey, he's being honest.
He knows more than us.
He knows a
about it.
lot
So
more than we
He's a
do.
fucking expert. He's our South expert.
Right.
I think he wins now.
Oh,
That's
for
Timbaland?
sure.
Sibyllus?
Sibilets.
Aaron, does the song "Tiny Dancer" mean anything to you?
It means it's It means a good time and 10 lemon drops.
I thought it went closer, Tony Danza.
No, not
Tony
Tiny
Danza.
Not Tiny Danzig.
What is happening?
Although I really want to write a song. Hold me closer, Tiny Danzig.
Lay the headlights on the highway.
All right. This is your moment to shine, and I'd like you to just get it over with, Aaron. Just tell the world, listen.
Not Dancing Queen, but
just
Tiny
say, look, I know that in the past I've been a friend of the vagina, but what I really meant to say was wieners are for me. Go ahead.
Not even a
Go
friend
ahead,
of the vagina, just an acquaintance.
Right.
A mild association.
Yeah, just go ahead and say, look, I've hung out with vaginas in the past, but all I really want is the golden tower that is a wiener.
The warm embrace.
Speaking of golden towers and wieners, have you guys seen pictures of the Florida State Capitol building?
No.
Yeah.
It is the most phallic building in the world.
It's my hobby.
Yeah.
I collect photos of state capitals,
No,
dude.
I'm going to Google it now.
Seriously.
You should just internet search it. It's easier.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron the Gay is our drunk of the week.
He is.
Congratulations, Aaron.
Woo!
Woohoo!
Thank you.
All right, brother.
I bet you $20 that fucker's doing jazz hands. I swear to God. I know it.
Are you doing jazz hands right now?
I should be.
All right,
You're
Aaron.
not true to yourself.
You're a good sport. Thanks, brother. You're drunk of the week. Later.
Cheers.
I think there's crying at the end. That's what it was.
Wrong words.
Shit. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't even know this song.
I don't give a shit.
How does guest number 601254 redeem their tickets?
Is that the person who was the stickler about the rules?
I don't remember.
Because I'm going to disqualify
That's
them
fucking
for being
Robin
a
of it.
dick.
I don't remember because I can't scroll back to see.
Just give him my email. Just give him my email address.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Ask him for the real name. I want to know who it is.
Aaron.
It doesn't matter.
Aaron from
it was
Dirty South.
Robin, wasn't it?
We don't know.
Yeah, Robin won.
Robin and I
And
forget
then-
the other.
But
I don't
who's the
know.
real
And
winner
then the roses
tonight?
are red thing.
I think the real winner is Aaron's family for finally discovering.
It's true. Oh.
For finally discovering that he loves Elton John. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Don't be afraid, Nathan. You know this song.
I don't know it either.
It's like I could never play in the hardcore scene again if I pretend I know this song.
Yeah, are you kidding me?
Lay me down in sheets of lead.
It's Robin, and Robin's a dude.
Oh.
Oh, fuck Robin.
Can I retract my vote?
Me too. The last thing we need is a beer fest is more wieners.
Dude, Robin, you're going to be a chick from now on.
Why is Robin a dude?
Yeah.
He just
You're a chick and Aaron's
Or
gay.
she-
Face it.
just messaged me.
And said that I'm a dude?
I said, who is this? Robin. I'm a dude, by the way.
Oh, fuck Robin.
Congratulations, Robin. Good job. We've got 2 tickets for you to the Firestone Walker Beer Festival. Send me an email. I'll get you the tickets. And who was our other winner? Who was our first one?
I think his name was
Roses
Matthew or
Are
something
Red.
like that. I don't
Yeah,
know his
also
name.
send me. And that's it. That's all. We had 4 passes, and they are now given away.
You know what I think we
Good
could
job.
do?
Thanks for writing in and playing our contest.
Yeah, it was a good time. Thanks to Firestone Walker for letting us butcher this contest. I think we could set up a little love connection
Between
Robin
and Aaron,
Aaron.
at the Firestone Festival.
Yep.
We could set up a docking booth.
A little frotage never hurt nobody.
You know?
Yeah.
We'll just set up a docking booth. It's easy to do. You take 2 2x6s and you cut a little hole in them.
Step one.
Step 1.
Cut a hole in the board.
Yeah. Come on. It's simple. We can do this.
We can.
And, and then we can be ambassadors for progressive living.
Yeah.
We'll put the ass in ambassador.
That's going to be our new BN bumper sticker slogan. The BN. Ambassadors. ASS will
capital.
be, for progressive living. We have legislators on the show. Legislators on the show.
Yes.
We have other dudes on the
we
show.
have small businesses.
Of homosexual callers.
Right.
Yeah, who apparently has progressive Christians for parents and Sasquatch as a cousin. So it's pretty good.
You know, the city manager told me that he wants to have a ribbon cutting ceremony for the opening of the Brewing Network in downtown Martinez.
No.
Let's change it and have a ribbon cutting ceremony, and we can make her a chick.
With the giant pair of scissors and everything?
Yeah, the whole thing.
Oh,
No,
man.
probably not. I mean, it's probably just like a little pair of scissors.
No, it's gonna be a giant pair, and I'm gonna hold one end and you're holding the other. Fuck yeah, it's not.
absolutely.
There's no way that's not happening.
We're gonna have a docking party. No, the whoever the city person is, that's who cuts the.
No, isn't no. When Sven did his ribbon cutting ceremony at Connecticut, I think is how you pronounce it. He cut the fucking thing.
Right.
It's got to be a rainbow ribbon, and the unicorn's going to jump over the ribbon before you cut it.
We could have a cost. I don't care anymore. We go home. We've done 4.5 hours.
That's good.
Yeah,
Oh,
why did we have
shit.
guests? We could have made the poetry thing just the feature of the show.
Right. Because it was real good. Do you have plugs?
Yeah, but I got to open a fucking browser now because your
You can
internet
do that.
sucks
That's
dicks.
all right. Go ahead. We'll wait.
I had a lot of fun on
We'll wait
today's
while
show.
you do your job. Did you?
It was fun. I did.
I'm glad you had fun, Bevo.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, well,
Bevo.
it's your last garage show. When we come back,
Well.
we're actually building you a little closet in the new studio.
I get to go in a closet?
It's a little closet. But it might have, depending on how good Moscow's construction crew is, it might have a window.
It might not.
It'll be like a porthole, like a little, like you kind of, you could just barely peel it open,
Yeah.
and
Remember
like you could
Laugh-In?
put a
It's like
wiener through
Laugh-In.
it.
Oh,
It's a glory hole.
It's otherwise known as a glory hole.
No. She can't put a wiener through it. She can receive wieners
Can
through
receive. It's a one-way porthole,
Yes.
otherwise known as you've described
As a glory hole.
accurately.
We have to have
as
an-
a glory
You
hole.
have to have an incentive for in-studio guests.
Right. Yeah, we're like, just go stand
Yeah.
over there at the glory hole.
it. Yeah. You want the most unpracticed blowjob in the world? Here it is.
Wow. And you know that the only reason Bevo laughed at that is she's like, shit, that's true. Humor is funny when it's true.
That is true.
All right, let's get out of here. Jip, have you got your...
I'm waiting for your thing to load up the
Situation.
deal, dude.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you still want me to plug Carpool Showdown? You haven't told me to take it off. So I'm just gonna do
I
it.
think I'm still on the air. I haven't been notified otherwise.
All right.
So I might
All right,
still be
we're all
on there.
ready for it then.
All right, we're down at the Firestone Walker Brewfest next week, so we're not on Sunday, but we do have a Monday show. So it's not that it's an off week. You just tune in on Monday. Monday will be our first episode ever from the new Brewing Network Studios, Studio Double D. Yes, that's right. I guess it's actually Double D and a half is probably the name of the...
D/double D.
You could just call it, studio / double D / D.
Or how about retard tits?
D cubed. It could be right. That's better than D cubed.
Studio retard tits.
Yeah. Welcome to studio.
Studio
Ah, shit.
lopsided boobs.
I'm trying to see the banner on the sign on the door, and none of those are looking very good. I mean, D cubed at least is like, oh, there's a thing.
Yeah.
But like retard tits.
There's still a thing. That's for sure.
Yes, Bevo.
Mulan the gay wants to know if he gets anything for
Yeah, he wants to swish around in a metal. The last thing isn't that like a gay? Always asking for jewelry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so mean.
Yeah, tell him we're going to send him a sequins T-shirt and a pre-filled out letter to his mother
Explaining his suicide.
Oh, JP, that's horrible.
Wow,
That's too far.
too soon. He just came out just tonight. You can't
I'm so sorry.
Mulan the gay. Yeah, he gets a medal. Tell him to send an email to JP at the. And I'm not joking.
Yeah,
it
no,
goes
I'll
to
send
JP
it,
at the
yeah.
Bruno. He gets his Drunk of the Week medal and a scarf. Oh man!
And some blush from Sephora.
It's Sephora.
He's
Get
like,
it right.
he goes, guys, nothing I said tonight has been gay except for the one thing.
The one thing that I've said.
I don't even understand why you guys think.
I even shotgunned a beer on the radio.
Yeah. Is it because you sang Mulan as you offered it up?
Okay, that was the one thing.
But other than that, nothing that I have said has been gay.
It's a radiator leak. Yeah, well, he did shotgun a beer, you're right. But in all fairness, he's probably saying Bill, and we just didn't hear him.
Yeah.
Shotgun the
He just wanted something. He wanted that feeling in his throat of something.
It's warm and flat.
And he's like, oh my God.
It's a Goes
Oh my
beer.
God, it just shot all over my face.
It's half on me. Yes,
I'm not
it
making
is.
that a thing. Oh my God, it's
everywhere.
Half of it's all over me.
You know, somebody from GLAAD is listening right now, and they're just
I
waiting.
apologize. Well, listen, I'm just being honest here about the state of the world, and I told him that I'm trying to help him come out.
Yeah, it's dark in the closet.
Well, he's a nice guy. He says it's cool. He's laughing.
It's totally cool.
Yeah, because he's drunk.
He's our Drunk of the Week. And, yeah, send an email to JP with your address, and you do get a Drunk of the Week medal.
Yeah.
And a scarf.
That's right.
All right, we're out of here. We'll see you next Monday. Thanks for putting up with our bullshit. Thanks to the Alabama show. I'd like to thank Joe. He did a great job, I think, representing the
Joe
Alabama.
Hubbard, everybody.
Yeah.
And Craig Shaw.
And Craig Shaw
You're the
also.
man.
Both did a good job representing Alabama. All the shit we've given them on this program, I think those two brought it pretty strong to put us in our place.
Totally.
So I
100%.
appreciated that. All right, let's
We
get out
found
of
the
here.
two smart people in Alabama.
Right.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. The new season of Justin's show, Carpool Showdown, might still be underway. We're not sure. Watch it on Coffee TV 20 or online at coffeetv20.com. Follow JP on Twitter at MajorJip to hear him spit hatred against all things homebrew. Moscow has some paintings for sale. Follow him at Moscow Paints for slim to no info on the subject. Nate's also on Twitter, so follow him for some good beer insight and homebrew info at Nathan Homebrew. And be sure to find the Brilliant Network and Facebook. Be sure to fucking shit on my face on Twitter!
JP's an asshole. Justin's a nice guy and winning the race. JP does great as his cherry.